look like, man?
Let's see, you know what it
Yeah,
is.
man. I feel the same way you feel about
Word.
I just don't want
I
to rush,
can't
man. I just want to take it one day at a time.
Me too.
That way we can reach the highest point of friendship.
What's the highest point? Let me know.
Then whether you know how far to take this flight.
That's what I'm talking
Word.
about.
You don't just jump in the plane and fly and don't know where you're going
Why
first.
not?
Just chill, baby. I got you.
We don't have to run, baby, we can chill. Just be patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life, but come on, let me show you. We don't have to run, baby, we can chill. Let's just be patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life, come on, let me show you.
A lot of y'all be talking about that shit. Me and my nigga be really cool, dog. Always keep it real, dog.
Man, I'ma keep it real until the day that I die. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts, no need to ask why. I can't lie. And man, you know I keep it 100. I can't lie. And man, you know I keep it 100. Man, I'ma keep it real until the day that I die. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts, no need to ask why. I can't lie. And man, you know I keep it 100. I can't lie. And man, you know I keep it 100. Every day of my life, man, I gotta stay 100. That's just how it is when you coming where I'm from. Hey man, I rock my own clothes with my name on my shirt to let everybody know the L is the same and the B is for Blizzle. Yes, I make it snow, but just keep that on the lizzo. My bloodline is filthy, most of us is criminals. The jack of all trades, but the master counting decimals. Sticky situation, so I keep my heat accessible. I'd rather your peeps than my peeps looking pitiful. It's crunch time. Hey man, I do this for y'all. Just in case you didn't know it, man, I die for my dogs. My only fear is counting too much money. The same cats that help me get it might try to take it from me. My deepest fear is goons pulling up beside me, ready to lick shots, pop, pop, and try to blind. I'ma keep it real until the day that I die. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts, no need to ask why. I can't lie. And man, you know I keep it 100. I can't lie. And man, you know I keep it 100. Man, I'ma keep it real until the day that I die. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts, no need to ask why. I can't lie. And man, you know I keep it 100. I can't lie. And man, you know I keep it 100. I came from a family where females were go-getters. Granddad was an alcoholic, grandma was a bootlegger. Hey man, that's where I got my hustle. Plus my Aunt Julia was never scared to bust ya. And Uncle Dan, he was a fool, he didn't care about too much. You smoke, you too. Taught us that drug dealers didn't last too long. That's why I put my all into each and every song. I see death around the corner. Lord knows, where will I be without Joanna? She helps me focus and keep my eyes on the prize. Man, your boy been hunted, man, I put that on my life. And I'm just trying to live right. I know goons that was killers that committed suicide. One thing's for certain, two things for sure. You can take my breath away, but I'll never sell my soul. And I'ma keep it real until the day that I die. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts, no need to ask why. I can't lie. And man, you know I keep it 100. I can't lie. And man, you know I keep it 100. Man, I'ma keep it real until the day that I die. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts, no need to ask why. I can't lie. And man, you know I keep it 100. I can't lie. And man, you know I keep it 100.
Man, hope y'all doing good on this Thursday, man. Y'all already know. Hope y'all told somebody out there that y'all love them. Somebody, someone, or something, because they need it. Shouts out to my military, as always, for keeping us safe over here so we can choose whether we want to believe or not to believe, whether we want to choose what we want to choose at any given time and not forced to, like some other people are. With that being said, man, I hope y'all are all right, man. Shouts out to all my American Indians out there. Shouts out to all my Aboriginals out there, man. Been cooking today. Oh, they was cooking. Oh, Smoke Signal jumped in right from last night, picked it up, and then right after him, Bat jumped in right after that and finished cooking. So hey, the cleanup crew, we couldn't, we just can't leave it like that. So we gonna keep it moving. I'm ready to get into this. I see we get in here, people packing up in here. So let's go ahead and get this going so we can get into this deal, man.
Shit getting out of control, I mean we been there. Hate they disguise it as love, we call it sincere. They took us to a place where ain't none of this shit clear, and we just look stupid, wondering how we get here. This government got us in chains cause they don't love us. They got us separated by gangs over some colors. What hurts more is we keep trusting these motherfuckers and putting bullshit that they say over each other. It's a bad world. Many cry in this sad world. A unicorn is compared to a black girl, or any child when you mix it, making life swirl. Gems meet a diamond and dance to make the ice swirl. Nigga, don't waste your time trying to hate on me. If you can't deal with your pride, then stay away from me. I don't fuck with none of that dumb shit. You heard that? Don't believe we live on the globe, nigga. The earth flat. First you gotta love yourself, then take the earth back. Find what's really important and make it worth that. Too much time in your hands lead to a dirt nap, but niggas don't keep the same energy to exert that.
What kind of freedom is that? What kind of social or political system is it when a black man has no voice in court, has nothing on his side other than what the white man chooses to give him? My brothers and sisters, we have to put a stop to this, and it will never be stopped until we stop it ourselves.
Mind over matter, but none of that'll matter when in life you're trying to climb and a nigga pull a ladder, believing in the myth when reality is shattered. The lies never end unless you serve it on a platter. America made you a slave, then call you monster. Erase everything that we paved and say we conquered. Willie lynching is a system that really harmed us. It raped women, left children without their fathers. America, land of the free, home of the great. America, cage of the beast, home of the snake. But the fight don't stop when you gone. This shit a marathon. Everything they touched in this world, they made it terraform. The best piece of advice, stay about these pigs sight. Fuck what goes on in the street. Nigga, just live life. You only get one of those, nigga. Don't play with that. Trying to dance away in the dark and never make it back. We got a lot of loving to do. Shit is getting worse. Hate run deep in these roots. It's like the shit is cursed. Murder everything you can name. The world gone berserk. Pedophilia real as fuck. It's even in the church. Music, we've been flaming it. No, it ain't no game with it. Just know I put my soul on the beat. When you banging it, this is for the shit that I see and won't play with it. Hood politics, part 3. My name dangerous.
They attack the victim, and then the criminal who attacked the victim accuses the victim of attacking him. This is American justice. This is American democracy. And those of you who are familiar with it know that in America, democracy is hypocrisy. Now, if I'm wrong, put me in jail. But if you can't prove that a democracy is not hypocrisy, then don't put your hands on me.
Man, shouts out to Dangerous, man, with the Hood Politics 1, 2, and 3, man. Y'all make sure y'all go subscribe out to his music, man. Bunch of fire music, man. He got a whole track that he dropped in February strictly for the woman. Y'all make sure y'all go over there and check it. But we're gonna move on along with Rick Hobbs, man.
Who they think they better than? Ain't no comparison to the so-called black or African American. You can drop the African, keep the American. When we stay Aborigine and make they world in. I'm going in the same dirt my ancestors buried in. I come from a god and a goddess, so what that make me? Not even Basquiat can trace me. Not even Van Gogh can paint me. The MC in me is the God MC. Equals the God in me. I'm focused in, let my mind be free. You too blind to see. The Jews I give is real. It's been real. These ain't shots, they missiles. All you gonna hear is the whistle. Lyrical Lyrically, this an execution. My verses start revolutions from my people seeking restitution. Since the beginning, fuck evolution. Or maybe my reality is all a dream. I put it together like I was sowing seeds. So it seems this is that audio dopamine. Go against the machine. We put you where nobody can hear you scream. And sing you to meet your Elohim. My nigga, this is savage mode. It's something that you can't go. It started with a spark and I'ma let it explode. I was given the cheat codes that'll let me dump and reload and go through them waves like a fucking torpedo. You dealt the cards of life. I just cut them diamonds with the ace of spades. Y'all scatter like roaches when they facing raid, or vampires when they facing blade. I'm trying to get extra terrain like I'm getting played. You still stuck as a mental slave. You still stuck in that mental cage. While I'm making easy money, pipping holes in style. This my coming to age. Crowd roaring when I'm coming on stage. And when I'm done, they gonna be cheering my name. Drake Cobbs and nah, I ain't quit my day job. I spit bars. I really rap on my day off. That's real shit. Just give you some tools you can build with. Aim high even if you still miss. Just keep going. It's a climb to the top. And I'ma keep flowing. Down Lake Shore, I'm Chicagoan. Yeah. You niggas is playing checkers. We playing chess. And nigga, this is checkmate. Drake be the big dog and you just a little bait. You out of Africa and we ain't got the same traits. I'm a God being and we ain't got the same fate. My granny died February 18th and I was born on the same date. The chosen one, the ancestors' chosen son. They gave me the golden gun. One shot, that's a hole in one. From the pyramid of the sun, the property point. I don't think you niggas is getting the point. We still here. Who said they made the aboriginals disappear? Your information's lagging in the rear. All you do is teach fear. We copper colored with woolly hair. Am I speaking clear? So fuck the nonsense. When I rap, I touch your consciousness. From within is where you get your self-confidence. Let's bring it back to dominance. Ain't no confining us. Gonna bring that wild Indian out of us. Yeah. Yeah. We still here.
Shout out to Drake Cobbs, man, with the American Aborigine music, man. Y'all make sure y'all go subscribe, man. We still here, man. And he gonna follow it up. And the reason why we still here because we do shit like this, the wild ass Indian shit.
Let me show you how.
I did a commercial, you know, they got the pullevery, you know what I'm saying? But it's all good. Quick like.
This shit hit hard like Spence on the speed bag. I blow his legs off, he gon' need a knee tag. You niggas sound worse than Eminem on relapse. And Burna Boy, he's trash. You thought I was gonna let you ease past? Running your mouth while taking our culture. Treat this nigga like brisket and slow roast him. Roll up an Akon pack. I ain't ducking smoke, I just inhale and blow. I'm on demon time and I got a hellish flow. The 40 spiritual, I make them see the Holy Ghost. Let's bury these niggas and raise a toast to the Aborigines. That's from time immemorial. A tauntaun is from the soil. Every rhyme is that cook coke, that hard boil. My energy is unattainable. And for you $5 Indians, I might have to flame a few. Run up on the reds, you know what blazing through. Turn your gang into turtle soup. I aim for the head when I shoot. I take your top off like you do the coop. I took a drink from the fountain of truth. Now these bars is the burden of proof. They say the pen is mightier than the sword. So you gonna have to acknowledge the God. Drake Cobbs, I take your face off. My style is like cocaine raw. You gonna have to bow down to my Jaguar paw. Or I'm coming like Leatherface with the chainsaw. I ride for my road dog like a new age outlaw. I do it to death like Chief Cornstalk. So fuck all your tough talk. You little pigeons can't fly with hawks. That'll get you outlined and chalk. It's the supreme being here to electrify your chakra. Any drama is mask on like the Phantom of the Opera. I got the hunger, and you niggas looking like pasta. Shrimp over the lobster, and I'm smoking like a roster. Check my posture. It's only one American, the rest of y'all imposters. Cause you don't want Dre to pop up, cause it's like boys in the hood. I'm out the window with the shoddy, nigga. When it comes to the mic, I'm like the coroner. All I catch is bodies, niggas. So look away before you come in my lane. Is that what's up? I just get it and aim. Yeah.
Man, sorry, guys, man. Make sure y'all We're gonna keep it going with my dog Cosmo, man. Watch.
And oh yeah, put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feel it when you're feeling up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you're breathing rarefied air, oh yeah. Put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you feel it up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you're breathing rarefied air, just that job felt, that chow mein, that pepper bull, that towel man, since sunset in the arc of Wayne, my brain moving like Tao saying, so as above, it's so below, that up and that down thing, this flow is atmospheric, I call that a ground game, see water is knowledge, so if I'm teaching, you're learning. So how your God make a sun without vortexing current? See the pattern is ponic, I'm reaching out for my people. Oh, watch me flow through your speakers, you feel the force of the equal. And when the force gets the equal, I'm taking off like an eagle. Police popped the pastor yesterday for pushing put equal. My DNA is Moshe, mix that thing with higher water, my spirit rate is OTN, it's just a higher order. Got more light than Kavita. Rap a lot just like Tila. Went from sinner to saint. Shout out my big homie Sealer. Got more torque than a sports car. Got more work than a door star. And the 4 million I make, I'm giving the Dr. Umar, oh yeah. Put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feel it when you're feeling up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you're breathing rarefied air, oh yeah. Put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you feel it up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you're breathing rarefied air, oh yeah. Super 7 in my rites and ceremonies. I'm married to Jehovah, holy matrimony. Confucius say, in the words of Caillou, before you hit the tomb, be a bridegroom. Only got one question for Miss Susan B. On how to last Ahu when it's now a Angui. Blame my inspiration, I'm just thinking thoughts. But in the way of God, we gon' keep it short. Why Jesus wanna kill me, Matthew 10:34. Just a couple questions that I'm needing to know. Oh, watch me flow, it's so potent. Set the vortex in motion. Super 7, I'm floating across the Aegean Ocean. Oh, you a Muslim now, so I guess you make it a lot. Well, I'm an Israelite. I'ma make you met the shift. Got Moses on the bumper, super slap off in my spaceship photosphere. So I stay lit, peace and light to the faith is so yeah. Put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feel it when you're feeling up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you're breathing rarefied air, oh yeah. Put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you feel it up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you're breathing rarefied air, oh yeah.
Shouts out to my dog Cosmo, man. No Wasp, man. No creative gang over there. We're gonna keep it going with my dog Bout Child. Way too far, man. Let's go.
How in the fuck is you hustling with this grams, man? I know it's all cap. All of my face with the fake smile, yeah, you can't get no dab. I got niggas that are shooters, all in your head like a nap. Hop on the scene with them 223s and edit bitch out. No games, man, yeah, I got no time for this shit. I be the one to blame, so please don't you make me click. Hit the block like a march, yeah, it's like a parade. Drum sound and you ducking and hiding, nigga. Better cover your face.
Hip hop used to be so hard. Now they dressing funny, driving fancy cars. Hoes used to be hoes, but now they stars. Man, I swear this shit done went way too far. 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 Niggas still killing niggas. Pay your partner to hit ya. Hoes still fucking with niggas, never raising their children. Cluckers still paying deals, trying to catch them a feeling. I know a bunch of people who ain't never gonna have it. Pants way up their leg, crazy colors in their head, mumbling, rapping shit, make the niggas say what it said. I know you think I'm tripping, this boy going fed, but I'm just telling you some of the things bouncing in my head. Hip hop used to be so hard. Now they dressing funny, driving fancy cars. Hoes used to be hoes, but now they stars. Man, I swear this shit done went way too far. 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 Man, y'all got an old nigga singing and sweating in the booth trying to get this shit heard. Way too far. With the bump your brakes, partner.
It's just nights like this, days like that. Just sipping this brown, nigga, blowing this loud, rolling up these checkers. It's hard to stay sober cause I can't keep signing to you. Nights like this, I wish. Nights like this, I nights like this, I wish that I could shake all of my nights like this, I wish that I could shake all of my problems, made it to the top in front of the bottom. Even though they want to see me starving, nights like this, I wish that I could shake all of my problems, made it to the top in front of the bottom. But these niggas rather see me starving, nights like this. Bad pictures and gold bottles for 17. I have more money than my role model. They always told me the more money, the more problems. But money helped me get rid of my old problems. Moving and calculated, stepping cause the folks watch. Dirty motherfucker there, strip all the clothes off. The shit that I've been going through, make me go hard. I hope I make it so my son don't have the wrong father. Ay, still doing for my goddaughter. When my funds get low, I hit the block harder. Why you got your hands on me, nigga? Shit to offer. Feeling like bullshit, keep me devil off us. Real baby shit, nigga. Real baby shit, nigga. Real baby shit. Let's try and duck the reaper, nigga. I live my life. 2 $8 on my mind. On a daily, nigga. I got the gold. For nights like this, that I can shake all of my problems. Made it to the top in front of the bottom. Even though they want to see me starving, nights like this, I wish that I can shake all of my problems. Made it to the top in front of the bottom. But these niggas rather see me starving, nights like this.
Nights like this, nigga came up from a 20 goddamn double up. None of dog doing upright. Long flights gotta get right. Doing on cook-ups. Got a little bit of money. But it's promise. They keep on coming. Can't shake up for shit. I'm a little girl. She need them dollars. Little folks still watching. Old folks still talking. Bad bitch still talking. But I don't need them hoes. Cause the check, I still keep talking. Every time I get a gun come up, gotta kick out more. Gotta kick out more. But no on the road. All alone. Trying to get this dope. Cause I take dope. If my funds get low and the blow too slow, it's a draw. And my city can't get
on my prowler. Made it to the top in front of bottom. Even though they wanna see me starve at nights like this, I will. That I can shake all of my problems. Made it to the top in front of bottom. But these niggas rather see me starve at nights like this.
Man, shouts out to my peoples, them, my family, them young boy and Budlock. Make sure y'all go and subscribe out to their channel too. Plenty of music over there. I'm gonna keep it going, man, with some more McKin folks them from around here. As soon as this commercial goes up, you know what I mean, and it goes down.
BG to a quarter key, I've been popping, bro. IGD me, nigga, I've been hating left. I know cracking niggas, bracking niggas on that foolish shit. I still tap with killers, all the screamers, murder shit. BG to a quarter key, I've been popping, bro. IGD me, nigga, I've been hitting left. I know cracking niggas, bracking niggas on that foolish shit. I still tap with killers, all the screamers, murder shit.
OZ to a whole P, I had to make a flip. First time playing with the clean, I bought the whole brand.
I've been capping, nigga, taxing, nigga, all about the flip. Nigga said his money was to work, I ran off with that shit.
Get them shit for 22, I let you sign for 26. 31 is in the city, 28 for remakes.
2K for the rap bags, 40 for the run, stacks for the gas bags, 9 get more than one.
Tan, white, purple weed, and a brown bag, baby. Blue cheese on my purple jean, red bottom cakes.
DG on my belt, buckle Louis V, shoe, education in the kitchen. I never went to school.
BG to a quarter key, I've been popping, bro. IGD me, nigga, I've been hitting left. I know cracking niggas, bracking niggas on that foolish shit. I still tap with killers, all the screamers, murder shit. BG to a quarter key, I've been popping, bro. IGD me, nigga, I've been hitting left. I know cracking niggas, bracking niggas on that foolish shit. I still tap with killers, all the screamers, murder shit. Now it's Cali trips, saran wrap, I'm packaging, saran wrap the brick, ship it out, I'm taxing them.
DG with a quarter key, I hit a late. 654 ounce of crack till I bought a brick.
Alexander McQueen on my shoes when I'm stepping in. Gucci shade frames on my face when I'm checking in.
Come to kill trap, pat you down before they let you in. Kill ain't gon' go to war unless he got a vest on him.
20,000 turning 50,000, now it's 100,000. Everything for the cheap price, 20 bells allowed.
Stack for the clean, ain't holler for the play with. I don't give a fuck, cause I know you ain't gon' take shit.
Now I rock a little bit of ice, my diamond bling brown. And my money ain't taking shorts, Mr. Beam.
Back up on the scene now, cool, can't clean now. On my piece of juice, I ain't tryna go to Green Mile.
BG to a quarter key, I've been popping, bro. IGD me, nigga, I've been hitting left. I know cracking niggas, bracking niggas on that foolish shit. I still tap with killers, all the screamers, murder shit. BG to a quarter key, I've been popping, bro. IGD me, nigga, I've been hitting left. I know cracking niggas, bracking niggas on that foolish shit. I still tap with killers, all the screamers, murder shit.
Man, shouts out to McKin folks, them, man. I'm one of them boys, man. But you know, we're gonna keep it going, man. Sister Bethy, I didn't see yesterday when you asked me to play this again, but here you go.
That raw freestyle.
Hood news. Dandada.
We sideways. You can catch me sitting sideways. It's something pretty with the ratchet on me. I stay strapped because I always keep a package on me. Dirty, you get serious niggas down here. Y'all niggas had it up to now. This is my year. I'm dirty, moving coke through the turnpike. These niggas call me Michael Jackson cause they know the dawn turned white. I live the goon's life and move with the moonlight. 100 bricks in the dark will turn the room white. Greenville, we grinding around hill, sitting sideways with guns inside the diamonds, tails. Stuck your swag up, I only move with smart dudes. And my trap pump more than your heart do. Fish scale, yeah, I'm scarred for life. Slanging bricks in the jungle, I got a Tarzan price. Plus the money longer than the vines he swing on. While y'all niggas breaking buds, we cutting bells with the chainsaw. Dirty, that's the clip when the cop man carbon 15 got more drums than a rock band. Riding the drop man, I got plenty raw. White on white being the same color as some dinner floss. Fuck that fish scale, boo the big fish. I'm so breaded, you can call my money fish sticks. You can catch me sitting sideways and something pretty with the ratchet on me. I stay strapped because I always keep a package on me. Dirty, it gets serious, niggas die here. Y'all niggas had it up to now. This is my year. Okay. I'm dirty, and my eyes sitting real low. And the coupe doors up like I just kicked the field goal. And hop off in the Tahoe. I blow so much color purple, you can call me Hoppo. Y'all niggas can't get close to the dawn. Yeah, I got more straps than your mom's throw to the dogs. Bloody daughter make the fatal, homie. If I kill you, only way they find you is they gotta cut a couple gators open. I've been gangster since I've been born. And these pussies niggas phonier than a 3-cent coin. I'm up in the game. I blow your fucking head off. Chopper so big that I can pull my fucking leg off. Sitting sideways. I gotta kill the track. I swear to God, I got my white the opposite of black. This game been mine, and y'all trying to get it back. And plus, I love all y'all haters shit. Opposite of track, and I got a red flag, and I got a red hole, and I'm grinding off in China, so I'm getting red though. Fuck a little beaner, gotta whip a red roll, in the inside Rudolph, outside red nose. I keep talking money, you heard, I'm dead rich. That means I got more fish and bread than Jesus fed with. You can catch me sitting sideways. It's something pretty with the ratchet on me. I stay strapped. I always keep a package on me. Dirty, it gets serious. Niggas die here. Y'all niggas had it up to now. This is my year. Okay, homie. Dirty. Now shit's about to get wicked. And bullets jumping out the chopper like some motherfucking crickets. Greenville, that's my home, nigga. Dirty Hill. Ain't nothing for a nigga to get murdered here. I'm moving quick fast for this quick cash and keep a package on me like a nigga with a shit bag. Fresh out of jail, so the Don joined the Conway. Hit the runway and holler fam off in Conway. This the Don way, matter of fact the Don day. And I only move 2 blocks like a pawn play. This my day off and don't feel like touching nothing. But I got some cocaine that's jumping like she double dutching. You can catch me sitting sideways. Something pretty with the ratchet on me. I stay strapped, so I always keep a package on me. Every day, it gets serious, niggas die here. Y'all niggas had it up to now. This is my year.
Check him out.
Somebody put me on that smile and you got me blushing. You got me giggling. Grown man know the niggas don't know me. They don't know me. Goddamn, by the time you finish, listen to this, I'm gonna be that favorite rapper.
Dundada. Hood news.
Like, goddamn. Lord, I want to talk to you one time. Lord, you know you my nigga, right? They say you don't gotta come to you with no fancy prayers and all that shit. You know what's on my heart? Shit, I'm gonna tell you what's on my heart. Can you talk back to me? I'm just saying, man, please be all right with me. Cause this is my life. There's something wrong with how I'm living. Hey, BK, watch how I kill this bitch. Lord, I don't know why. Please, If I'm wrong, then Lord, forgive me. You said it's all right, okay? Now this is my life. Then what the fuck you worried about it? I ain't worried about it. Why the fuck y'all worried about it? I'm living. My destiny's what a cash is. Destiny's like a play, gotta be played to the last act. Matter of fact, survival was my forte. The name of the game is aggression. Fuck what the world say. My life is real. Can't look, I gotta die 9 times to live. Lord, please forgive my fuck continuous girl. Blowing purple, taking trips to the end of the world. Lord have mercy on my soul. I roll with an army. Blowing purple blunt so fat, they thought I was smoking Barney. Damu. I love it to death. Died as a pit bull. Riding around serving straight raw like a skint bull. I'm a hustler, but I leave you all dead. Mr. Clean Streets, cleaner than Mr. Clean Ball here. Plus I'm all red, blooded than a motherfucker. Married to the game, so I know the streets love me. Lord, when you judge, I know my jail is hell. I'm going down to Satan with my blow drove with scales. Me and Satan gonna sniff. I'm gonna blow the drove with my thug homies. We don't need no lighter. We in here, homie. Pull on it. Something wrong with how I'm living. Lord, I don't know why. Please, if I'm wrong, then Lord, forgive me. Lord, can you talk to me one time? Check this out right here, though. Check this out. Now, Father, who art in heaven, please save your son. Bless me, Father, for I thank you. I ain't trying to burn. Son, you give your soul to me. You have eternal life. No more worried about the struggle. You will finally see the light. Lord, I prayed every day, but the pain don't end. Prayed before I went to court and wound up in the pen. My beloved child, faith is how the blessing come in. You gotta believe in your heart. I sent my son to die for your sin. I don't know. I don't get it, Lord. Talk to me. How can I have faith in something I just can't see? This is a small example, son. Listen very closely. You can't see oxygen, but you believe you can breathe. Help me, God. See my situation I'm facing, got me encasing, embracing. In hell is where you gonna place me. I give you blessing and lesson. You take my message for granted. Disrespecting my essence. I can't have you in heaven. Lord, you say you forgive for everything, and I know you don't lie. If you forgive them, why we still go to heaven when we die? That's a good one, Randry, because I do forgive for everything, but if you keep doing the same, then I'm forgiving in vain. My life. And I know I'm doing dirt, Lord. Only got a couple bricks. Forgive me while I give them all. Forgive you for the hair run. Forgive you for that little charge. Forgive you for that hair run. I knew you'd be a dope boy. I believe in. Thank you one more time. I had to give you a piece of my mind. If I'm wrong, then Lord, forgive me. Yo, this is my life. Just talk to the Lord one time. I want some grown man shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, man. Shouts out to my dog, El Poco Don, man. You know what I mean? Live in peace, my dog. Greenville, South Carolina. Stand up. Shouts out to everybody who done pull up in here, man. Straight smoke. What's going on, man? Peace to you and yours, my G. How you?
Man, I'm good, OTK, man. Thanks for everything you do as always, man. You know how we do. You know how we do. It's always a good time being around you, talking to you. Salute to everybody in the chat. Peace and power. Peace and power. But ultimately, much love and respect.
Facts, man. Because that's what it's all about, man. Not but family up in here, except for one person. I don't know whether or not he's trying to be smart or he's not trying to, or he's trying to cause confusion or asking real questions or what. If you're willing to ask real questions, I'll drop the link right now and you can come ask those same questions that you asked in the chat, but just be ready to get asked questions back. You know what I'm talking about? Word. But let me do this right here, man. Shout out to everybody in this community, man.
Say I'm hustling and I'm grinding. I'm making moves with my money on my mind, and I can't fall short. No, always keep it down, slow mo. Say I'm hustling and I'm grinding. I'm making moves with my money on my mind, and I can't fall short. No, always keep it down, slow mo.
Man, shouts out to everybody out there in the community, man. You know, man. Shouts out and love for y'all, the ones who open the door and the ones who are still containing to do what they do. You know what I mean? Sister Bethy was scalping, Queen Scout today. You know what I'm talking about? Real life scalping. I mean, guillotine might have been a dismemberment. Yeah, that's what it was, a dismemberment. That's what happened today over there at Smoke Signal. If y'all missed that, man, please go and watch that. It was classic. It was classic, man. But shouts out to all y'all, man. And check it, man. If y'all got a Fire Stick, if y'all don't got a Fire Stick, y'all tired of paying them high cable bills and shit, just get you an internet package and then do this.
Welcome to Bridge 3 TV, where simplicity starts and quality TV begins. In this ever-changing digital world, quality TV is just a step away. Minimizing bills for the things we want and the things that we need on a daily basis is something we all want. In order to save money and cut that cable bill, get an Amazon Fire Stick. Go to the app downloader and download the NetGo app. We offer a free 3-day trial and much more at a fraction of the cost for other streaming platforms. Use our free promo code to navigate our service and see if you would like it. Text 502-325-2921 for additional information and details. Enjoy your TV the way you want to.
Yeah, man, make sure y'all do that. You know what I'm talking about? You got a Fire Stick, or if you don't got a Fire Stick, get your Fire Stick, get you some internet, and all you got to do is holler at him. And when you do that, if you text OTK or Open the Knowledge in it, you already get a $3 trial. And if the 3-day trial, if you decide to keep it, use my name. Once you use my name, you get a Father Mo discount. And once you use my name, that also lets let Bridge know that if y'all decide to cancel it and he can't figure out the problem or something like that, and y'all decide to cancel it, I'll pay y'all last month bill to him for y'all. So all hearts and all minds can be clear. You know what I mean? And we can just keep on rolling with life, and we don't have no stigmata or no stigma about that. Shouts out to American Isness, them boys, man. All my females, all my American Indian females out there, all my Aboriginal females out there, man. Shouts out to y'all, man. Dots. Oh, okay, this Dots. Okay, Dots, I got you. Here you go.
What it look like, man?
You know what it is.
Man, I feel the same way you feel about
Word.
I just don't want to
I
rush,
can't
man. I just want to take it one day at a time.
Me too.
That way we reach the highest point of friendship.
What's the highest point? Let me know.
Then whether you know how far to take this flight.
That's what I'm talking
Word.
about.
Like just jump in the plane and fly and then know where you're going
Why
first.
not?
Just chill, baby. Just got you.
We don't have to rush, baby, we can chill. Just be patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life. Come on, let me show you. We don't have to rush, baby, we can chill. Let's just be patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life. Come on, let me show you.
See, you don't have to rush. Baby girl, be patient. Anticipation of love making. Got your legs shaking. See, every time I'm next to you, I feel your heart beat faster. But yet you try to hide behind your smile and your laughter. See, money's what I'm after, so all I do is chill. I'm out here on the grind. I'm trying to see a meal. You never seen this good life? Well, come on, let me show you. You never had a real hug? Well, come on, let me hold you. This life I lead is troublesome. You win some, you lose some. You lost one, then gain one. You want some, come get some. See, everything you want, you need, I got you. Even though you don't know me, I don't know you, baby, I got you. That's just how it goes to me. Rather have you next to me, never in front or back of me. You look good beside me, but we take it there. It's some things you need to know. We don't have to rush, baby, we can take it slow.
We don't have to rush, baby, we can chill. Just be patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life. Come on, let me show you. We don't have to rush, baby, we can chill. Let's just be patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life. Come on, let me show you. show you.
Say if you like me, it's what you want. I ain't about games, I'm trying to front. See something that you want, then get it. Ice cream man always deliver, never late. I come on time. Tell me, girl, what's your room size? Sitting here, watch you visualize. I can't lie, see it in your eyes. Fantasize, I mean you all day, all night. Let me strap your seatbelt on before we take this flight. You know I'm helicopter high. Baby, you know I'm on a wide, baby, we can vibe. And that's just how it is. El Blizzo keep it realer than all the rest is. And don't compare me to them other dudes. I act a fool with my tool. Lock it down, just for you. You got a man, you can keep him too. I don't want him, I want you. Got a couple friends, but I got a couple too. Just let me know, girl, what you gon' do. And we can keep it on the low, long as you know, baby, just take it.
We don't have to run, baby, we can chill. Just keep patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life. Come on, let me show you. We don't have to run, baby, we can chill. Let's just be patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life. Come on, let me show you.
Yeah, man. Shouts out to Straight Smoke, man, for all the visual work, man. Appreciate you, bro. Always and always more. You know what I mean? It's hard you know what I mean?
That's what we do, bro. That's what we do.
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
I was saying that's what we do. That's what we do. And if anybody need any printing services, I do that as well. If you need anything printed, labels, books, anything of that nature, we do that as well. We are all about helping everyone that wants to complete and attain their dream. So don't think that you have to settle for less. Why not go and get you the best? Let's go.
Ooh. Finishing history. Fire. Let me see, man. I think I'm gonna start off this right here. Start it back from the beginning. Hold on. I think today I'm gonna start with this right here, man. These crooked ass people, since they was on shows all day, trying to figure out who the hell people is. You know what I mean?
There is electromagnetic
trying to figure out who we is and wanting us to tell them who we is so they can find out who we is. Well, this is some of the people who y'all are.
Recently, I was able to read the book Killers of the Flower Moon by David Grann. I had not heard about it previously, but I saw it at a bookstore and bought it because it was about the 1920s. I found out later that not only was it acclaimed, it is also currently being made into a film by none other than Martin Scorsese, so the story is especially relevant now. This is a story involving Native Americans, oil, conspiracy, and murder, and it's going to be a wild ride.
Yeah, Sister Beth. Yeah, Sister Bethy. Since they don't want to tell you who they is, they don't know. That's all they ever say. They don't know. They can't trace for so far. Just like they African American, or he can only trace for so far neither. But American Indian can go back and back and back until he finds his nation or his tribe or his chieftain.
In the early 1920s, the Osage tribe in Oklahoma was in a unique position, to say the least. Like so many other Native American tribes, they had been forced off of their land during the Indian Wars of the previous century and sent to live on a reservation in the middle of nowhere, on land that seemingly provided nothing of real value, until one time it did. The Osage negotiated with the US government over their tribal lands, which resulted in an agreement that the Osage would have the right.
Oh yeah, Mama Bethy, we know who the Osage is. We know who they is too. I just want to show these devilish ass motherfuckers who was on that panel with you today. Since they don't know who they is, I just want to let them know. Because you the same motherfucker just like these motherfuckers right here who kill and try to take over shit.
Rights to any minerals, including oil, gas, and coal, that were found on the land. Of course, it was expected that there would not be anything useful. A lot had developed in the US in the nearly 50 years since the Osage had begun living on their Oklahoma reservation.
All right, so let me ask y'all this. Anybody from Oklahoma, can y'all tell me what tribe was there before this tribe got moved there and got granted this land as a reservation? What tribe was there that got moved out? Can anybody tell me from Oklahoma or anything like that? I like to stick with the people who know their state and who know their history or whatever about their state. Please let me know.
One of the biggest changes was the massive boom of the automobile industry. To fuel this industrial monster, a lot of oil was needed, and the Osage got very, very lucky. A huge amount of oil had been discovered on their land, which was now their legal property, and it seemed like there could be no blatant violation of property rights by the white man as in the past. The Osage became very wealthy, leasing the land to white people to get the oil, and the money was distributed to all members of the tribe. The Osage enjoyed a high standard of living, in sharp contrast with other Native American tribes on other reservations, even having white servants under their Osage employers, reversing the racial hierarchy that had been established and perpetuated in the rest of the country. Even compared to well-off white people, their newfound wealth was staggering. However, there was a catch. Most Osage tribe members were considered legally incapable of handling such a large amount of money, for no other reason except that the fact that they were seen as ignorant Indians. This required them to have someone, almost always a white man, oversee their finances. They couldn't always freely purchase things, though many still bought things like automobiles. Although there were exploitative overseers, there were also white allies of the Osage, who were considered protectors in a sense. One of these people was William Hale, a former cowboy who had been with the Osage since before the oil boom, and was probably the biggest benefactor in the community. He often donated large amounts of money to schools and the local hospital. Hale called himself a friend of the Osage, and signed his name with the title Reverend at the beginning, not because he was ordained, but because he was such a positive influence on the community. A few Osage women who had married white men thought themselves fortunate because at least their overseer was their own spouse. These men were a bit less colorful than Hale, but were also seen as reliable for the safety of the Osage's financial interests. Among the Osage was Anna Brown, a young woman recently divorced from her white husband. Anna took her share of the oil money and lived the quintessential flapper life, dancing at parties all night and going to clubs, and she had also developed a liking for bootleg liquor. While her lifestyle was slightly looked down on by older tribe members, there didn't seem to be too much harm in it.
Join large-scale battles with military vehicles. The online action game War Thunder has received a major update.
In May 1921, Anna went missing. At first, the family assumed or hoped that she had simply gone out on a lengthy dancing and drinking binge, perhaps in a city in a different state. But that theory was dashed when, on May 27th, about a week after she had gone missing, her badly decomposed body was discovered near a creek, blackened, bloated, and worm-infested. Upon autopsy, it was discovered that Anna had been shot in the back of the head with a small firearm from above, execution style. The only evidence that had been found at the scene was a bottle that had probably contained illegal alcohol and 2 sets of tire tracks. Anna had two living sisters, Molly and Rita. A third sister had died years before from a strange illness. Molly was married to a white man named Ernest Burkhart, and Rita to an Osage man named Bill Smith. Their mother, Lizzie, was of an old breed, who was suspicious of the newfound wealth and more content to continue with the ancient traditions of the Osage. Despite Anna's rather reckless modern lifestyle, she had been Lizzie's favorite daughter. Less than 2 months after Anna's death, Lizzie would also die, many thinking it was from heartbreak. Very shortly before Anna's disappearance, a young Osage man named Charles Whitehorn had also been found dead, with 2 bullet holes in his head. In February, some months later, an Osage man named William Stepson also died unexpectedly, and things would only get stranger from there. Between March and August 1922, 3 more people related to the Osage community died suddenly and mysteriously. The third was a white man sent to Washington, D.C. as a representative of the Osage to investigate the string of murders on the Osage lands. His body was found naked, and he had been stabbed nearly 24 times. In February 1923, another body was found, a 40-year-old Osage man named Henry Roan, whose car was found at the bottom of a ravine, and he had a bullet hole in the back of his head. More than 2 decades before, he had been briefly married to Molly Burkhart, but that wouldn't be the last connection to Molly in this story. Shortly after this murder, Molly's last sister, Rita, and her husband, Bill Smith's house blew up at 3 in the morning, killing Rita and a young white female servant. Bill survived the initial blast, but after going in and out of consciousness for 4 days, he died at a hospital. It's likely that Bill had been targeted because he had been very outspoken about catching the murderers of the previous killings. In less than 2 years, Molly's last 2 sisters were brutally murdered, and her mother had also died. Now, it was considered whether her mother had actually been poisoned. By this point, this series of connected murders were being called the Osage Reign of Terror. Things were not helped by the complete failure of local law enforcement and politicians. The local sheriff had been ousted from his position for failing to uphold the law and letting bootleggers operate in the area. Initial outside investigators were often corrupt, with one being caught colluding with known criminals and accepting bribes. Even the governor of Oklahoma, Jack C. Walton, couldn't be relied on. He was impeached out of office after serving for less than a year for accepting under-the-table contributions from an oil man. There was, however, one white man who was determined to find out who was murdering all of the people in and around the Osage tribe. This man was W. W. Vaughn, an upstanding local citizen and attorney, who had been secretly collecting evidence on his own. In June 1923, he was summoned to the bedside of a nephew of a famous Osage chief, who was dying in a hospital from an apparent poisoning. After making the trek, partly by train, Vaughn was able to get there in time. The dying Osage man specifically chose Vaughn to tell him what he knew about who poisoned him. Vaughn wrote down all that the man said, and seemed satisfied that this new information was a big break in the case. But after Vaughn hopped on the next train back, he was never seen again. About 2 days later, his body was found beside the railway tracks, having been thrown from the moving train and his neck broken. To make things even stranger, his secret stash of evidence had been cleared out. Vaughn left behind a wife and 10 children, who were all supported by the Osage, though still lived in poverty for a long time. I haven't mentioned all of the murders individually, but by this point, 24 Osage tribe members had been killed, along with a few white men who had tried to help them or had possible inside information. Then there was also the revelation that Anna Brown had been pregnant at the time of her death. Things were already out of hand, and the terror was widespread in the Osage community. People were suddenly dying everywhere, and no one really knew why. It seemed that the killer or killers were omniscient. If someone knew something, they would be hunted down and murdered without the killers leaving a detectable trace. And local authorities had been effectively frightened into inaction, having received multiple threatening anonymous messages. The Osage needed something bigger than local or even state support, and they eventually received it from the relatively new Bureau of Investigation, which later became the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The Osage murders had gone all the way up to J. Edgar Hoover himself. The lead investigator on the case was Tom White, a former Texas Ranger with a very perceptive mind. Only months after White took up the case, progress seemed to be going well. The investigation also involved a number of undercover agents who tried to befriend suspects and glean information from them casually. First, White was suspicious about the fact that the bullet that had killed Anna Brown had never been found, despite there being no exit wound. The local doctors, the Schoen brothers, claimed that they had searched the inside of Brown's head. White believed they had purposely disposed of the evidence. Then it was discovered that the brothers had talked privately with Bill Smith as he was languishing on his deathbed in the hospital. It turned out that they were trying to get Smith to sign legal papers giving one of the brothers the rights to his Osage wife's estate. This was taken as evidence of the widespread and sleazy financial and legal corruption involving Osage finances, but that did not necessarily connect to the murders. This led to a wider investigation of the extensive corruption. It was discovered that judges appointed those who had supported them during elections as overseers of Osage tribe members as a reward. When an overseer funneled Osage money into their own pockets and the case went to the local judge, the case was ignored. Many overseers and judges were in cahoots in this way. During the investigation into this part of the case, White found a trail of insurance policies and financial documents, some of which had been illegally altered, and this trail led directly to one man, William Hale, the so-called friend of the Osage. It also became an important fact that Molly's husband, Ernest Burkhart, and his brother Brian were Hale's nephews, and were said to be fiercely loyal to him to the point of being his minions. It soon became apparent what the motive was. Perhaps unsurprisingly, it was the Osage's wealth. The fact that many of these murders seemed to surround Molly Burkhart and her family was also no coincidence. White discovered that Hale was funneling individual tribe members' shares of the Osage Mineral Trust to Molly Burkhart's family. Then, with those family members dead, the shares would go to Molly herself.
This is how I used to dress 6 months ago. And this is me now. And it's all thanks to my Stitch Fix stylist. Big shout out to my stylist, Angela, for helping me find my personal style and my confidence for this year. All I had to do was fill out a style quiz. It asked me different things like my fit preference, any troubles I have while shopping, styles that I like, and styles that I don't like. It even asked me for my budget for different items. I told my stylist I want to get suited and booted, but in a comfortable way. And she encourages me to.
These shares in the Mineral Trust were inherited by another tribe member, though it was possible to pass them down to others not part of the tribe. This could be accomplished easily if a tribe member was married to an outsider. If this was a white person, then they could act as the overseer of the finances and also inherit the shares upon the tribe member's death. And who was the overseer of Molly's finances? None other than her husband, Ernest Burkhart, the unusually loyal nephew of William Hale. And if Molly died, all of the accumulated money would go straight to him. Tom White believed he had the culprits. Now it was just a matter of getting enough evidence to take them down. For this, White had to talk with local criminals, who it was rumored Hale had collaborated with for some of the murders. First was a young outlaw named Dick Gregg. Gregg had been a member of the outlaw Al Spencer's gang before Spencer was gunned down by a lawman in September 1923. In exchange for reduced jail time, Gregg recalled that Hale had approached him and Spencer about killing Bill and Rita Smith for a hefty sum of money. Spencer had refused, saying that he didn't believe in murdering a woman for money, and Gregg agreed with his leader. It also became apparent to White that many of the criminals and bootleggers that Hale had supposedly worked with later died under mysterious circumstances. Moreover, the undercover agents uncovered a network of local white men secretly in league with Hale, tipping him off about the activities of others. And White knew that Hale knew he was getting closer. Hale began giving away more money to locals, trying to further cement his reputation as a friend of the Osage, while he was possibly plotting more of their murders. Then there was another promising lead. A criminal in jail named Bert Lawson claimed to have information about the Smith murders. In an interview with White, he said that Hale had approached him with an offer to blow up the Smith's house, which he did, and he directly implicated Ernest Burkhart. Meanwhile, Molly Burkhart had become reclusive, which Ernest blamed on her worsening diabetes. But there was more to it than that, it seemed. A local priest became concerned when Molly, an avid churchgoer, stopped attending services. He also heard rumors that she was being held against her will. The priest received a secret message from Molly, who said she believed someone was trying to poison her. Knowing that poisoned liquor had been a common MO for the murders, the priest was able to send a secret message back to her, telling her not to drink any liquor that was offered. But even with that information, her condition was apparently getting worse. Then there was the realization that the insulin shots she was receiving from local doctors, including the previously mentioned Schoen brothers, might be poisoned. The worried priest broke the convention of secrecy between priest and parishioner and divulged the information to White. White acted fast and secured warrants for the arrests of Hale and Burkhart, despite not having all that much direct evidence. But Molly was in very grave danger. Since agents with the Bureau of Investigation could not arrest anyone themselves, they were assisted by local law enforcement, which, oddly enough, included the formerly disgraced local sheriff who had miraculously been re-elected to office. But to really be able to prove Hale and Burkhart's guilt, White and his team desperately needed more evidence. Another local criminal named Blackie Thompson, who was serving time for murdering a police officer, told White that Hale and Burkhart had also approached him about killing Bill and Rita Smith. This evidence was far more reliable than what Lawson had said, since he was promised reduced jail time. Because Thompson's crime was so severe, White had already told him that a reduced sentence was impossible, so it seemed he had less reason for an ulterior motive. Though it should be noted that Thompson had previously been used as an undercover informant in the same case previously, but had escaped and went on a crime spree, which is when he murdered that police officer. White had singled out Burkhart for questioning rather than Hale. Ernest, being the follower, was more likely to spill his guts under pressure than the calm and collected Hale. Ernest Burkhart had not willingly given any useful information about his or Hale's role in the murders, and it didn't seem like he would budge. Thompson was brought under armed guard to meet with Burkhart face to face. Thompson said he had told White everything. After this meeting, Burkhart was visibly shaken, and it wasn't long afterward that Ernest Burkhart confessed. He confirmed that Lawson had been lying, so it was fortunate for White that he had gotten testimony from Thompson. Molly Burkhart had been transferred to a hospital, where her health rapidly improved, adding more fuel to the theory that she was being poisoned through her insulin treatment. White believed the Schoen brothers had been a part of the job, but he couldn't prove it, and neither of them confessed to anything. Importantly, in his confession, Ernest Burkhart included a man named John Ramsey in the conspiracy, who turned out to be the much sought-after gunman of Henry Roan, and possibly other murders as well. Despite his risky confession, Molly refused to believe her husband had been involved in any of the killings. Then there was the next hurdle, the trial. William Hale had many connections, among locals and among local and state government officials. Due to Hale's behind-the-scenes meddling, it was decided that the case would be tried by the state of Oklahoma, where he had more influence, rather than a federal court, which would normally have applied to tribal lands. Then things got worse for White. Before Ernest could present his important witness testimony, Hale's attorney successfully coerced him into agreeing to delay his testimony for 1 day, which the judge agreed to. The next time he took the stand, he retracted his statements against Hale, and claimed, along with Hale and Ramsey, that he was coerced and tortured by White and his agents, and that he was forced to confess. This left White's best witness as Kelsey Morrison, a local criminal whose loyalty had flip-flopped between the federal agents and Hale. Morrison still testified against Hale, but his history didn't make him a very reliable key witness. But just when things were looking bad for the prosecution, something unexpected happened. Ernest Burkhart came around again. Burkhart had secretly spoken with the prosecuting attorney, ditching Hale's defense attorney and hiring his own lawyer, and changed his plea from not guilty to guilty. He also confirmed that White and his agents had not coerced or abused him, Hale, or Ramsey. Then the Supreme Court decided that the murder of Henry Roan had occurred on tribal lands, and therefore the case would be sent to a federal court, where Hale had far less power. Even though Ernest Burkhart was sentenced to life in prison plus hard labor, he reportedly looked relieved, like he had finally purged the guilty demons from his conscience. After there were fairly reliable reports that at least one juror had been bribed and that one witness had been threatened with death by Hale's defense attorney, the judge dismissed the jury and a new one was assembled. These reports were later confirmed, though the prosecution decided not to charge the defense attorney with obstruction of justice in order to not delay the current trial against Hale and Ramsey. There were understandable concerns that an all-white jury would not care about the murder of Indians, but the new jury found Hale and Ramsey guilty of first-degree murder for the killing of Henry Roan. Although the usual punishment was execution, they were instead sentenced to life in prison. Whether that means they got off too lightly is up to you. The next year came the trial for Anna Brown's murder. Ernest's brother, Brian Burkhart, was given immunity so he would testify against Kelsey Morrison, who had once again switched his loyalty to Hale. Brian testified that he had helped get Anna drunk and held her in place while Morrison shot her. And that's where the trials ended. While the culprits had not been tried for all of the victims' murders, they had been caught and would be punished. Despite all of the bumps in the road during the investigation and the prejudice that many involved had towards Native Americans, in the end, the federal justice system hadn't completely failed this time, as it had so many other times in the past. After the onset of the Great Depression, the Osage wealth in oil rapidly decreased as the oil was depleted, and eventually led to the abandonment or near abandonment of many of these Oklahoma boomtowns. The Osage could no longer be rich without working. There's a cruel and bitter irony in all of this. The Osage were killed for their money. Then when the murder plot was solved and the culprits punished, there was no more money. It was almost as if they had died for no reason, not even one as selfish and greedy as material wealth. Before this video ends, let's take a quick look at what happened to the main players in this case in the following years. First, Molly Burkhart, the most tortured person in this whole story. Her last two siblings had been brutally murdered. Her mother had died shortly afterward. Her husband had committed the ultimate betrayal. And, during the trials, her 4-year-old daughter had died. It's difficult to imagine putting yourself in any situation that even remotely reaches such levels of pain.
Eve to me is basically freedom. It's a giant open universe where you can do whatever you want. You can have really relaxed, slow-paced stuff where you can take it easy.
After the trial for the murder of her sister, Anna, she finally came to the hard realization that Ernest was telling the truth, that he had assisted in the murder plot that claimed her family and friends. Her affection and trust for him quickly evaporated, and she quickly divorced him. Unfortunately, her 2 surviving children were stigmatized for the rest of their lives for their blood relation to Ernest, now considered one of the most hated people in the community. And it was something that they couldn't possibly escape from. Molly married another man in 1928, and by all accounts, it was a happy marriage. In 1931, Molly was finally able to be legally deemed competent to manage her own finances, and became a full American citizen. She died 6 years later in 1937, at the age of 50. Tom White left the Bureau of Investigation shortly after the conclusion of the Osage murder case, going on to become the warden of Leavenworth Prison in Kansas, where one of his prisoners was none other than William Hale. In 1931, White was nearly killed when rioting prisoners kidnapped him at gunpoint, took him away for leverage, and ended up shooting him point blank with a shotgun and left him for dead in a ditch. But miraculously, White survived, though had a limp left arm for the rest of his life. He later became the warden of another prison. He died in 1971 at the ripe age of 90. William Hale, the evil kingpin in all of this, believe it or not, was actually released from prison in 1947 after serving 20 years at Leavenworth due to good behavior and being a model prisoner. He lived more than a decade as a free man, though he wasn't allowed to go to Oklahoma. He died in 1962 at the age of 87. Even while in prison, he had still referred to himself as a true friend of the Osage people and never admitted to orchestrating any of the killings. Ernest Burkhart, perhaps the most complex character in this story, was released from prison in 1937, but was sent back for reportedly robbing an Osage home. He was released again in 1959, and was barely able to get an official pardon from the state of Oklahoma in 1965, which allowed him to live in the state again. He moved back to Osage County, then moved again to another county nearby. He lived more or less destitute in a trailer until he died in 1986 at the age of 94. Brian Burkhart, Ernest's brother, who had also assisted in at least one of the murders, died in 1985 at the age of 86. For some reason, I couldn't find any information on John Ramsey after he was paroled in 1947, the same time as William Hale. Dick Gregg, the outlaw who had testified that Hale had asked him to kill Bill and Rita Smith, was shot and killed after he murdered 2 Tulsa policemen in 1929. A similar fate awaited Blackie Thompson, the outlaw that implicated Ernest Burkhart, when he was also killed by lawmen in 1934. Understandably, many in the Osage Nation were upset that Hale, Burkhart, and Ramsey didn't serve out their life sentences, and believed this to be a severe lack of the maintenance of justice from the same justice system that had so rightfully convicted them in the first place. Despite the severity and cold-bloodedness of the Osage murders, the case has been largely forgotten outside of the Osage community for over a century, but it looks like that is about to change. As I mentioned at the beginning of this video, one book titled Killers of the Flower Moon focused on the case and was well received. It was published in 2017 by journalist and author David Grann, and suddenly sparked more interest in the case. And right now, as I speak, a movie based on the story is being made, directed by Martin Scorsese, and starring Leonardo DiCaprio as Ernest Burkhart and Robert De Niro as William Hale. I'm very interested in how this film will turn out, since I'm a big fan of Scorsese and his collaborations with Leo and De Niro. Just like the Bath School Massacre, this story needs to be told, despite the upsetting content, especially because they have been so wrongly forgotten. And while I didn't talk about it in this video, there are still many unanswered questions in the Osage murder case. The main one surrounding the other murders no one was charged for, and whether or not they're related to William Hale. David Grann dug up some of the old case files and notes from private detectives, and they do seem to indicate that there might have been murders isolated from Hale's scheme, for example that of Charles Whitehorn. Though the motive for his and the other deaths would almost certainly have been the same, their shares in the mineral trust. Hale was only proven to be connected to the killings of Anna Brown, Henry Roan, and Bill and Rita Smith, and perhaps indirectly to that of W. W. Vaughn. The extent of his plot might never be fully uncovered, but it doesn't change the fact that he was still a cold-blooded murderer, whether or not he did the deeds himself. He took the lives of innocent people just for their money. It's also unknown exactly how many victims there were in total, Hale's or otherwise, since any death that was even slightly suspicious could have been related. Any sudden, unexpected, or mysterious deaths in the general vicinity could possibly be included in the total count, but it's likely too late to connect them now. And there are others that might never have even been discovered. If some of the other murders aren't related to Hale, and this does seem to be the case, that would just be another glimpse into the extent of the dark depths of human nature and greed, and the troubles that great wealth can bring. The elders of the tribe had probably been right to be suspicious. The prospect of amassing a fortune without doing any actual work had driven people to do horrific things. If it hadn't been for the oil and the money, perhaps none of this would have ever happened to the Osage. I really hope you enjoyed this video. I highly recommend David Grann's book, Killers of the Flower Moon, so you should really check it out. It's not a super dense read, and it's a rare instance of a well-researched history book that is also a page-turner. The man really has a knack for striking that balance. And I hope you're looking forward to the movie as much as I am. Well, anyway, that's all for now, all you sheiks and gals out there, but stay tuned for more tales from the Jazz Age.
Straight, you still here, man?
Oh
yeah, man. How y'all like that out there in the chat, man? You know what I mean? Y'all think that was pretty good, man? I love information. I love American history, period. You know what I mean? I love American history, period, man. It's a lot of shit that was going on. Go ahead, bro.
What year did J. Edgar Hoover get in office?
J. Edgar Hoover, he didn't get into office.
He became the head of the FBI. What year did J. Edgar Hoover get in office?
He started the FBI with Kennedy.
No.
What happened?
No, that's not true.
Well, damn, why you gonna ask me a fucking question if you know the answer?
No,
I hate
I'm trying
when
to.
people do that, man. I hate
Hold
when
on, just hear me. Just hear me out. I can't remember what year, because I can't remember what year he was granted.
What year did the FBI start? That's what you want to know?
No, I'm trying to figure out, when did J. Edgar Hoover get into the position? I can't remember.
He started the FBI, bro.
No, he didn't.
What do you mean he get in position? He's the starter of the FBI.
No.
He's the founder.
Okay.
Yeah, he's the founder.
I don't know about that one, but okay.
Well, tell me otherwise, bro. Tell me otherwise. The fucking FBI really came out to fucking research the fucking CIA. Because Prescott Bush, them boys, been done start the CIA. So the FBI was the counterintelligence group that was found really to be with them, to watch the CIA. But then, you know, it started getting into where he started getting dirt on everybody and shit like this, you know, murders, shit, Mississippi burning, shit like that. You know, Hoover them boys was there. But I mean, I don't know nothing else before Hoover with the FBI, bro. You know
Yeah, it was a total of at least 2 or 3 people before Hoover became.
All right, and what was this organization called?
It wasn't the FBI. It was, I can't remember the fucking name. I wish I don't have my laptop, man. Damn.
All right, bro. Your question was when was the FBI started? When was Hoover put into place, and when was the FBI started? So I was just telling you what FBI started. You know what I mean?
I understand.
FBI started.
I understand. I apologize. My bad, dude.
All right. Yeah. Hold on. Let me find out. Now, I don't know about that group before the FBI, bro, except for the CIA. You know what I mean? That's all I know. But let me ask you real quick. When was the FBI started and by who? The Department of Justice started something like in 1908. Bonaparte. That's the group you're talking about?
Like I said, I can't remember offhand, bro. I just know that
Yeah,
J. Edgar Hoover
it was a special agents to be the investigative force of the Department of Justice. The FBI evolved from this small group. So yeah, that would probably be who you're talking about then.
Did you if you could real quick look up predecessor of J. Edgar Hoover. Predecessor of J. Edgar Hoover. That guy was a beast.
Who's the predecessor
that guy was
of
a
J.
beast.
Edgar Hoover?
Right.
Calvin Coolidge?
Was a fucking beast.
Oh, okay. See, you're talking about the BOA.
There you go.
The BOA. Yeah, that wasn't the FBI. See, you asked me the FBI now. You know what I mean? I know the FBI was who. You know what I mean? But yeah, the BOA, his predecessor, Calvin Coolidge, appointed Hoover as director of the BOA, the predecessor to the FBI in 1924.
Correct. That's what I was trying to drive at. There was always
W.J.
someone.
Burns.
Yes, another
W.J. Burns. And that was it wasn't the
1906.
FBI though. See, it wasn't the FBI. It was just the Bureau of Investigation. But William Burns, who was his predecessor, was before Hoover. I think.
That's what I'm saying. It was people before the FBI became the FBI. It was called something else, and those people.
The Bureau of Investigation. You had the director,
BOI, right?
Yeah, the BOI. Yeah, the BOI.
Oh boy. Oh
yeah.
boy.
Yeah. Now see the BOI. Now you know they got their own little history. You see what I'm saying? They got their own little history now.
Because the reason I'm bringing this up because I'm listening to the video, correct? And the one thing that stood out to me was one thing. If they knew that these people had oral mineral rights, right? Who are the people that? Well, they was trying to show you who are the people that was trying to obtain these mineral rights. But we all know. All we have to do is go look at who owns that same land rights right now. It's all you have to do. Those rights don't get passed like a lot of people think. And it's a paper trail to everything, because those documents have to have oil rights, oil mineral rights papers and documents are always signed off on, every stitch of them. I have not seen none that was not signed off on. So I want to know what particular area this was, because this will show who has those rights right now. Because obviously they was attained by some kind of fraudulent activity, wouldn't you say?
Yes. So check it. Just like I said, so the Bureau of Investigation, like I said, was founded to try to find out who these spies was, because they had all these different groups. You had the Secret Service, you had the spies, you got the Black Cabinets, you got all kind of shit now, you know what I mean? So you got people performing that's doing espionage, you know what I mean? So that's who they came out to watch, and then later it turned into people with the FBI. It turned into people, and they took that shit to a whole nother level. Man, shouts out to Big Dog Philly OG, man. He coming in a little bit, man. Shouts out to him, man. Definitely.
Hey,
definitely.
girly girl.
What's up, baby
Hello?
girl? Tell your mama I said hi.
Ignorant motherfucker. Ignorant motherfucker. He said,
This ridiculous. How are y'all doing this evening?
We doing good, girly girl. How you and the family, man? How
how
mom
you doing?
She's good. She's hanging in there. Yep. Okay, so I was calling about this. What is it? What's the name
You
of
was
this movie
calling, or
again?
you calling, or
I
you
am.
came up? Yeah, you
I
calling?
came up.
Oh.
I'm on my phone, so that's why I was like, let me. All right. So remember, I was telling you. I don't know if I was telling you about my family's the rights. So when I went to, because I never knew from the beginning that the two things went together. I just knew that we had this land. I just knew that my grandmother, let's say that. I didn't know if it was hers by herself, it was hers with her sisters. But of course, over the years, things sort of get revealed to you, and then you find out. But I found out maybe in the last 5 years what it actually was all about, and how the family acquired it and whatever, and blah blah blah. So it was given to, like, a portion of it was given to my great grandfather. He got 160 acres, and then his siblings got land as well. And I just found that out maybe about 2 weeks ago. So when I went to look, because at this point I'm trying to figure out, okay, so supposedly he was he was an Indian. This is like back in the day when I'm really trying to figure all this out. I'm saying, okay, he was an Indian. What kind of Indian was he? That kind of stuff. So as I'm doing the research, I'm looking for things with his name on it, because that's what everybody wants to see. You want to see something that says this person belongs to this land, this Indian land. That's just what people want to see. So when I go to the Bureau of Land, whatever, of Indian land, they have some other guy down as who he has been given the land, or he has rights over the land. It was done maybe in 1934, maybe, but it was after my grandfather acquired the land, and his name is only on his deed. It's not on his siblings' deeds. When I went back and I looked at it, so I discovered that he was a custodian over the land, that they gave him rights over it to be able to manage it. So he sold it. There's like a subdivision on a piece of it. But all of the mineral rights, all of the lithium deposits that they're searching for at this point, the oil, all of that belongs to the family. And like occasionally they'll come by and they'll like, cause since my grandmother's gone, they'll ask my mother, hey, we want to drill, that kind of stuff. And can we, we think we found some oil. And sometimes, a lot of times they're not actually drilling on the property. They're drilling so they can get to some other property. But the access point is on our property. So that's where the drilling is going to take place. So they'll write, or they'll call, and they'll tell you how much money they're going to offer you if they find whatever they're looking for at the time or whatever. But my question is, at this sense, I'm trying to figure out what exactly was going on with her husband in this in whatever was going on, because it doesn't make sense to me. I guess maybe they had more access, or there was more minerals on the land at that point, so they were more accessible, and it was money to be made. And maybe at this point in history, in 2024, it isn't any. I'm just trying to figure it out, because I was like, they committed murder. I mean, they did some heinous stuff to be able to acquire this. So I'm just trying to figure out what exactly were they. Do you know what I'm saying?
Can I answer this?
Yeah, go ahead.
So how I'm taking it is this. This lady, I'm just gonna say it flat out, just what I ascertained from watching the video. That's all. This is just my perception.
Right.
But it seems like she allowed herself to marry a Slav.
Okay.
Correct?
Yeah.
So that Slav knew that she had the rights of this land by killing, and knew that she had the rights to this land through her lineage, and started murking everybody around so everything would come back to her. Oh. So if he was slowly poisoning her, he will be the sole beneficiary. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yeah.
Shit, that's what happened. It ain't gotta make sense. That's what happened.
Yeah, that's what happened. But they were saying it was
ain't gotta make sense. That's what the fuck happened. That literally is what happened. They thought they was getting insulin shots and diabetes shots, but all the time they was getting poison.
They was getting straight poison.
But did y'all see the part about how many people was winding up? They was finding dead.
24 to be exact.
And they all had ties to the land. They was the next heirs of the land.
Next heirs of the land.
He had wanted to kill her. He just should have given her insulin. That's the funny thing.
What's up, Cherise?
He just could have killed her with the insulin.
Oh, peace and love. Peace and
love. Damn, girly girl.
I ain't gonna lie.
You could have OD'd on the regular insulin. I mean, it's a quick killer. Yeah. He could have killed her.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Y'all know.
Girly girl. Quit adjusting. Girly girl, don't touch your volume on your mic no more, because you low and I already have you adjusted. So you don't have to touch it no more. I got you.
Okay. All right.
Hey, Sharilis.
Hi,
What's happening?
Hey, y'all. Okay. So I just basically wrapped up my interview with the brother Jar Bricks, y'all. So we got that coming real soon. It was an awesome interview. I'm very, very excited and to preview it to y'all. And, we're going to get them on the platform one day. So I'm very excited about all of that. So, yeah, that's what I just got finished doing. So excuse me if I'm sorry for missing the build, missing what y'all was talking about.
We just started.
Great.
We just started. We only played 24 minutes of one little build. We just started. I play music to give people time to come in.
Yes, but
hey man, shouts out to you, man, doing these big interviews and stuff. That's what's going on. I can't wait to see the Aaron. You know what I mean?
Thank you. We went in, so I can't wait. I think everybody's gonna really enjoy it. Yeah, we went in, so I'm excited.
Who is this guy again?
Ja Bricks. So Ja Bricks, the voice of the Aboriginal. Y'all can follow him on Instagram. I think the voice of the Aboriginal. He's on YouTube as well by that same name. And y'all can check out a lot of his builds. He also raps. So a lot of that music that Bat play on his platform, I think that What's Your Tribe, Little Nigga and all that. I think that's Ja Bricks' song.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay, yeah. What's your tribe, little nigga?
I think that's it there.
That's that shit.
He got a lot of little great joints, but we mostly stayed in the Aboriginal in the Aboriginal talks and stuff. So it was really dope.
Right, right.
Salute to
Yeah,
you,
man.
sis. Sharice, how you living? How you feeling?
Hey, Smoke. I'm wonderful. I'm glad to see you on the panel.
I'm trying to do what I do.
I'm happy to see you.
You as well, as always.
Girly girl, how are you? It's good to see you on the panel too, sister.
I'm good. I'm good. Just chilling.
Good. I'm glad everybody is doing great.
Mm-hmm.
All
Yep,
right.
yep.
Yes.
So man,
About to
I
just
think I'm gonna get into, since I did that, I did the Osaze murders. I actually got a documentary on that head dude now. I'm gonna come back to that though. I want to drop a little bit of this North American history in there real quick. You know what I mean? This little short thing real quick about the copper culture. You know what I'm talking about? Let's see what this is. Let's go. All these stuff people be sending to me too, man. Appreciate y'all for doing y'all due diligence out there and going and researching stuff. You know what I mean? That means it's working. It's working, y'all. It's working.
Working tradition. But believe it.
Hold up. All right. Let's go. And they trying to stop me from the beginning.
Copper mined from the lake. When we think of metalworking in the ancient Americas, we typically think of the famous gold and silver works of the high Aztec and Inca empires. Eastern North America isn't typically thought of as being the home of a metalworking tradition, but believe it or not, the indigenous peoples of the eastern United States and Canada used copper mined from the Lake Superior Basin for thousands of years. This history of copper usage is incredibly fascinating, so let's get started.
Also, these are not my point of view. These are his point of view. So,
on the shores of Lake Superior lies one of the greatest geological features in North America, the Keweenaw Peninsula. This little peninsula in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan may not look like much on a map, but it has a secret that you're probably not aware of unless you grew up there. It is the richest source of native copper in the world. In fact, that giant deposit of copper runs through the Keweenaw below the lake and through Isle Royale. This is the product of eons of geological and glacial forces forming, moving, and exposing this copper to the surface. Even today, surface deposits of this native copper vein can still be seen. Now, you may be wondering what I mean when I say native copper. It's actually a geological term that refers to copper that naturally occurs in a near pure state. Most copper that is mined is combined with other minerals in the form of an ore, and it has to be smelted to remove those other minerals before it can be fashioned. Native copper, on the other hand, is ready to be worked as soon as it's extracted. You can find deposits of native copper in other areas of the world, but they tend to be very small and aren't always easy to access. In the Keweenaw, it's extremely abundant and very easy to access. Besides being plentiful, copper is easy to work. Copper is much softer than other metals like iron, so it's not difficult to fashion. On top of that, copper is beautiful. You may think of something like this when you think of copper, but it's easy to forget that copper can also look like this when it's polished. Combine all this with the fact that the Lake Superior Basin is deficient in high-quality flint and chert, the material of choice for tools in other regions, and it's clear why copper quickly became a natural crafting material. But when did this all start? To find the origins of copperworking in North America, we have to go way, way back to the Archaic period. The Archaic period in North America lasted from around 7000 BCE to 1000 BCE. It's in this period that archaeology can begin to detect different cultures that grow out of the Paleo-Indian traditions. By 7500 BCE, the glaciers had finally retreated from Lake Superior, allowing Paleo-Indians to finally settle in the Lake Superior Basin. During the early Archaic period, this area was inhabited by various groups of hunter-gatherers who would seasonally migrate to different areas to exploit abundant resources, such as migratory birds, nuts, berries, fish, and small and large game. The only domesticated flora and fauna would have been the dog, the perfect animal for hunting, protection, friendship, and, in a pinch, food. During this time, new technology began to appear, such as the atlatl, or spear thrower, the first archaeologically attested watercraft, fishing nets, and most important for us today, copper tools. As I mentioned earlier, the only local stones in the area with which to craft are of rather poor quality, so copper became the natural go-to crafting material. These archaic societies of the upper Great Lakes that used copper to create tools and wares are loosely referred to as the Old Copper Culture, or sometimes the Old Copper Complex. It'd be misleading to think of this as a single unified culture, but rather a group of related cultures and communities. Old Copper Culture shares many similarities with the subsequent Red Ochre Culture and the Glacial Cane Culture, all of which utilize copper and have similar mortuary practices. Now, copper use was not a late archaic invention, but an early one. Very recent studies from earlier this year, actually, have pushed back the earliest verifiable date we have for copperworking in the Keweenaw, in all of North America for that matter, to an astounding 8,500 years ago, at almost 6,500 BCE. To put that in a global perspective, that's the same time that people in the Old World were just beginning to work copper. That makes the Old Copper Culture one of the oldest metalworking societies in the world. These archaic people were on the same exact technological curve as the forerunners in Eurasia, and possibly even ahead of it. So how was copper mined? Well, I hope you like long answers because we're going to take a deep dive. First, the locals had to identify sources of copper that they could exploit. Although we have no indigenous accounts on how this was done, we can speculate from other societies elsewhere in the world that have left us written records. One thing that is very clear in these accounts is that copper can be detected by the careful observation of the surrounding environment. Patterns of frost and snow, differences in vegetation and erosion can be telltale signs to the keen eye. Keep in mind that the archaic peoples of Lake Superior would have been naturally observant and inquisitive, and they also would have had a deep knowledge of the landscape and environment that sustained them. In other cases, it may not have even required much work at all. Copper freed from veins by natural erosion can be found along riverbanks. Surface veins of copper would have also made sourcing very simple. Once a source of copper was found, the copper had to be mined. To extract the copper, the ancient miners would have used hammerstones such as this one to expand natural cracks in the rock until the copper could be leveraged or gouged out. Once the copper was removed, any unwanted rock inclusions were hammered out as needed. Another possible method to ease copper mining and extraction was heating and quenching. This method was used all over the world in antiquity, and it involved stacking wood or charcoal against the rock and igniting it. After the copper was heated, it would be rapidly cooled by cold water. The expansion from the heat and subsequent sudden contraction from the cold water would lead to the rock fracturing. Unfortunately, there's no scholarly consensus on whether or not this method was used to mine copper in the Great Lakes, but it was certainly feasible, and many academics do believe that it was employed. One method that certainly was not used was deep tunneling and excavation. Ancient copper miners stuck to the abundant surface deposits that were easily reached. They never had to resort to shaft mining. Some of you may have noticed that these methods are very similar to quarrying, and that's a good observation. It's very likely that the people of the Old Copper Culture viewed copper not as a metal, but as a stone, and they approached its exploitation in a similar manner. Once the copper was mined, it was ready to be fashioned. The primary process for manufacturing copper goods was cold hammering. Copper is relatively soft and ductile as far as metals go, and you can hammer it into a shape with some elbow grease and well-aimed blows. Again, this is not unlike how other materials like stone would have been crafted, so there's a consistent approach going on. But ancient coppersmiths also recognized copper's unique properties as well. They figured out, like every other metalworking culture, how to use annealing to make the copper more malleable. Okay, great. What's annealing? Annealing is when you heat up the copper to make it more malleable. When copper is heated above its recrystallization point at 600 degrees Celsius, it can be annealed. At this temperature, the copper is much more malleable and much more easy to work. Experimental replications of copper artifacts prove that these could have easily been made if they were annealed. Keep in mind that this is not the same as smelting and casting. To melt native copper, you need to heat it to 1,083 degrees Celsius. And while creating fires at such temperatures was possible, there's currently no evidence that any copper in North America was worked at these temperatures. After this was completed, copper pieces could be ground, cut, embalmed. These methods would have been used not just by the old copper culture, but by all subsequent copper-working cultures in North America right until European contact. This is admittedly a simple approach to copperworking, but we'll discuss why that is later on. More advanced metallurgical techniques were developed in South America and from there spread to Mesoamerica, but that technology never penetrated Eastern North America. It makes one wonder how different history would have been had that happened. So what was made with all this copper? Nearly any tool that could be made with copper was at some point. Arrowheads, spear points, knives, spuds, awls, ulus, harpoons, fishhooks, needles, axes, chisels, and more have been recovered. As you can see, there's an incredible breadth and versatility to these tool sets. These were used for a variety of trades, such as hunting, fishing, woodworking, sewing, and crafting. When you look at these, you need to imagine that there would have been handles and shafts attached to these, nearly all of which have long since decayed. As you can see from these blades and points, the people of the old copper culture had different means of securing them to their handles. Some have tangs that would have gone into the handle or shaft, while others are socketed and would have gone over the shaft. The variety that you can find is astounding. If this kind of stuff interests you, there's a link to a lecture given at the Copper Culture Conference by an expert a few years back that goes into crazy detail about the typology of these copper artifacts, but we're going to stick with a bird's eye view here.
All right. Y'all feeling it so far? Pretty informative so far? What y'all thinking?
Definitely.
Once again, man, you never
Yeah, I
fail.
liked it.
You never fail. That was good.
You come in with the copper. That's some good tea though. Knowing that they try to make it seem like it's only over there in Africa, but that shit over here too.
Yeah, but check it out though. What about the damn okra? You see how we spell okra? O-C-H-R-E? But it was like a red clay, but used for body coloring and all that stuff like that. But if you look up the
But I
definition,
thought it was always
you would
used
see
for
it
body
say-
coloring.
You see it would say okra vegetable though, when you're dealing with, they turn okra into O-K-R-A. In the vegetable.
I think it's two different things though.
But if you
I
look
mean,
it up in the
it is.
dictionary, if you look it up in the dictionary and you look up okra, it'll tell you it's red clay. You know what I mean? Which it is different. It is different. But then if you look it up, it'll spell it O-C-H-R-E and it'll have vegetable behind it. But then when you do that, it takes you to O-K-R-A.
Right.
Yeah. I just was researching that or because we wouldn't pronounce
Yeah.
it like that. If we was looking at that word, we would probably not call
You
it.
would
okra,
not do that.
Yeah, word.
Man,
Okay.
damn OTK. Look how you do. Look how you do. Look how you do.
Shouts out to the peoples, man, who doing their work too. Like, you know what I mean? They don't want to come up on panels and stuff like that, and they don't got their own channel, so they be sending it to me like, yo, man, let me know what you think about this and that, because they be wanting people to build on it so they can figure, So I'm down for it. Here we go.
Okay, hold up, real quick.
Basically,
my bad. Go ahead,
I
baby.
just want to mention this is a totally off the subject. I just want to mention this just so that people can see if they know anything about it. If there is and I'm gonna use this term loosely, there's a rapper out of the Congo. He is mute. He's a mute rapper. Now, by definition, I would think that someone who raps would need to be able to speak words, but I guess that's beside the point. But
What, you do a sign language?
Nope. There's some sound coming out of his mouth, but it's not words. So I'm just gonna leave you with that real quick.
So I'm not even about to say nothing about that, right?
If you only could have seen my face just now.
I ain't about to say nothing.
Girly girl, you are. Go ahead.
I just thought it was so ironic. I was just like, wait a minute. I'm looking at this person because it was a video, but there's no words coming out, and they're saying that I think he's from the Congo. Yeah, that he's a rapper.
He's a hit.
And but I mean, of course, in order for it to be a hit, it's
Oh
gotta
yeah,
be a
he's a
hit.
hit. Okay.
But it doesn't make sense to me. And like I guess like his hype man, he sounds the same way. They're both. It's something coming out of there, but it's not words.
You know, it's a word that a lot of us use regularly, but we don't say it often. And I don't want to be the one to use that word, but you know what? When you missing certain kind of chromosomes, certain words you don't pronunciate or enunciate.
You fucking stupid, man.
And I totally 100% agree with you, and I want to laugh because that's exactly what I would think. But guess what? He's really mute. This is real. And I mean, like when I'm saying to myself, no, homie, he didn't hear it, and so therefore he can't speak it. Like it's not words.
Girly girl. What if I told you my very first thing that I did was make a Stephen Hawking rap song?
But Stephen Hawking he thinks and then it gets printed out or it gets talked though. That's the difference with Stephen Hawking.
There was a way to communicate that you understood it. No one's understanding him. No.
I just the reason I brought that up is because I'm trying to be very modest in the terminology that I
totally
really want to
understand.
use.
Right.
It's a certain terminology that I want to use, but I really can't use it.
I didn't hold up. I had to just get it out of my. I had to get it out of my brain because it was just like I said. If you don't say something, you're gonna forget about it. I didn't mean to stop the build. I really didn't. But I was like,
I said I wasn't laughing. I said
he's a rapper, and there's no. There's no. Yeah.
Oh no! I'm gonna stay strong.
I'm going. Please, don't come on, girl. Don't do this. Don't do this. Don't do this.
Hello, girly girl.
No, I don't want no more of that shit. I want no more of that shit.
Nah, I can see this now.
I'm not following y'all up. I
know. You can't help but be mad, but I'm just like,
hey, OTK, have you ever watched South Park? Have you ever watched South Park?
Oh yeah,
Day of your life, South Park.
Yeah.
So when I say this, understand where I'm coming from, bro. Timmy. And Jimmy.
Now you got these people. Now the people want to see this shit. Now I got to look this shit up now. God damn.
I think I could probably get that for you real quick.
Now I got to look this shit up.
Don't do this shit, bro. Don't do this shit.
I got it. I already got it.
I'm like, what in the world?
Yeah.
Man, you
I
won't do it.
already got it. You already know,
it.
boy. My search engine. My search engine is off the shit.
Timmy.
I got it. As soon as I typed in call, I ain't even had to type in mute. No, I did type in mute. Just to make sure though. Oh, and just to make sure that's him. Is this him?
Hold on, let me look. Let me see.
Shit. This ain't right.
Turn it sideways.
Is that him?
Hold on, let me see. I can't even
Girly
see
girl.
it. Hold on. I can't see it. Wait a minute.
Girly girl. Is this him?
I'm looking. Hold up. Because I'm on the thing and I can't. He had it was his.
I gotta get you. I gotta get you a laptop.
I have a laptop. I don't know why I'm on both of them actually. I'm crazy.
And he going viral, right? He going viral, right?
Yeah, he was going viral. I didn't realize it at first because
with his
so he
videos like that he has a. All right, hold on. I got to check out. I got to check out some of the music now. Hold up. Hold up.
You don't do it, man. Just don't do it, man.
It's 13 hours ago. Oh shit! I ain't
Don't
got
do
no
it,
goddamn
man.
Facebook.
Do it.
Don't do it.
I ain't got
Don't do it.
Facebook.
Don't do it.
Yo,
Listen,
hold on.
Tracy. Sorry,
Hold on.
Oh, fuck.
Hold on, y'all.
You right. You right. Go ahead. Go ahead. That's right. You go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
Mhm. Yeah,
Hold
he's a
on,
mumble
y'all.
rapper.
Hold on, y'all. This it right here, y'all. Mic check. Mic check 1, 2, y'all. This it right here. Hold on. Let's go.
That's him. That's him. That's him.
Oh, he said, "Let's go." Ooh. Yeah, let's go.
Yeah.
I caught that part.
Well, he said, "Let's go."
Is it playing? I can't
Yeah,
see it.
I heard that part. How you couldn't see it? I didn't know because I stopped it. I mean, it stopped. It's only for like 30-something seconds though.
Okay.
It's the one that they got of him. Maybe I need to go on YouTube.
Maybe because it's
Maybe I
called
need to
You
mumble
don't want
rap.
to do it. Mumble
Hold on, let
rap,
me go on
right?
YouTube.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're not gonna like this. This is not fair, man. You know, can I say this to everybody? A lot of you all don't know this about me, but it's one word that I hate more than anything in the world. It's called exploit. Everybody feel that? Do you see a problem with that word?
Especially with this gentleman, yeah.
I'm talking about with everybody. You can't. I'm not focusing on this gentleman. You
But
want to
I'm
say
just,
exploit? Look at your history. That's exploited.
I just think they just stole. They just was some thieves.
No, hell no. Nope. At one point, I sat here and said that we got duped. I know
We
we
did
got
get
duped.
duped. We did get duped. We did get duped. But I think that was by our own people.
Hold on. But how did we stop the continuation of the exploitation? We're being exploited right now, 2024 going into 2025. Now, mind you, I'm of the 70s. I'm of the 70s, and I understand, and I talk to mine, but I'm just saying, look at the current situation. Look at the current exploitation.
I think honestly, the only way to really do that is we need less. I don't know, this mealy mouth kind of placating everybody attitude. You're not gonna be able to have those polite conversations like you used to. It's just gonna take some, like Sister Betty did today. She basically told the gentleman, like, hey, y'all got hair like dogs. It's fur. I'm sure that was the first time he had ever heard that, and he was shocked. And I'm not saying that you have to go to those lengths, but I think that it's going to take some hard conversations. And some people have to hear some things like, y'all not the first. And that's okay. But I think it's going to take them hard conversations. And I think that's going to, and less people being scared to have it.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh, his ass, what? They got hair like, what she?
Fur.
Oh, man. Fur. She told him fur. She said you have hair like.
But she know what she talking about. That shit is fur.
That's my girl.
She ain't lying. That shit fur.
She's not lying.
She ain't. Y'all know I agree. Shoot, I'm just saying.
And hold on. Here's what she did. Here's what she did that I like. She didn't just tell him, "Hey, y'all sweat and smell like dogs." She didn't tell him that. She basically broke it down and explained to him, "Listen, when you guys, you overexert yourselves, you smell like an animal. You smell like a dog." He probably has never heard that in his life. And I'm not saying to that degree, but it's gonna have to be some more conversations, as more people not being afraid to have those conversations with people. I think that's what it's going to take, because it's not enough people recognize what our history truly is.
Exactly.
And that's because we won't tell them.
Girly girl.
You know, trying to tell us who we are, and that's
Right.
Was that an Anglo? Was that an Anglo?
we gotta shut them down. What you say,
What's
straight?
that?
I'm sorry.
Was that an Anglo that Sister Bethy was talking to? Was that an Ang?
Yeah, he appeared. I mean, he sounded like one. Yeah.
Okay. The reason I asked that because of what if I didn't watch it. First and foremost, shout out to Sister Bethy. I didn't watch that. I was out on my smoker. I do apologize, but I was out on my smoker.
I heard most of it.
Okay, so what I'm
talking about on
assessing.
Smoke Signal channel today.
Yep.
Yeah, he was in there since shit. Smoke said he was only supposed to do a couple of hours. He said, but he came up in there. So shit. I mean, them boys was going in.
But the white guy had been on there 24 hours, right?
12.
It doesn't make sense. I mean, I don't understand how they think that we don't see that they're coming.
Sense.
Yeah, that they're coming in, and that anyone who would just, I mean, if you don't agree with somebody, you just don't stay in their space. And they're in here for hours, like they've punched in and they're at work.
I think didn't Sister Bethy say that in the chat?
Mm-hmm.
She said it in the chat.
Yeah.
I think she said it in the chat.
Mm-hmm.
She said it to
Was
him.
a
She said it to
demo.
him.
That was a demo opera. A demo opera. That was a demo opera. She said that. I remember that. I'm not gonna use those precise words, but demo opera.
I got to hear this song, y'all. Girly girl should have never messed with me.
This is wrong, man.
Let me hear this.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm shining. MC Baba, MC Baba, MC Baba,
Hold up. Go back, see this shit right here. I got to see this shit in the back, dog. Oh shit. Oh shit. Hold up, man.
I told you.
Listen to the background music. Listen to the background. You better write down them words, because I know I did. There it is. I'm gonna do it for my family. Yeah, we ain't them, but listen what they saying.
Trying to connect us through music.
Ooh.
I'll be there. Oh, man.
Hold on. Did you catch that one word? What was the
Hey,
one word that stood out to y'all?
Seriously, now. Hold on, cuz. Like on some real shit. No, all jokes aside now. Shouts out to the deaf. You know what I mean? Ain't nothing. I got some deaf family members. You know what I'm saying? But on some real shit. Now. No funny shit. Did he or did he not sound like a monkey or ape or gorilla?
Yeah.
On my soul.
That's why what Smoke was saying was appropriate, because I said it's not words, but he sounds. I didn't want to say what else he sounded like, because you got to hear it for yourself. He's being exploited, and like you said, they trying and using that to connect us through music, because it's not just the color thing; it's also that he has a handicap. So it's a way to bridge a gap.
Right. I get that too, man. You know what I mean? And I'm not trying to be on no funny shit. I'm trying to bring this shit home, because
right.
this is you know what I mean, like on some real shit. Now I'm wondering how many people like that are over there that speak like that. Because now, if these are the people that they was encountering when they first went into Africa, then now I see why they would say that they come from monkeys.
Can I point out something that you heard in that, and I really want you to rewind it, because you got it at I think if you still have it up, you have it at a certain section. If you can go back 45 to 1 minute, I just need you. I done cut that. You cut it? Okay, so
yeah, I kind of
so two times, OTK. I heard the man say something that all of us know.
Nigga.
That's that fight over there, Ali. Fight.
Kumbaya.
There you go. I'm trying to tell you. That was the whole premise of that fight, the rumble in the jungle. I'm telling you. I'm telling you, they built narratives.
Also because Muhammad couldn't fight inside the states because he dodged draft.
This again, brother.
That was also
I know you understand what I'm saying. I'm telling you. That is the generation that came up after that same thing that happened there. They witnessed what they will call the greatness of American Negro and Muhammad Ali.
Oh, yeah.
I'm serious.
Yeah.
So I really want you to look at it from that aspect, just real quick. Now you can see the underlings of the people that was growing up saying, oh shit, we have Muhammad Ali fight here. Well, who is he? He's an American Negro boxer. Did you hear what I said?
Uh-huh.
Because technically that's what he is. I don't give a fuck about what anybody talking about. He's an American Negro boxer.
Yeah, that's what they label him as.
Say that one more time.
That's what they labeled him as, even though he was a Mississippi Indian.
American Negro boxer.
People call him. He didn't call him an African American boxer.
They did not call him an African American boxer. His title is an American Negro boxer. The same way you had a Negro baseball league. It wasn't African American. It was a Negro baseball league.
You know, I got that in the cut.
You see what I'm saying? Why do people want to play these word salads?
Okay, so
About them bringing back some of the Negro League stats. I forgot. I saw that on somebody's channel. They're gonna put their stats.
Yeah, they're gonna add their stats back into the
Yeah, it's
overall.
gonna
Yeah,
these people down. Yeah, man, we some unfuckwittable people.
I mean, I'm sorry. Was there an African American baseball team?
Was there a what?
Oh yeah. Let's just. I'm about to kill the game right there. Was it named the African American baseball team?
No.
Shout out.
No. Negro baseball.
Shout out to Certified Sachi. Was there an African American baseball team?
No.
That was the Negro League.
Say it one more
Right?
time.
The Negro League.
Who is their mascot? Shout out to Sister Bethy.
It was a little Indian boy.
Say it one more time.
It was a little Indian boy. He was almost like he was Cupid. He was Cupid.
Yeah,
So,
that was
so
the
let,
that
let's
was that was the that was Atlanta.
let's stop playing with ourselves.
That was the Atlanta
Let's
Braves.
stop
Now
playing with
see the
ourselves.
Negro baseball league, the Negro baseball league, Negro baseball league
I just pulled one.
um
I just pulled one, didn't I?
um hold
It
on,
wasn't African American.
Damn, where was no, it wasn't. It
It
was
wasn't
definitely not
African
African American, but a mascot.
Exactly.
All a mascot was not a little black Indian. That was the Atlanta Braves, bro, and the Cleveland Indians.
Hold on,
That had that mascot.
hold on.
Major League
Hold
Baseball. Hold on, I'm about to show you.
Hold
All right, okay, I'm about to show you.
I get what you saying. Go ahead and load what you loading up. All I'm saying, I don't have enough. I don't have enough time in the day. I don't have enough time in the day. But
I
this
think
right
both
here,
of you
have
might be
struck
right.
a chord.
I think both of you might be right.
Oh no, ain't no way you gonna goddamn start a conversation and then tell me you ain't got enough time in the day now.
Oh yeah, I was just trying to breeze over that real quick, so maybe I heard you. So listen, I'm thinking that both
Was
of
it
you
an
are right.
African Negro League?
No, I think that the
That's all I want to know.
The Negro League, I think, got these white teams got superimposed over them. I think they were Negro at one point. Didn't the Negro League morph into the National Baseball League?
I have to ask you one more time. Was there an African Negro baseball team?
Never.
Say it one more time. Whoever said that, say it one more time.
Never.
Game over.
How?
Game over. That's all you needed to know. Game over. Why do you think it's only in this state? No other country has it because it's what you made up. It's what you made up. It was created here. That's what I'm trying to get people to understand. There is no more discussions, no more talks, no more arguing, because guess what? Show me the African American Negro League in baseball, basketball, any sport you want to name. Show me the African American Negro League, because that's what it has to be. It has to be an African American African American League, correct? Because that's what they're labeling you as, correct? Am I wrong?
Nope.
So if that wasn't there in that time, why is it here now? Oh, because a group of people sat back and said, oh, we need to be a part of Africa. The rest is history because you got taught it to accept it and to keep teaching it to your kids. But you want someone that knows where they come from to sit here and validate themselves to you for what reason? When you believe in an ignorant story. Again, the one question to shut anybody up, was there an African American, African American Negro League? Because you know exactly what I'm talking about. Shout out to Certified Satchy. Satchmo. Oh, everybody done seen Life, didn't they? Eddie Murphy, Martin Lawrence, Life. Everybody done seen that, huh? Satchmo. Everybody know about the first Negro Leagues, huh? The Negro Leagues. Wasn't African American Negro Leagues. It was just the Negro Leagues of America. Make that make sense. Because you was already fucking here. They made everything about you in your own land and took you away from the profits of it to make you buy it. Buy it back. Oh, build back better. I get it. I wish the rest of you all the best, because you know what? I know you have it in you. You wouldn't be talking like you're talking or doing what you're doing if you did not want the best, not just for you and your family and your lineage, but for everyone you come in contact with, because OTK says it all the time. You tell somebody you love them today? Because I tell at least 32 people that I love them, starting with my family first. And then it goes out into the world, what I come in contact with. But was there an African American Negro League? I didn't even want to get off. But is there an African Negro? African.
Well, this documentary right here is a good one to watch. This one right here is a good one to watch. I was watching this the other day, but I ain't finished. Y'all can see I didn't finish because they was getting so deep into it, man. You know what I mean? But y'all can see it was only one American on this team of all whites. He's right there in the back. All right. This is the beginning of the American Negro League because of people like him who played. So you had him, you had damn, what was the name of them teams? The Blue Stockings. That was an all-American Negro team. But the thing is, they had them boys playing in the minor leagues, like AAA. You know what I'm saying? Because you had some old punk ass people inside the other baseball leagues that they was calling it at the time, wasn't major league. At the other baseball leagues that they was having at the time, didn't want to play with them. So you had certain states that had certain laws to where they could not play in the game. If they play in the game, you know what I mean? Ain't nobody white gonna play. So you know what I mean? And these white people, some of these motherfuckers was prominent. So you got people like the Brewers, who was ran by people who ran breweries and shit. Like, and this just only the first 21 minutes I got all of that. You know what I mean? So this shit is serious. So they even talk about an all-American Negro baseball team coming out of Cuba. Word, which is America. That is hold up. You can't laugh. So that is America.
I'm not saying that. I'm
All
not
right,
saying
so
that.
here's another picture. So here's another picture of your Leland Giants baseball team.
Who's
no
the
shit? I just was on this watching this the other day.
When you was growing up, you was
out.
hearing when you was real shit. Real shit. When you was growing up, you was hearing about Jackie Robinson. Why don't you hear about Jackie Robinson?
Here go your American Cuban team. The Giants. But guess where they was at? St. Augustine, Florida, and Trenton, New Jersey, through Trenton, New Jersey. But this is called a Cuban team, which are also considered as American Negro. This documentary here heavy, man. I was gonna play it, but I was looking for a follow-up of it, of all the players. So I found like two of them, a documentary on like two of them. But I'm trying to find a documentary of all those players that came in first, because you had players that was doing phenomenal inside the league, dog, and they were never talked about. You got people that make Babe Ruth look like a corn puff. Word. But yeah, Smoke, you hit that right on the head, bro. Ain't no African.
When you was younger, you heard all about Jackie Robinson.
Oh yeah, breaking the color barrier. Yeah, breaking the color
about Jackie. Yeah, you heard all about Jackie Robinson. Do anybody talk about Jackie Robinson right now? Nope, not at all.
In Chicago, Jackie Robinson West cannot be talked. Yeah, you cannot forget about Jackie Robinson West in Chicago, because that's an all-black Little League league. I played in that shit in Chicago. The damn field was right across from my grandmama's house on Halsted, 103rd Halsted, Mount Vernon Park.
He was the breakthrough supposedly for the Negro leagues. There was no
No, he was the breakthrough for the
African.
major league. He was the
You're
breakthrough for the
not
major
okay.
league.
You're not hearing me, but I get you. I get you. It's all
God
good.
damn, I
It's
mean,
all good. We saying
hold
the
on,
same
hold
thing.
on, hold on. Smoke. Quit saying somebody is not hearing you when you strictly said he was the breakthrough in the Negro League. But he wasn't. He was the breakthrough in the major leagues. I just showed you pictures of motherfuckers playing before him.
When I said breakthrough and I said break, I meant to say breakout because that was a pick. That was a pick. That was just a pick of the players of the organization, bro. I'm looking at the dynamics of the business. They knew what they was doing. They knew how to market. They knew how to transform and do what they needed to do because they already knew that any of these sports already came right here from this soil. Guarantee you, we perfected it. Anything that
I would say a
anybody
lot of
brought
them
to
probably
us,
didn't know, bro. I would say a lot of them didn't know. A lot of these white people was fucking confused too because remember, they was getting looked at as trash their damn self. That eugenics put them in a whole nother level than regular white people, so-called regular white people.
well, they used to do basket shooting too, bro. They used to, pitch
Man,
from
all that
their
shit.
knees. They didn't
All
know
that
how to
shit came
shoot.
from across here, man. All that shit did come
But that's
from across here
different.
now. But some of them
That's
motherfuckers
different.
just don't
What
know it.
I'm trying to look, what I'm pinpointing, OTK, is there was no African American Negro League. It just wasn't.
No,
was a
bro, we done
Negro
hit
League.
on that. We done hit on that 1,000 times. Ain't nobody gonna find that.
Oh, okay.
Ain't nobody gonna find that.
Nope. You ain't gonna find that.
Yeah. Ain't nobody gonna find
I'm done. I'm sorry. My bad.
Ain't
Okay.
nobody gonna find that. Ain't no sense to keep regurgitating that question because ain't nobody gonna fucking find it. We know they ain't gonna find it because I was on with Sachi that day. I'm the one who brought up the American League, the Negro League, because I went and looked it up. When somebody was talking about that's an African league, I went and looked it up and I said, man, that's a Negro League, American Negro League, dog. What y'all talking about? And that's Sachi just going full blast after that, boy. I remember that day straight word. I remember that. Damn, I'm set that up for one day next week. Play that because I got a couple of them boys, man. I mean, I got like the actual interviews and shit like this. You know what I mean? Like this. I got the actual, like I'm finding this shit. I got like actual interviews of players and shit like that. You know what I mean? It's pretty good,
I'm
man.
just highlighting.
Maybe your boy you just talking about too. But
yeah, I'm just highlighting. I'm just highlighting. I know what you're doing. I'm just highlighting. Clean crew, bro. This is what we do. We compensate each other. You know why? Because we always see. It's not no see eye to eye thing. It's more so I see what you're saying, and you can go and look it up yourself. You're going to look it up yourself. Either if you do or you don't, look it up yourself. We don't make this shit up. It's there. You can see it for your goddamn self.
This one of the players.
Let's go.
This one of the players right here.
Let's go.
So I've been downloading, but not downloading, but I've been saving a bunch of stuff. But like I said, I want to get more of the players. You know what I mean? Like, see, you got Satchel Paige right here. You know what I mean? So as you go into it, the more you go into it, the more you get into it. You know what I mean? So this is like the top 10 Negro leaders who never played Major League Baseball, but was good. Good as a bitch. You know what I'm talking about? Got Josh Gibson hitting out of Yankee Stadium. They saying he hit it out the damn park. You know what I mean? So that's why I say these boys have phenomenal talent. Phenomenal talent.
I got a new name for myself. You know
what I mean?
You heard me? Can't get right.
Yeah, I'm listening.
Call me can't get right. Can't get right.
Yeah. I
Can't get right. I'm about to do that one. Watch this. I'm about to do that. Can't get right. Watch this. I'm about to get Bokeem Woodbine face and everything. Can't get right. Watch this.
Where's my Hokia study? I want to see that. Oh man, Sister Sharice, you still with me? What you think about that? Yesterday with the eugenics and stuff like that. Sharice, okay, she's in the chat, but she's not on the stage. Okay, get out the chat, Sharice. Get on the stage. All right, I know what I'm gonna play. I won't play this. I feel like causing a little controversy. Well, I'm gonna play this right here. But I get back to the cop. I get back to the cop.
One of the most infamous psychological studies ever conducted was the Stanford Prison Experiment. It's mentioned in almost every intro to psychology textbook. They tend to focus on how unethical it was and are less critical of its supposed conclusion. August 14th, 1971, Palo Alto, California. 12 young men are rounded up from their homes by police, placed under arrest, and brought to a makeshift prison in the basement of Stanford University. It all begins as a study on the psychology of prison life, led by Stanford psychology professor Dr. Philip Zimbardo. 24 volunteers, 12 guards, and 12 prisoners have agreed to spend the next 2 weeks recreating life in a correctional facility.
Hands off the door.
The prisoners are booked and stripped nude. They're no longer individuals, forced to wear smocks, stocking caps, and shackles, identified only by their prisoner numbers.
Evolves into a confrontation. The guard showing the prisoners who's boss.
Yeah.
The guards quickly adapt to their new profession. Given anonymity by their mirrored sunglasses, some of them start to control the meager food rations, restrict prisoners' bathroom use, and as tensions rise, so do their cruel methods. Within just 6 days of the planned 2-week study, conditions are so bad that the entire operation is shut down.
I'm inside! Out now! God damn it!
The study makes international headlines. Zimbardo's fame skyrockets, and his conclusions are taught to students worldwide, used as a defense in criminal trials, and are even submitted to Congress to explain the abuses inflicted at Abu Ghraib. The study brings up a question just as important then as it is today. Is evil caused by the shocking conclusion? Is that when people feel anonymous and have power over depersonalized others, they can easily become evil, and it occurs more often than we'd like to admit. But while it's true that people were mean to each other during the Stanford prison experiment, what if what truly caused that behavior wasn't what we've always been told?
Pause. Can we get a second on this?
I'm sitting there wondering why the hell my shit keeps showing me frequency when I know I'm on a damn Ethernet cord. All the time my damn Wi-Fi was turned on and the damn Wi-Fi was doing that all that damn time. I'll be damned. Okay, go ahead, bro.
Mic check, mic check. We all good? Am I talking too loud?
No, you good. Go ahead. You got a damn echo in the background, though.
Yeah, because I'm trying to make it happen, OTK. I got my phone plugged into a sound bar so I can hear it clearly, you know.
Oh, okay.
And I'm working off my phone, bro. I'm really trying. I really want you to know this. I am really trying. You know my conversion rate. You know my conversion rate. And you know exactly, you know what? I'm gonna just be quiet. Y'all go ahead. Sharice, girly girl, y'all, what y'all think about this video? You know? What y'all think?
Well, what they didn't tell you, I don't know if you've ever seen the highlight reel from this.
Yeah, it
Is that
ain't finished yet
everybody?
neither now. It's not finished yet now. So
Okay.
yeah, it's not
That
finished yet.
they
Yeah, I thought he had something to say
oh,
about
so
what.
you go okay, so then I'll wait.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, yeah. About the experiment, but I think that it teaches something about our perception of things and how this whole thing with I think with them the perception that we've been given that we're African and us being stripped of our real identity. I think identity has a lot to play in this experiment as well. So yeah.
Huh? Oh, my bad, my bad. I was talking to my daughter.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead, girly girl. My bad. I didn't know my mic was off mute. I'm sorry, sis.
No. That was it. I was just saying about because I know that the rest of the video is gonna play, so I won't spoil it. But I think it has a lot to do with identity and how people identify with each other and how that has a bearing on how this whole thing turns out. And so I was just saying that I think that it's the same thing with us today is that we don't really have control over how other people see us. I mean, we never do anyway, and it's the perception has been painted based upon other people's perceptions of us. Does that make sense? Hello?
Is it me you're looking for? Daddy saying hello like she on a phone call. Yeah, okay, girl. I was making sure you were through. Okay.
Crazy.
All right, man. I'm gonna go ahead and play it then.
Okay.
The Stanford Prison Experiment has always had its controversies, but a wave of recent revelations have pushed it back into the spotlight 47 years later. Today, I'm going to speak with journalist Ben Blum, whose recent writings have brought criticism of the experiment to a larger audience than ever before. How did you get involved in the Stanford Prison Experiment in the first place?
Well, my involvement was quite personal. Like everyone, I had kind of absorbed the basic lesson of the experiment through the cultural ether. And then my cousin Alex was arrested for bank robbery. This was a team of mostly military guys with AK-47s. Alex was the driver. He was a 19-year-old US Army Ranger, and it was a superior of his in the Rangers that organized and led the bank robbery. Alex thought the whole thing was a training exercise. He was just so brainwashed in this intense Ranger training that when a superior proposed this bank robbery, he took it as just one more kind of tactical thought experiment. Then Dr. Philip Zimbardo participated in his legal defense. Zimbardo submits a letter to the court advocating leniency and sentencing on the grounds that Alex, my cousin, had been so transformed by the social environment of the Ranger Battalion that he participated in the bank robbery without exercising his own free will.
Well, how did that affect Alex's sentencing?
He received an extraordinarily lenient sentence of 16 months. So Zimbardo was a family hero. But over time, Alex finally, he did admit to me, you know what, I knew this was a bank robbery by the end. I just didn't have the moral courage to back out.
Oh, wow.
Alex, myself, and our whole family came to view the Zimbardo argument as a way to shirk personal culpability and to put all the blame on the situation.
So you start looking at the Stanford Prison Experiment in particular, You reached out to Dr. Zimbardo himself, as well as some of those who participated. What'd you learn?
I learned to my deep surprise that quite a number of the participants had stories of their experience that completely contradicted the official narrative.
Which is, look, these regular people, good people, came together and because of the situation, became evil.
Right. Zimbardo has claimed that the guards were put in the situation, and then the kind of hidden wellspring of sadism that apparently lies in all of us unfolded organically.
On day 2, there was a very sharp change in the whole nature of what was happening in that prison. The guards now fell into their job.
There was an orientation meeting for the guards. They had been told quite explicitly to oppress the prisoners. That falls under the heading of what psychologists call demand characteristics. Experimental subjects tend to be motivated to give experimenters what they want.
Demand characteristics occur whenever participants being studied act differently than they normally would because they've guessed what hypothesis is being tested and feel that a certain kind of behavior is being demanded.
There was a recording of explicitly correcting a guard who wasn't being tough enough.
The guards have to know that every guard is going to be what we call a tough guard. And so far, well, you have to kind of try and get it in you. Whether or not we can make this thing seem like a prison, which is the aim of the thing, depends largely on the guard's behavior.
So a conclusion you could make from the Stanford Prison Experiment is that when you tell people to be cruel, they'll do it if you tell them it's for a greater good like science.
Right.
Who would have thought?
I think the study stands still as a fascinating spur to further more careful research, as a demonstration that should make anyone curious as to how such extreme behavior could arise in such a short time.
The experiment could still be useful, but it might be interpreted. Its data might lead to different conclusions than the one that we've been telling for so many decades.
Right.
The flaws in the experiment that Ben and other critics bring up call into question large portions of the narrative surrounding the study. So I want to hear from someone who was actually there.
Come on. Get in that closet then. All I'm saying, you're going to be in there for a while. So just get used to it.
Dave Eshelman, the study's most infamous guard, agreed to tell me his side of the story. It's really an honor to meet you. You're a living, walking piece of psychology history.
I'm never recognized in the street or anything like that, although I still get some hate mail. But
Are you serious?
Yeah, absolutely.
But what do you say to them when they react that way?
I say, well, there's probably a lot about that didn't happen quite the way it's been portrayed.
Well, Dave, before we go too far, I'd like to watch the footage we have here so we can kind of talk about what we see.
That's me there, by the way.
Look at that look.
Mm-hmm.
So how did you get involved with a Stanford prison experiment?
My father is a professor at Stanford, and I was home for summer looking for a summer job. So I'm looking through the want ads, $15 a day. You know, in 1971, that wasn't bad. The way it was introduced to the guards, the whole concept of this experiment, we were never led to believe that we were part of the experiment. We were led to believe that our job was to get results from the prisoners, that they were the ones the researchers are really studying. The researchers were behind the wall, and we all knew they were filming, and we can often hear the researchers commenting on the action from the other side of the wall. You know, like, oh gosh, did you see that? Here, let's make sure you get a close-up of that, okay? So if they want to show that prison is a bad experience, I'm going to make it bad.
But how did you feel doing stuff like that? Didn't you feel bad?
I don't know if this is a revelation to you, but 18-year-old boys are not the most sensitive creatures.
Sure.
My agenda was to be the worst guard I could possibly be.
And it's pretty serious.
It harms me. I mean, harms. I mean, in the present tense, it harms me. How did it harm you?
This is my favorite part of all the footage we have from the experiment.
Mm-hmm.
It's you and a prisoner confronting each other after the experiment.
I remember the guy saying, I hate you, man.
Yeah.
I hate you.
How does it harm you? Just to think about it, I mean that people can be like that? Yeah. It let me in on some knowledge that I've never experienced firsthand. I didn't see where it was really harmful. It was degrading, and that was part of my particular little experiment to see how I could. Your particular little experiment. Why don't you tell me about that? I was running little experiments of my own.
Each day I said, well, what can we do to ramp up what we did yesterday? How can we build on that?
Why did you want to ramp things up?
Two reasons, I think. One was because I really believed I was helping the researchers with some better understanding of human behavior. On the other hand, it was personally interesting to me. You know, I cannot say that I, did not enjoy what I was doing. Maybe, having so much power over these poor defenseless prisoners, maybe, you kind of get off on that a little bit.
You weren't entirely following a script from a director.
Right.
But you also felt like Zimbardo wanted something from you.
Yes.
And you gave that to him.
I believe I did. I think I decided I was going to do a better job than anybody there of delivering what he wanted. But does that excuse me from what I was doing? Certainly it started out with me playing a role. So the question is, was there a point where I stopped acting and I started living, so to speak?
The standard narrative is that Dave Eshelman did what he did because when people are given power, it's easier than we think for abuse to happen. That may be true, but how predisposed to aggression was Dave? I mean, he signed up to something called a prison study, after all. Also, his feeling that cruelty was encouraged and helped the experiment may have affected his behavior. What I'd like to see is, in the absence of outside influence, can anonymity, power, and depersonalization alone lead to evil?
To answer that question, I'd like to design a demonstration of my own. So I'm meeting with Dr. Jared Bartles of William Jewell College, a psychologist who has written extensively about the Stanford Prison experiment and how it is taught.
I would love to do the Stanford Prison experiment again. You could probably make it more ethical, but still find the same conclusions. That's my hypothesis.
I absolutely think it's worthwhile. It's important. It's interesting. Probably the best approach is eliminate as best as possible the demand characteristics by eliminating that prisoner guard dynamic.
Why do we even need to call one group guards and one prisoners? There's a lot of expectations around those roles. Oh, I'm a guard. I guess I should act like a guard.
Yeah, you're right. The cover story is really important, and you want to hide the true purpose of the experiment. Another piece of this is the role of personality and personality traits. So the original ad in the Stanford study asked for participants for a study of prison life. That's going to draw certain people that were more kind of disposed to aggression.
Because they saw the word prison and thought, I want to be a part of that.
Exactly. So when you get a group of kind of authoritarian-minded individuals together, not surprisingly, they're going to create an authoritarian regime and environment.
So for whatever it is that we're going to do, we should evaluate the personalities of the individuals.
Right.
So how do we give people every opportunity to be as evil as they can?
I think you have to have those elements that were assumed to be influential in the Stanford study.
What are those elements?
You have to have the depersonalization. You have to have anonymity. You have to have some power differences.
Can we elicit some surprising behaviors in just a number of hours?
If you kind of come back to the Stanford study, there wasn't anything dramatic that happened in the first day of the study.
Yeah.
It was the second day of the study when the guards started to assert their authority. That came about because of prisoners testing and challenging the guards' authority.
Yeah, and that led to fear. That, like, wait a second, these prisoners need to be put more in check.
Yeah. So I think you still need that provocation.
Yeah.
Something that is frustrating, something that's going to increase the participants' arousal.
Right. All right, so Jared, would you like to spend some time now brainstorming a new design that peeks into the same question?
Absolutely.
Awesome.
One of y'all was trying to say something?
No. I think I'm the only one still up here.
Oh, okay. No, Cherie's still up here. She's still up here, but she just probably walked away for a second.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Jared and I sat down with the Minefield crew to begin the planning process.
Will a person without any expectations or pushes in a certain direction still be abusive or not?
For this demonstration, we want to eliminate all outside variables and really isolate the 3 core elements of the Stanford Prison Experiment. The first element is anonymity. Subjects need to believe that no matter how they behave, no one will know it was them.
This is where people will be coming in the morning. So everyone's going to be staggered when they come in. That's important because we don't want them to ever meet their teammates face to face.
The original experiment gave guards anonymity by providing mirrored sunglasses and uniforms. But we're taking it much further. Our study will take place in a room that is pitch black.
They'll be taken into this room.
I would love to see how dark this room is going to be tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. You ready?
I'm ready. Oh, yeah.
Right?
This is uncomfortable.
Despite the darkness, we will be able to see everything, thanks to infrared cameras. The second element is depersonalization.
You are going to be participant number 1 today.
From the moment the subjects arrive, they will only be identified by number, not name.
So come on in.
To eliminate the demand characteristics, we don't want our subjects to know what we're studying.
Follow the sound of my voice if you can.
All they'll be told is that we are studying how they solve puzzles in the dark.
There is another team in a different location who is also solving a puzzle.
Because the words guard and prisoner suggest certain expected behaviors, we've done away with them, and will simply give our participants an unseen, distantly located opposing team. We will measure the cruelty predicted by the standard narrative of the Stanford Prison Experiment by giving our participants a way to exercise the third element, power.
What I'm going to show you next is the system by which you can send them a loud noise. So if you want,
We've armed the teams with a distractor button that they can press to blast an extremely loud, jarring noise into the other team's room. Everyone will have a volume dial that ranges from level 1 to 12, and they'll be told that anything below a 7 should be safe for the other team's hearing.
and each person has their own control. So they can't see what you're doing, you can't see what they're doing.
The intensity level they select, as well as the frequency with which they push the button, will be our indicator of how aggressive the participants become in this situation.
Is it pretty terrible to hear?
I'll give you a demonstration. Hey, Derek, could you play a level 3 for me? That's a 3. It's pretty loud.
Yeah.
Participants will be told that when they or a member of their team pushes a distractor button, the volume played in the opponent's room will be determined by the highest level selected on any of their teammates' dials. This is to increase the feeling of diffused responsibility. The question is, will any of these participants take advantage of these factors and act sadistically? Of course, we would never want anyone to actually be harmed in our experiment. So the other team, they don't exist. Instead, Jared and I will be the ones occasionally blasting the group with noise at a safe level no higher than a 3. To see just how powerful the situation can be, we selected participants who would not be predisposed to sadism. We screened our participants using the Big 5 personality scale, the personality assessment inventory, and picked those who scored the highest in moral categories like honesty and conscientiousness.
It looks like, they should be able to see each other, but it's pitch dark.
There are puzzle pieces on the table in front of you. Thank you, and once I leave the room, you may begin.
Hey, here we go.
So I think all the pieces around the outer, on the edge. Yeah, and then there's kind of like a frame that they all go in. Yeah. We got I don't even know where to begin, man. This is definitely a shot in the dark. We have a long piece that
Definitely don't think they're conscious of the control panel at this point. They're trying to get focused on the task here.
a long piece that kind of is like an S shape, if anyone feels anything like that. I don't know, the noise distraction is really necessary. It's so absurd. I had her play it for me. It's so annoying. Yeah. when do that to my worst enemy.
Right.
Exactly.
We picked people who were most likely to have these kinds of personalities.
Is there like an efficient way for us to work together? Nobody has one yet, right? No. Believe me, you'll know when I go.
Right? See? I think we should send them one at like level 1.
Oh,
she wants.
But everybody has to get one, otherwise it goes to like the highest.
Alright. Let's just fire off. I'm at 1. I'm at 1 too. Alright, and then there's a button to the right.
Did somebody do it already?
I did, yeah. Okay.
We should retaliate.
Yeah, retaliate now.
You're gonna set this like.
Alright, that wasn't too bad. Play nice.
I was looking for like a 12.
I really like the idea of describing them, but they're so.
I'm just gonna put it out there that I'm ready to throw in the towel whenever everyone else is.
No, they're not retaliating against that most recent buzz.
Should we try again?
These two are kind of like that.
Despite the factors making it easy for them to do so, this team doesn't appear to be turning evil.
Now they are like, just deal with it. Just ignore it and keep working together.
They're not interested in retaliating.
I guess the thing we could do is literally like rub the piece.
Over the course of the 2-hour study, we blasted them with noise 23 times.
Keep pressing it over and over and over. I think it's who's the biggest asshole.
But they only pushed the button 6 times, and never above a level 5. They didn't seem to abuse their power.
Puzzle pieces down.
What would happen if we introduced demand characteristics that encouraged them to act aggressively?
Your team has been randomly assigned an experimental condition. Although the other team will continue working on a puzzle, your team will not. Your only task is to operate the distractors. Also, the other team's buttons have been disconnected without their knowledge. You will not hear any sounds that they buzz back at you.
We introduced the social roles where there's a little bit of power differential. We're kind of mimicking the Stanford-like variables here.
By now saying that the buzzer is their task, the participants may feel a greater license to use it liberally, similar to how instructing prison guards in the original experiment to act tough may have encouraged more use of force.
Do you guys find a lot of these focus groups?
I've never done one.
Yeah, I try to do them every so often.
Even though they were given instructions to distract the other team, these participants instead just started chatting with one another.
They know that they can be distracting now, but they're not pushing the button.
No.
You could be pressing and shit right now.
Oh yeah.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna give them a couple of threes.
A couple of threes.
How did you guys find this?
Over the course of 10 minutes, this group only pushed the button 3 times.
Give them a buzz.
Why do you think they're so uninterested in blasting the other teams?
Because we have individuals who have been selected really with that predisposition, right? These are individuals who shouldn't be interested in retaliating.
It was time to debrief the participants on what we were actually studying.
I'm going to turn the lights on. Here I am. I'm Michael, and this is Jared. We're going to debrief you on what was really happening today. There are no other people. You are the only 4 here at this moment. There was never another team doing anything.
It's getting better, doesn't it?
This is a study related to the Stanford prison experiment.
Nice.
The standard narrative we hear about that experiment is that people just become cruel. So yeah, we're trying to see if we get the nicest people we can and we give them complete anonymity and the ability to be cruel, but never encourage them to, will they still do it? And you guys didn't. Did you have any suspicions about what we were studying or what was going on?
We talked about it. Yeah, we considered there was no one else, and there was more about how we reacted to being blasted, and then also having the choice.
Right, but I think that's good. We just want to make sure you don't think that what we're really looking at is how high you turn your own dial. That's really what we're looking at.
It was time to bring in our second group of participants, who, like the first group, were screened to be individuals with high morality characteristics.
Anything up to 7 should be safe.
Oh my god, this is so weird.
Yeah.
So once I leave, you can go ahead and get started.
Oh, Lord. Remember, we can distract the other team, too.
If this isn't already distracting enough.
Oh.
All right, so I just pressed the button to distract them.
Right off the bat, she went to 7 and pushed the button. Yeah. Number 2's pushing it at a 3.
That was so scary.
Okay, here comes number 2. Number 2 is still at a volume 3.
This team seemed more willing to retaliate. Let's see what will happen if we continue buzzing them. Will they escalate their behaviors?
Derek, let's blast him again, number 3.
Okay, let's. I'm gonna hit this over there.
All right, so 2 just pushed at a 3, but she's not touching the dial.
She's not.
It's so weird. There's no difference if you
It's just annoying.
close your eyes or open them. It's really weird.
Okay, I'm not gonna release this finger on this button. Dang.
All right.
Sorry.
You do that, and then we'll try to get.
Has anything fit?
It was clear that participant number 2 was really the only one hitting the distractor button, but it appeared that she only did it in retaliation to our buzzes, so we decided to see what would happen if we laid off.
I think this puzzle is impossible.
It's been probably 4 or 5 minutes, and we have not blasted them with the noise, and they haven't played one either.
I never want to do a puzzle ever again.
I mean, I have a feeling like if we never played a noise in their room, they would never touch the distractor button.
Probably not at this point.
In the end, we buzzed this group a total of 44 times, and they buzzed us 38 times, 37 of which came from number 2, but always in retaliation and never above a 5.
All right, guys. Puzzle pieces down.
The situational factors did not seem to be sufficient to make this group sadistic. It was time for phase 2.
So basically, she's saying that we could just press the button. That's it. Yeah, I think so.
Oh, she. Looks like it's at 7.
Wow.
Yeah, she's
going nuts at a 7.
I have come to conclude that there is no other team. And that is my final answer.
So number 3 believes there is no other team. That might explain why she was just going nuts on the button, because she doesn't feel bad about it. Okay, they're all pushing the button a lot more, and they were told this time that it was their only task.
You did
You did it. Are you happy? You've broken me.
That's how frustrated you are.
What a difference this has made. Just like in the Stanford prison experiment, if you tell people that they have a certain task to do, they'll do it, even if it's going to mean that they've been broken. The thing is, they never hit upon what we really care about, which is turning the dial into an unsafe level.
Yeah.
Hello, everyone. I'm going to turn the lights on in this room,
Okay.
and slowly you can look. So, hello, I'm Michael, and this is Jared. Hi. I'll give you time to adjust your eyes. Today, you've been part of a study where all we wanted was to see what would happen when we put people in a room and gave them that feeling of anonymity that comes from, well, if I crank my dial up really high, no one will know it's me. Right. So you have this opportunity to be cruel.
I thought I went nuts, like when the other person was pressing.
Sure, but that's just in-kind retribution. As it turns out, so far everyone stays in that below seven or under range.
Yeah.
This final phase was us trying to ramp up the demand characteristics, and I believe number 1, right? You did say at one point, "You've broken me, I did it, fine." So I love that phrase because it says, I didn't want to do this, but I'm doing it because I believe it was expected of me.
Thank you. After dismissing our participants, Jared and I sat down to discuss our results.
Really fascinating.
We brought in people who had very different personalities than those Zimbardo chose.
We put them in a situation that did not demand things from them, and they behaved according to that personality.
I think we have some intriguing support for the idea that it's more than just the situation. We really saw personality kind of shine through. For the most part, they seem to be aware of where that line is, that they shouldn't cross, and they didn't. None of them did.
It was now time to speak with the man himself, Dr. Philip Zimbardo, who I worked with on last season's episode, How to Make a Hero.
Okay, Lisa, Barry, you guys ready?
For years, Dr. Zimbardo has responded to criticisms of his famous study, always maintaining that they aren't valid. I asked him about whether his study is better seen as one on the power of demands from authority, but he wasn't receptive to that idea. I then told him about the study we ran to get his reaction.
I wanted to know what the sufficient conditions might be to make anyone do something evil. And we struggled to get that to happen. We couldn't get anyone to be cruel. Just giving them anonymity and a dehumanized other and the power to hurt that other, they didn't take advantage of it.
Well, I mean, maybe the problem was, here's a case where by picking people who are extremely conscientious, extremely mindful, by selecting people who are high on compassion, high on mindfulness, you broke the power of the situation. In the Stanford Prison experiment, we had, I presume, a relatively normal distribution. We gave them 6 personality scales, and we picked people who, on the scales, who were mostly in the mid-range. In that situation, some people behaved cruelly, evilly. Not everybody, but more of the guards than not. So again, I think that your study is a demonstration of one way in which personality dominates situation, where the personalities are, so I would say it's a positive result. The personalities are a special.
Where does this balance lie between the personal, the disposition, the personality, and the situation, the environment?
No, that's the ultimate question. Where is, how much of one and how much of the other?
Right. Zimbardo insists that demand characteristics played little role in his subjects' behavior. Critics, like Ben Blum, say they played a big role, that what happened was what was asked for. If that's true, then the Stanford Prison experiment, like the classic Milgram study, still has an important lesson. People are quick to be cruel if an authority figure suggests that doing so will serve a greater cause. In our test, we made sure that such instances didn't exist and rose above the situation. Learning how that happens is vital if we want to improve conditions where power is involved. So it's great that this debate is still ongoing. And look, questioning methods and interpretations is not a personal attack. It's how we improve our confidence in what we know. And that's how science works. So stay curious, never stop asking questions, and as always, thanks for watching.
Yeah, girly girl. Now,
yes,
you was already saying that, right? Go ahead on in, babe.
Wait a minute, about what part?
You was talking about how they didn't even know that they was part of the experiment.
Yeah, like okay,
The guards,
so
the guards
didn't realize they were part of the experiment, and so like it was certain variables that they didn't tell each part of the team. So kind of how they did these people, and it was certain part of them, but like they knew that that this was an experiment, and they knew that it was going to, like, the cruelty was going to increase. And so that's what I was saying. Like, I'm wondering, I guess, like with us, with this whole thing, is it's kind of like an experiment where they, and people sort of know that this is going on, because you talk to some people and they know exactly who we are, and they don't know why we don't know. And then you get to some people who it's their dying wish for us to, go to our graves not knowing. So it's kind of like that thing to me, like that identity thing, how people see us, and people who who are not from here basically are making that call about how we appear to others. And how, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah. What stuck out to me is at the beginning, what the fuck a college is doing with a jail?
But they built it. They built all of this for him, for this guy to do this experiment. Like the story that I
No,
saw, they were
no,
talking
no.
about.
Hold on. So you saying they built the jail up underneath Stanford? I'm talking about the original Stanford experiment. They already had that jail, right? Like Harvard. Harvard has a psychological study jail at their school also. But go ahead.
Some of this they did for him. Because he was a professor there, and they were giving him money hand over fist to do his experiments. Because this is like their Ivy League of the West, Stanford and Pepperdine and all those. Yeah. So they were giving him money to run certain things. And from what I remember hearing, because I saw a documentary on it, that they built part of this for him. He had all of that equipment to be able to film it, and they built the walls a certain way so that they could zoom in and you could actually see them. All of that, they did that for him.
Wow.
Yeah.
So now you're pretty much telling me, and that makes sense, because Harvard has a psychological department. And oh man, matter of fact, I ain't even gonna talk about it. I'm gonna just bring out that documentary next on Harvard experimental. They made a movie about that shit and all, about Harvard.
But they were talking about it was one of Top's bill when he was talking about the stained glass windows at Harvard, and how there's so much American Indian, and they wanted to come back, and they wanted to remove anything that didn't remind them of slavery, because they said it was even on the list. I'm not saying he said this, but I just remember reading that they were intent on keeping the slavery history and the remnants of slavery there and present and accounted for on the campus. And then when Top came back and said that, it had once been an Indian school, and how a lot of the architecture and a lot of the stuff around there basically had, I guess, been taken and kind of done like the Smithsonian, where they've taken that history and they removed it. So they know as well.
Right. And like Bad Saint said, being in college, my bad. Good gas. Like Bad Saint said, damn, when we was in college, it makes us feel like we was test dummies. And I told him, yeah, right. Shit. Damn, I'll be damned if I don't feel like I was part of an experiment, being in an all-black college, but having a white professor as a history teacher. That was triggering right there.
Yeah, I had more white teachers at
You was at HBCU too? You went to HBCU too?
Yeah, I had more white teachers there than I did.
Really?
And oh yeah, see, I mean, like I always went to predominantly Black everything, and so going to school there, it was more triggering there than it was in high school and junior high and all of that. Yeah, all of that.
Right.
I had way more Black teachers, and yeah, I mean, and it was like a community thing. Like, even people in my neighborhood, like they knew the teachers, they knew these people, and some of these teachers lived in the same neighborhood as I did, and so it was just kind of like that thing. And so when I went to school, HBCU, and I went to Texas Southern, and I had a white professor for most of my classes, actually. Now that I think about it, yeah, especially like those sciences, I either had a Nigerian or I had a white person, or I had a white guy.
Yep, I had African teachers too, because We had a foreign exchange program out there too. So we had a dorm just full of what foreign exchange, like the Islanders, Africans and Islanders had their own dorm.
Wow.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Yeah, they had their own damn dorm.
I would love to comment on a little bit of the video. That's
Go ahead, Sharice. Why your mic so low,
Hey,
Sharice?
Not bad. Hold on. Can y'all hear me now?
We can hear you.
Yeah, damn, you putting on your old romantic late night voice and shit, man. Damn.
I know over here on my late night voice. So you know what? When I saw that, and like when I listened to them, they pretty much were measuring their behavior and measuring like a level of if they could be cruel almost. It seems. And what I realized is that they do that a lot. They've done that a lot in history too. When you think about like Pavlov's classical conditioning, those things, you know, watching a, you know, how does a dog respond to the food or something? They salivating and shit, how much they salivating. Like they always experimenting. It's ridiculous.
Yep, Pavlov. What is it? And that that other one. I know it's a salivating dog, and it's another experiment that they have.
Yeah, it was the one with the black doll and the white doll.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That sweet feather in your ass.
I forgot. I gotta go back into that stuff. That was in human behavior, child. Whew. But seriously, like they've been doing this. It's really almost like it's weird that I don't know, it's like they almost wanted somebody to go above a 7, it seemed. Like it almost
right. They was trying to see what it would take to trigger them.
Right. It's I don't know.
The crazy shit, right? You would figure that trying to fucking solve the puzzle in the dark will trigger you.
Man, what? I would have been mad off of that. Because
I wouldn't have
doing that.
I wouldn't have been able to do it. Yeah.
Like in the dark? What?
Right. Right.
So yeah, I mean woo. And I didn't know Stanford was doing something like that. So I learned something new, you know. I didn't know
Harvard, Harvard does it too, baby.
Yeah. I mean,
they got a jail too. You know what I mean? Like Bad Saints say, a lot of schools got a psychological program. They don't have no damn prisons or no jails. That was funny to have a jail at the bottom of fucking Stanford.
And I think I missed that part. So what year was that they were doing that at Stanford? When was that?
Oh, I have to go back to it real quick.
Was it like 72 or?
Of course.
72 was a good year.
Yeah.
I thought it was like in the early 70s, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, that's
too.
But they've been experimenting
was
on
the
our
Stanford Prison Experiment. It's mentioned in almost every intro to psychology textbook. They tend to focus on how unethical it was and are less critical of its supposed conclusion.
August 14th, 1971, Palo Alto, California.
Oh, okay.
Yep. 1971, babe. Yep, 1971.
Yeah, they just, to me, like, I'm not sure, like, to what level when they do these experiments, you know, to what, you know, usage do they actually put the information, if that makes any sense, y'all. Because it's like, what are you using this information to gather? Like, what is your purpose of this? Because it almost seems, I don't know, y'all. It don't seem.
You know, right. They get. I mean, I know they get, but they get grant money for it. And I mean, a lot of times they just run these experiments. You know, sometimes it's their life's passion, but I think a lot of times they do it to keep these programs afloat. And you know, a lot of times they'll just be run by whatever endowment they've gotten to run these.
It's crazy though, man. You can look in the newspaper, well, online now, and you can listen to commercials. We're conducting an experimental study for this and that. Experimenters will be paid paid the right way. Well, they give you that incentive to make you want to go get the test. You know what I mean? Because say like a person who's been smoking cigarettes 20, 30, 40 fucking years, they want them to come in there to test their products out to try to get them off of smoke.
But see, here's the deal though. They wasn't even honest with them though. They didn't even tell them, the whole full-on truth. They
That's why they came back and said it was unethical because they didn't know the whole deal. Like the guard was saying, like they didn't realize that, I think he was saying about like the extent that they were supposed to go, and that like the other people didn't know. Other people, he thought they didn't know it was an experiment. They all knew it was an experiment.
And you know what's crazy, right? He said his fucking uncle was was a professor up there.
Yeah.
That was crazy.
I thought it was his dad.
Oh, his dad. He said his dad. I thought he said his uncle. Oh, his dad was a fucking professor up there.
And that was something else about the way that it was like the way that they gathered the test subject. That was something else that was done that was crazy. Like the way that they chose them.
Yeah.
Because like they wanted to make sure that like some of them didn't know each other. And because when I heard it earlier, I kept saying, well, I thought they all went to school together, but maybe I just heard it wrong. But there was some kind of connection between the guards and the prisoners.
They didn't show that damn experiment with all blacks. I guarantee you, they also tested all blacks.
It never would have worked.
They probably tested all Asian. You know what I mean? They didn't just stop that research right there. I guarantee you they went on with more and more. I guarantee that. Huh?
I said I was about to go there, man. He said they about to go on all ages. Don't play with them.
All ages. Hell yeah.
All this shit. Fuck around and put that puzzle together in the dark. Don't test them.
That's what I'm about to say. The little kids probably put that shit together.
Okay, shit.
They gonna get at least one piece.
I'm trying to tell you.
Little Johnny Dick shit. One of them might have a light in their pocket. Shit. These motherfuckers thought they was gonna leave me in the dark. Shit.
That was tripping me out. The Squid Games. That thing was tripping me out. Man,
I didn't see the last 3 episodes. I think I got to go back and try to find it. But I just kept waiting for what was the purpose of all of this? It just seemed crazy because the games never made sense to me. You can never like just when you think you know what's going on, you don't really know what's going on. Like I never found out. I guess maybe I need to go watch the last 3 episodes. But what's the purpose of all of it again?
Yeah, just watch the last 3. But ultimately, this man, in my opinion, down on his luck. And ended up coming into it. They all trying to win some coins when it's all said and done. So they got to play all of these ridiculous games. But even when they first get there, they don't know what's about to pop off. They don't know, niggas about to die and start, this shit about to get real. They ain't know, but they found out quick.
Yeah, I was like, oh my God, they killing people for real.
Yeah, they didn't know that shit. They was looking like, what the hell? And it was on after that. But I just found it interesting too, because I was like, damn, even the game, the one where they had to scrape into the thing, they couldn't break the jump. I was just like, bruh, I would be stressed the fuck out sitting down there.
Yeah.
But these are the games that they used to play, I guess, in their culture or whatever they used to do. But I was like, that shit was insane.
Yeah, so y'all know these little trapdoor houses, places that they got that you and the family them can go to, and you got to find your way out the room, find clues and puzzles to find your way out the room,
like an escape room.
Right. Y'all know they got cameras watching that, right? If my mind ain't fooled me, that's a damn experiment in damn self.
I think they have.
You don't never know.
Yeah, they you can actually go to them joints and pay and all of that, and you can
Yeah, we got one here. We got one here in South Carolina.
I think that'll be a little fun little gathering activity.
Yeah, it would. It'd be a mind exercise, definitely.
Yes.
Definitely. You definitely have to work with your team to figure out. You know what I mean?
Yes, I actually liked the movie or whatever. I thought it was cool, but you know, I mean, all that stuff when it's all said and done, like these people just want to test human human ability, test the human mind. They want to see, you know, what kind of decisions people make under duress and all of that stuff. I don't know. I guess it's just maybe in some way I guess you're supposed to turn it into something to help people, but I don't think that they do it for that reason. I think they use it to try to manipulate people.
Yeah, it's definitely about manipulation.
Yeah, definitely. TJ Deere or Tazier, they did that experiment at Stanford up underneath the school, man. They had a prison up underneath the school of Stanford, and they did that one. They did that one right there. Harvard has their own experimental site also too. Like I said, Harvard, they dropped a movie, man. I'm gonna remember that damn. I'm gonna remember the name of that movie, but they did a movie. I'm also gonna set me up a Zoom link so I can start doing movie night, man. I got some dope movies, man. I'm trying to tell you, I got some dope movies. Plus, I also will play all the new releases. I'll show y'all how good that Fire Stick really worked from a bridge. You know what I mean? Yeah, man, I got some good stuff, man, that I can show.
That you just gotta throw that joint together.
I gotta find out how to set up the Zoom. I got Zoom. I just need to know how to find out how to set up the link. You know what I mean? That's all. We just gotta take some time. Summertime is hectic for me, man, because this is my busy time of the year. Like this 6 months right here, is equivalent to a whole year of somebody else working on the job.
So they don't ever want their sprinkler systems put in the wintertime?
Nobody wants it in the wintertime. You don't need it in the wintertime because your grass go dormant. So HOA ain't on you. HOA ain't on you. You see what I'm saying? But when the summertime, springtime come around and that rain, or when it ain't raining, you know what I mean? Your grass start turning brown. Shit, you got to keep your grass green. You got to keep it cut at a certain height.
Yeah.
All that HOA is serious. I love them.
But I'm like, that's why I'm saying, because I mean, in Texas, we got to keep, you know, I guess because, you know, your grass is green year round, really. But I mean, like in the wintertime, January and February, we don't cut it as much, but you still have to cut it. You still like, and that's why, like, I'm always laughing at Top Cat because the lawnmen around here, they're like gangsters. They just pop up and cut your grass. And you like, you listen, Jose, I already told you, don't come over here but once this month. And so, you know, but at any rate, they like our grass grows year round. So we, what is it? They do our sprinkler systems year round. And I guess they're cheaper in the wintertime, but a lot of people get their sprinkler systems put in the winter here in Houston. A lot of them.
Yeah, you ain't getting me.
No. I mean, I'm not ever in it for the.
No, I'm just saying, I'm a nigga.
No, you need to make your money.
You can't get me out there in the winter to touch no cold ass water.
Okay. Oh, that's right. I forgot. It gets colder there. It gets colder, and y'all in the water too. Okay. Yeah.
Our temperatures get cold here now, man. Ever since Hugo, when Hugo came through. Matter of fact, every time a hurricane comes through, I'll climb in the shift.
Wow.
I'll put it to you like that. And we're dealing
with on the middle of all that shit.
South Carolina will be number probably 200. Will be the next one that hit. Tropical storm or hurricane. I think that would be number 200. That hit Charleston, that hit my area, period.
Because y'all don't necessarily get hit with every hurricane.
Yeah, we do. Hurricane season starts in goddamn July, August, September, all the way to October.
It's already started. I thought.
Yeah, y'all get tornadoes, right?
No, we get
y'all get hurricanes. Y'all get hurricanes off that Gulf too. Shit.
Yeah, we just get the hurricanes. Like, we don't get the tornadoes down this low. If the tornado,
y'all hurricanes be worse than ours because y'all hurricanes start off from warm water. That's why Katrina stayed off and on the coast, off and on like that. And that other one, because you know what I'm saying. That
Yeah.
warm water, it didn't know whether to shut down or not, so it just stayed hovering right there over the water. See, now with us, we got a certain part where that warm water that's coming from the Caribbean when the storm's coming. Once they get into that certain rift, our rift will push that motherfucker up towards North Carolina. Once they get in that cold water and they hit a little piece of land,
yeah,
it pretty much will push that bitch right on off past New York and push it back out into the ocean.
Okay.
Because of the wind that we have, like the wind tunnel that we have over here.
Because I was thinking like it's gotta be cold there. I mean, you know what I'm saying? The water is cooler. So y'all probably not riddled with the hurricanes like we are, but yeah, we get them, and we get the tropical storms. We just get a lot of rain here, and we below sea level. So yeah, but yeah,
Listen,
but
we done already had a warning of 13 tropical storms that was developing already coming this way.
that's what dumped so much water in Houston is the tropical storm.
I'm telling you, hey, listen, girly girl, we are prone to get hit by a storm.
Yeah.
So let me tell you, when them boys be going to start studying these voyages and these merchant ships, they're gonna be surprised when they see how much of them son bitches got damaged, got crushed, got smashed because of storms. Seemed like every time they fucking go somewhere, it was a storm right on their ass.
This is why, like, I had to really sit back and think whether or not I feel like how many people came from the continent of Africa. And I just, you know, if however that story shapes up, I always think in my mind, okay, so if the hurricanes basically start off the coast of Africa and come here firstly, and then secondly, we're talking about just how treacherous this sea is, and I'm talking about the sea plus the voyage that they have to, the way that they say that they came here, plus the kind of ship they're on, which is not really a ship, it's a little rowboat, and you got these people chained up, so how would they run the boat? But whatever. And so I'm thinking about all of this, and I said, I just don't think logically any of them came from here. I think that the way that they navigated, it would have either, you know, if starting here and it's going to go across the sea to England and then down to Africa. I don't really see them being able to navigate across those waters until somebody mapped out and figured out, you know, just through a lot of technology, how to get here safely. Because I don't know if you remember it, like in the 70s, about the Bermuda Triangle, how we didn't fly over it, how people weren't going on vacation, that like they avoided it. They avoided flying over it and sailing through it or near it. So I just don't see, and I mean, back then they would have had the stories and it would have probably amounted to something else, but I don't think that they ever came from that direction. I just don't. Not back then, not with the kind of you know, watercraft that they had or didn't have. I just don't think that that's the way that it shaped up. I don't think that's the way they came.
Damn, now I know I just seen my dog King Genocide say thanks for the screen panel. And now all of a sudden I put what up Genocide. I don't even see this motherfucker thing. What the fuck? Man,
what's going on there, everybody?
Damn, what's up, Sword?
Hey, Swordfish.
My ain't playing out there, man. King Genocide.
Girly girl, Sharice, OTK.
Damn, them boys executing people. I swear to God. What's up, Sword?
Hey, you know they had them when they was coming from Africa. They had the vessels with the drop top. They can just they can turn that motherfucker on. It'll come back over the top of the boat and cover the boat on the way. You know. So,
drop top. They had
they had the drop. The drop top schooner.
Yes, they had the grill in the back. They was butchering the meat.
They was hitting the switches on that
motherfucker. These freshly ground, you know, lamb burgers. You know.
Yeah.
Hey, let's think about it. Somebody said something real good. Check this out. I don't think they can import African in those numbers today, not to mention the cost. That's real steak. So check it, y'all. It took
No, Betsy, I don't think so either.
George Washington to get from New York, from Virginia, hold up, hold on, let me make sure now. From Virginia to New York, it took him 2 weeks.
And that's state to state.
Yeah, it took him 2 weeks, y'all. These boys probably been on the goddamn water for 6 months if it happened. So that means they would only be able to make one trip.
I think people
And they
look at
damn
it
sure
like,
wasn't bringing. They was taking. They damn sure wasn't bringing.
yes, they were taking them. They were taking them away from here, taking us away from here. But I think that
They needed that potato, and they needed
no.
somebody to help them grow that potato and corn, dog. Those trees that they was taking back, the birds, all that shit. They needed somebody to show them.
You got to
dog,
take somebody with you that knows how to do it. So, and that's another thing. So you got two, I think, Sorge, you were talking about this, how you have the people from England who live in this, rainy, wet environment. And then you have the people in Africa who come from this dry, arid environment where ain't growing nothing. You put the two of them together, you give them a big piece of land, and you say, okay, now y'all grow and cultivate in normal weather, mild temperate weather, where you grow, when the soil is very fertile and you can grow things. I don't know how they thought that story was gonna weather the time, the test of time, because it don't make no sense.
Oh yeah. You take a nigga that can't cook, ain't used to cooking with spices, and you take a nigga that ain't got it, and you put them two together, and they can make a full course meal with cornbread, fried chicken, collard greens, peach cobbler, and the whole thing. Yeah, that make a lot of sense.
And they know what seasoning grow locally and where the salt come from, and they just got it in there and they just made it all work.
They know how to make grits, home fries, bacon. All that stuff.
And that motherfucking cream of wheat they used to eat.
They make it oatmeal.
Water, yeah, they motherfucker making oatmeal out of grits, dog. That boy ain't know nothing about no damn grits. Ain't know about no damn grits. The boy used to eat watery shit, man. But,
I can't eat grits out. I can only eat my own.
Okay. All right. Cool.
I can only eat my own. No self-respecting Southerner gonna eat no watery grits.
How you make your grits, girl?
I like them thick, and I like them cheesy. With salt and pepper and garlic powder.
Garlic powder.
Yeah.
I don't think I had the
garlic is good for you. That's why she put it in there.
Yeah. My daddy used to make them like that. He made the best grits.
She said, "My daddy."
My daddy.
You a daddy's girl?
Yes.
My daddy.
My daddy and a mama.
Put an E in there.
Girl.
My daddy and my mama. Yep.
Yeah.
I was by myself for a long time. I was by myself till I was like 17. Then my sister was born. So I had to share them. It's like you got to share their attention because they only got one kid. You don't think about it like, you by yourself and, you trying to please both of them because it's just one of you. So I'm kind of both of theirs. Yeah, I would say daddy's girl and my mama too. But at any rate, yeah, but I make them with the garlic powder because he used to put it in there and he used to make those salmon croquettes on Sunday and he would take that egg and fry it and the middle would be runny and he put it in a bowl and serve it in this big bowl. And it was just, I would just slather myself in that food, and it was just I would be full
sunny side egg up.
Yes.
Talk about sunny side egg.
It would be a little runny. It would be just a little bit runny.
Yeah.
Most of it would be cooked, but this right in the center would be runny.
Yeah,
so good.
That's sunny side.
I just kind of got into that because when I was a kid, man, I look at that, I like, I ain't eating that shit.
Right, but like now,
I just got into it.
Without a runny egg, I can't have it. I cannot eat it without, or like shrimp and grits maybe, but I need a runny egg on my grits. Nice, yeah, cheesy and thick and buttery. Yeah. No sugar, because I'm not 5. I mean, if you like sugar, that's your business, but no, I need grown girl grits.
Hey, Sword, I'm glad you joined me, man. You know, whilst we still got a crowd in here, check this out, Sword. What you think about this right here? Ain't girly girl. Check this out.
Don't do it.
This is Pataseka, a breeding slave who had more than 200 children. He was picked by his enslaver because he was strong, tall, powerful, and had excellent genetic traits. But that didn't stop him from fighting for his freedom and for what he thought was right. He led slave revolts, rebelled against plantation owners, and did his best to educate some of his children on how to survive. This is the story of a legendary man who has seen it all. For 350 years, slavery was the core of Brazil's economy. About 40% of the 10 million enslaved Africans brought to the New World were taken to Brazil. For centuries, every
40% took it to Brazil, which we already knew that. But why they ain't calling them African Americans?
They call them Afro-Brazilians.
Okay.
African who came here.
That's bullshit. Them Afro-Brazilians don't call themselves that.
No, they don't, and they don't.
They might fucking fight you. They might fucking fight you. I know my Brazilian brother. They might fucking fight you. They'll tell you straight up, no. No African. Where's the language? Where's the culture? They'll tell you straight up.
Hey, when it first came on, that Joker was so black, I thought it was Black Panther. I had to take a second look at him and say, "Oh, that's a human." Oh, okay.
With a name like that, you know that's a Spanish name, Patasika. But shit, he got forced to breed with over 200. He got over 200 black slave children.
I don't think so.
And they said that he got good genetics. What kind of science was they like? What they was using back then?
Fucking no. This man led slave revolts. He also was smart enough to teach his children.
He is super nigga, and he don't exist.
Oh, super nigga. Let's go.
That nigga has some baby oil on too, didn't he?
Hey, hello, girly girl. He might do this. Hello, girly girl. All right, let's go, man.
Here came as a slave. Slaves were so crucial to the economy that they did all the work, everything, while the white Brazilians did nothing. This country was also the last in the Americas to abolish slavery. When the government abolished the international slave trade in the country in 1850, the demand for black labor was still strong. If enslaved women didn't bear enough children to replace old and dying workers, the Brazilian economy would have collapsed. The slave society would have crumbled. To get more slaves, enslaved Africans were forced to procreate. This slave breeding system worked as a factory. Enslaved Africans gave birth to more babies, who would be born as slaves, so they could work on plantations or any job as free labor. Sometimes, slave breeders were used. At other times, slave owners would force the women to make more slaves. One such breeding slave was Roque Jose Florencio, also known as Pataseka. He was born in 1828 and was forced to father around 249 children with different women. This made him a direct ancestor to about 30% of the population of Santa Eudoxia, São Carlos. One of his granddaughters, Maria Magdalena Florencio Florentino.
Damn, this motherfucker created a whole city.
I mean, to me, it sounded like he was actually interested. It don't sound like he was forced. It sounded like he was interested.
Ain't no shit. Girly girl, he got family members. He got descendants. Hold on. Go ahead. Go ahead. I ain't watched this yet neither before.
Do you remember that
Listen,
guy?
I don't watch nothing. I ain't watched this before. The things that I do watch first before I show it, I will let you know. But I didn't watch.
Do you remember the guy that?
But that name Magalina is I had an aunt named Magaline.
Do you remember the white guy who was a sailor who supposedly after he divorced his or left his first wife on the island after it was called Mutiny on the Bounty. What was the name of that? That was a movie. And it was about this white guy who took over the ship. Him and his the crew took over the ship and they sailed back to where they were from. I mean, to where they had been shipwrecked, or I don't know, the Navy was there or whatever. But supposedly he fathered the majority of he was like great grandfather to the majority of the island. They all was related to him some kind of way. So either somebody with some incest, or he fathered a whole bunch of children. But I think that it was. I don't think that all of them. I think that not 249 children, not pets.
So his grandkid had a thing on his calf muscle.
Yeah, he would have had to be pregnant and
no, Patrick Seca did not father 249 children. No, he did not. No. No.
That boy said, "I don't get tired."
Ain't no shit. Damn.
That thing would have fell off.
Nah, shit. He do it on soft and all. He don't need to be. He good.
Maybe I don't know.
He literally gets a girl pregnant by looking at him.
Nah, they brought that sea moss from Nigeria.
Ain't no way.
Hey, but check it though. This is crazy though, because this is saying like, yo, because of him, you now have 200 African Brazilians. Just one man now. Check this fucking slave story out. This is what's
the same thing to them they did to us.
This is crazy. Yeah. Let's go. Let's check this out, man. Hey, girl, don't laugh now. Don't laugh now.
I'm not gonna laugh.
Maria Magdalena Florencio Florentino can be seen holding his death certificate in one of the local newspapers. Here's what she said. It's a true story. It's not a legend. Roque Jose Florencio was bought by a farmer from Sao Carlos, state of Sao Paulo, and chosen to be an escravo reproductor, stud, slave breeder, in Santa Eudoxia district. He had more than 200 children and died at 130 years of age. This document was written on February 17, 1958. It shows that Pataseca passed away because his heart stopped working. He had myocarditis, heart failure, senility, and sclerosis. The number of kids he had was written in an old book from the Fazenda Grande, but the family says they have no official records about any of them and are searching for his children online. Here's how it all started. Roque Jose Florencio was born in 1828 in Sorocaba, Sao Paulo. This was by the turn of the 19th century, when Brazil was still a Portuguese colony. Most of the people who lived there were of European descent. Some were German, others were Italian and Spanish. There was a considerable Dutch influence along the northeast.
Whoa, so where the hell the African come from?
Hey, what was it?
At the beginning, they showed the train coming from Africa.
What was his name again?
Pataseca, but he had another name before that. He had an original name.
If he was born in 1828 and he lived to be 130, we should find him on the census or something.
Exactly.
Yeah, would that be 1958, right?
Yep.
Yeah, somewhere around there. Yeah.
Oh, now
they said that nigga died because his heart stopped working. Like, what you expect? The nigga 130.
Goddamn right.
Like, oh shit.
He stopped working.
Yeah, he was a young man.
Hey, hold on. Y'all see the slave ship? Look at the slave ships, y'all.
130. He was a young man.
Wait a minute, where?
Sword. Look at the slave ships right here in the right hand corner.
Okay.
That sword, like, okay. Listen, this will have to be the slave ship because you see these motherfuckers leaving on a canoe on a smaller boat.
Hold on. OTK, I think you pointed out something very interesting. Does that boat have a sail and a what they call that shit, like for the steam, where the steam come out the top?
Yeah, steam engine. Yeah, the steam engine wouldn't be out there at this time, right?
It look like it's on the same boat.
On the same damn boat.
That shit.
A sail and a steamship. I mean, a sail and a steamboat. I'll be damned. And it looked like they got paddles hanging out the goddamn right side of it.
Oh my goodness.
I'm just tripping, though. I'm just tripping. I don't know. Hold on. Let me see. Can you make this bigger, OTK?
I was about to say, can you make it bigger? Because that's fun. That's. I want to make sure I ain't criticizing them too hard there.
Yeah. Exactly. Me too, man. Oh, let me see something. Hold up.
That boy got a sail and a steam engine on that.
I swear to God.
He probably got hydraulics on.
And he got the
They got
steamship blowing with sitting in the
Let
water.
me see you some
Them is
canoes.
fucking oars. Them is
Boy
oars
said,
right there too.
and they said, "Ghost ride the whip."
What?
They got the steamship going. Hold on now. They got the steamship going, but sitting in place.
They put a sailboat on autopilot.
On fucking autopilot. What the? Then this motherfucker look like he got a speedboat right here. Y'all can see my arrow. This motherfucker look like he got a speedboat. He got steam coming out of this shit. Look, got
Why
smoke.
is it hiked up in the front? Like it's really rolling.
Oh man,
And
I
this
can't
dude
blow
down here
this
rowing.
shit up. Oh, I can't blow this shit up.
He got
Oh,
a Hemi in his too,
oh, my
girl.
quality is fucked up though. Let me make the quality better.
And then got that RT charge.
Y'all fucking stupid.
But could you imagine though, like if you was a student in the 3rd grade and you started pointing these things out, a teacher will tell you that you're wrong.
She would.
And the
Shit
teacher,
crazy.
and you just being a curious kid using your brain, and they gonna tell you that you're wrong.
Yeah, just like this boat right here would look like a damn white man rowing a black lady with an umbrella over her head, or a black man.
He feeding her peanuts.
He rowing a boat. He rowing her around.
This is crazy. Look at how built up Brazil is.
Yeah.
This is crazy. You notice they gotta have a church right in the center of things, boy. The church got to be the biggest building now.
One day I wanted to go down there. I heard about them civilizations built inside the mountains.
Oh yeah, you talk about Petra. You talk about Petra. Yeah. Yeah, I heard about that. I want to check them shit out too. But yeah, I'm going back to Mexico this year because they don't open up the damn pyramids back now for tour. So I wish I was able to go there a couple of years before, because I'm pretty sure they probably been doing the same shit they've been doing where they said they was doing out there in Egypt with that whitewashing shit. Word. So all these original pictures that y'all got, that people been traveling to Mexico and Central America and South America and getting these raw, authentic pictures, please keep them, because we gonna need them bitch to compare and contrast, because they gonna fucking whitewash it, just like they whitewashed the 6 Cherokee Indians that visited Europe. The original, these motherfuckers had on their original outfit, black as a bitch. Once they got to Europe, the motherfucker put them boys in European clothing, and them niggas ended up white.
Yep.
The era of whitewashing was real, y'all. I'm gonna do a bill on that too. Of course I will. Of course I will.
The one whose last name was Montoya.
Montoya?
Yeah. Was it his first name? He is my, I think, 16th. Maybe it was 14th great grandfather, because he is he's a descent. Dragon Canoe is one of his descendants, and he was like my 9th great grandfather. But yeah, he was Montoya.
Dragon Canoe?
Yep.
Out of East Tennessee?
Yep, out of East Tennessee.
Oh man, I was reading about them, man. His dad out of Kakula, when his father had went over to Europe, and somebody did a bad deal. And if you look in the newspaper, I think it was in 1732, they said, man, them Indians got to fighting out there and they trashed the whole goddamn hotel.
Wait a minute. And then they said that he that somebody had done something and he sliced off somebody's hand. That was that his and that's when they said that's when they changed it to whatever it was, to attack a killer. That's what they were saying that they had changed his nickname to, because they said he would attack and kill people. They said it was almost unprovoked. They said it would seem like it was unprovoked.
Yeah, Dragon Canoe wasn't taking that shit, because he was like, I saw my dad. I saw how y'all did my dad the whole time. He was like, fuck that. We running the show different now that, you know. So yeah. That's what's up though. That's
Yep.
Shout out to Dragon Canoe.
Shout out to Dragon Canoe.
Yeah, word. The name right there is scary. Say it again. Who? Dragon Canoe.
I ain't fucking with nobody. They named Dragon Canoe.
Shit.
I'd be like, you got it, big dog.
Oh, you a dragon?
Yeah, exactly.
I ain't never seen a dragon before and shit.
Them was
I
your
mean,
shoes?
dragons
Oh
was
shit,
real.
hold on.
Huh?
I'd be like, man, my bad for stepping on your shoe, dog. How much they? How much they? Yeah, let me go ahead and get you a pair. Hold on.
Shit. Damn. All right.
As you might already know, slavery was still going strong, especially with the slaves of African origin. Dutch slave traders brought about 600,000 enslaved Africans to the New World. That's 5 to 6% of the total number of the transatlantic trade. Roque was a powerful man with a muscular physique, but he too was one of the many unfortunate black people who got kidnapped and enslaved. There's no record of his parents or siblings. That's because he was separated from them at a very young age. He never saw or heard from them again. His owner forced him to work as a field laborer and a slave breeder. Roque was very strong and more than 7 feet tall. He was very charismatic, intelligent, and brave. People called him Pata Seca, which means dry foot in Portuguese. Now, there are different speculations as to where he got that nickname. Some say he was called that way because he could walk barefoot on the hot soil and feel no pain. Others claim he had a skin condition, which made his feet very dry. A more interesting theory suggests that he earned that nickname because everywhere he went, he would leave no traces behind, making it difficult for his captors to track him down. When Pata Seca was captured, he was taken to the Villa Sorocaba and sold to Visconde da Cunha Bueno. This white man owned a plantation and lived a relatively lush life at that time. A popular superstition was that a tall
Play War Thunder now. Join millions of players across the globe in massive battles.
tall and robust man could father more male babies. Male slaves were critical for hard labor. While enslaved, he had no choice but to have unprotected sex with countless enslaved women. He had to produce more enslaved children to survive in bondage. These children would then be sold as commodities on the slave market. Children born into these relationships were often kept under the watchful eye of their masters. White women and men often took the children away from their parents and brought them to that big house. At first, they used them as servants who carried out domestic chores and worked long hours. This way, the masters controlled what the children ate. They wanted to make sure the children would be fit to carry out different tasks when they grew up. Many of these children would later be used as potential slave breeders, especially the boys. Just as their parents were forced to reproduce, this was traumatic, but it was a massive part of an enslaved person's life. To become the perfect breeding tool, Pata Seca was fed well and received careful health checks. His family says he fathered a mind-blowing 249 children with different women. Many of them were born into slavery. Because he could produce so many children, his owners treated him relatively well. He became an invaluable and indispensable tool. Here was a family member of Pata Seca holding his picture. Even though Pata Seca suffered as a slave, he still loved his kids. He taught them essential skills like reading, fighting, and staying alive. Many of those children became leaders of communities of black slaves who resisted the slave regime. Pata Seca, too, rebelled against plantation owners and led slave revolts. There are not many documents to prove that, but oral stories from locals and his ancestors say that he spent many years of his life fighting for freedom. Fun fact, if you hit the like button and share this video, it helps us fight against the system that wants to ban our history and prevent you from learning this kind of information. During the first half of the 19th century, Brazil witnessed many conspiracies and slave revolts, mainly across the sugar plantations. Collective slave resistance did happen before in Brazil, but slaves had never demonstrated such military capability as they did between the years of 1807 and 1835. Prosperity from sugar plantations in the region lasted until the early 1820s, but then everything changed when the area suffered social violence, economic downturns, and natural disasters. The economy depended on slave labor and foreign markets. In 1822, Brazil became independent. This meant there were new political trends. In Bahia, a state of Brazil, during the 1820s and 1830s, there were a lot of protests, revolts by the military, and uprisings against the Portuguese. The Portuguese soldiers held their ground for about a year, but these events were so common that they shook the nation. This made things even worse for the sugar industry. This was also a time when Bahia faced severe droughts. Lots of people left the countryside and went to the cities of Reconcavo and Salvador. In March 1834, the leaders in the town of Cachoeira said that the price of manioc flour, an essential food for many people, became extremely high, and many had died because of hunger. food prices went up a lot due to high inflation. Of course, food storage made slave diet a million times worse. In 1845, historical records of a planter show the white man shamelessly confessed that slaves are badly fed, worse clothed, and work so hard that their lives do not exceed 6 years. This kind of treatment fueled countless slave rebellions in the region. Because so many people died, white slave owners often forced their slaves to give birth to more babies and replenish their labor force. But there was one thing they missed: the massive influx of Africans, both enslaved and free people, in the late 18th and early 19th century, created a sizable black majority in the Brazilian population. This is where the tables turned. Black people started planning large-scale revolts. They would form quilombos across Brazil, which were communities organized by fugitive slaves. Quilombos were found in remote places and usually had less than 100 people who lived off farming and raiding. The biggest and well-known ones were Palmares, which became like its own little country. By the 1690s, it had around 20,000 people living there. It was successful because they had a lot of suitable land for farming, and they also took slaves from Portuguese farms to help them thrive. Pata Seca once led a revolt that helped escaped slaves find refuge in one of these communities in the region of Pernambuco. Back then, Pernambuco used to be the 5th biggest producer of sugarcane in Brazil, other than breeding. Pata Seca was also responsible for caring for the horses and transporting correspondence from the farm to the city and back. It was then, when he was working as a courier, that he met his wife. He was on his way to pick up some letters in São Carlos when he saw a young, thin woman constantly sweeping the area. One day, he proposed to the girl, and when she said yes, he helped her onto a horse, and they went to the farm. They got married, and Pata Seca was given 20 bushels of land as a gift. After having more than 200 kids in the slave quarters, he decided to create his own family with Palmira, and together they had 9 more children. There is not much information about Palmira, except that she was a skilled healer, and she regularly took care of the sick and injured. She was a good and fair woman who took good care of her children. She was an excellent mother and a great wife. I mean, they both lived in such dark times that even the simplicities of life proved to be invaluable. Pata Seca had seen it all. He was alive when slavery was abolished in 1888 and when the Republic was established in 1889. He saw plenty of presidents and dictators fall, 2 world wars, and many social movements. Everyone seemed to like him. Locals say Pata Seca was religious and often organized parties to honor St. John, and he always welcomed guests warmly. Magdalena is proud to share her grandfather's story. She said that ever since she was a little girl, she heard a lot about his stories, how Pata stood up for what was right, and how he was always wearing a white shirt and standing tall. Her grandfather made it a habit to keep the area around the farm's house clean, which was surrounded by mango trees. Uncle Zay was the one who prepared the coffee. Pata's usual breakfast was cornmeal cooked with lard and black coffee. He would bring the coffee to Palmira, who unfortunately lost her sight due to complications from one of her childbirths. For lunch, he usually had rice with beans, with pork rinds or chicken. When it was time to sleep, he would rest in a bed made of corn straw mattress. Interestingly, it was from this bed that a nail fell and injured his foot. Magdalena said he got an infection. They used remedies from the slave quarters: smoke, urine, and alcohol. A girl took care of it, but she went to Rio Preto and got it worse. Pata was taken to Santa Casa de São Carlos. He lived a long life and passed away in February 1958 at the age of 130, just 3 months after being part of the city's birthday parade as an oldest man in the area. The only picture of the family's patriarch is from this very parade. After years of searching, Magdalena discovered that an old friend of her grandfather had the photo. Eventually, the friend's relative found the picture in his wallet. Today, the photo proudly sits on a shelf in Magdalena's house, where anyone can see it. She keeps souvenirs behind the door, including the old house keys and a nail like the one that caused her grandfather's foot injury. In the kitchen, she follows the same recipe to make rapadura. According to her, her grandfather lived a longer life because, unlike many other slaves, he lived in the main house and had better food. A lot happened during Pata Seca's lifetime. From 1864 to 1870, Pata also saw the Paraguayan War, also known as the War of the Triple Alliance. It was the bloodiest conflict in Latin American history. About 2/3 of Paraguay's population died during the battles, including around 90% of its men. Brazil transitioned from a monarchy to a republic in 1889, establishing the first Brazilian republic. Pata was also alive during the coffee export boom from the late 19th to the early 20th century. In fact, coffee accounted for 63% of the country's exports, making it a lucrative business. One other thing, you've seen the Christ the Redeemer statue in Rio de Janeiro, right? Since Pata was born in 1828 and died in 1858, he was there when this colossal statue was built. But there is more. Pata saw the revolution of 1930. After losing the presidential election in 1930, Getulio Vargas, the governor of Rio Grande do Sul, led a military uprising that changed the government of Brazil. This rebellion started in Porto Alegre, the capital of Rio Grande do Sul, a state in the southern part of Brazil. The revolution happened partly because the Sao Paulo state had been controlling Brazil a lot since the monarchy fell in 1889. A few years before Pata died, Brazil hosted and won the FIFA World Cup in 1950. I mean, he saw Brazil change from the slavery era to a modern-day nation with stunning beaches, diverse cities, rainforests, and incredibly popular tourist attractions. Pata died of old age. His heart had given up, and he passed quietly in his bed. Plenty of friends and family members were there to support him and pay tribute with prayers and songs. They lamented his loss and paid their respects at his funeral. His remains are in Santa Eudoxia Cemetery, where his loved ones erected a monument in his honor. The problem is, the only living record of this man comes from his descendants. He was born at a time when there was not enough evidence or birth certificates that he lived for 130 years. The oldest verified person to have ever lived is Jean Louis Calment, who was 122 years old. Black people back then were not considered even humans, and very few lived a long time. If Pata indeed lived that long, as the locals and his family say, then he would have broken that record easily. The thing is, there is a huge possibility that Pata could have fathered that many children. He was forced to have unprotected sex with many different women on a daily basis. So, when you do that your whole life, you can have more than 200 kids. But there's also a possibility he could have contracted a bunch of diseases, many of which there's no record of. As you can see, much of Pata Seca's life remains a mystery. He was born in a period that was just unbelievably cruel and disgusting. There were things that happened that we couldn't even fathom. And just because there are no official documents to prove that, it doesn't mean it didn't happen. Pata's descendants and many locals who knew him say he was a well-known slave, someone with power and enormous height. This made him a
did you just hear that?
candidate as a breeding slave. Pata Seca spent most of his life in slavery, but he also lived to see slavery abolished. He outlived many of the people he knew and saw Brazil change from a nation dependent on slave labor to a modern-day society we know today. If you'd like to learn more about some Black history they never taught us, doesn't mean it didn't happen. Pata's descendants and many possibility he could have contracted a bunch of diseases, many of which there's no record of. As you can see, much of Pata Seca's life remains a mystery. He was born in a period that was just unbelievably cruel and disgusting. There were things that happened that we couldn't even fathom. And just because there are no official documents to prove that, it doesn't mean it didn't happen. Pata's descendants and many locals who knew him say he was a well-known slave, someone with power and enormous height. This made him a favorable candidate as a breeding slave. Pata Seca spent most of his life in slavery, but he also lived to see slavery abolished. He outlived many of the people he knew and saw Brazil change from a nation dependent on slave labor to a modern-day society we know today. If you'd like to learn more about some...
Go ahead, bro.
Just because there are no records that what I was trying to repeat it verbatim. That was crazy.
It was crazy because I don't know why they thought they were trying to make him live up to today's standards. For back then, the nigga did not have 200 plus children. I'm sorry.
Just because, oh my bad. Go ahead.
No, you're right. Go ahead.
Just because there were no records to show that it did happen doesn't mean that it didn't happen. Think about like the type of thinking that somebody gotta have to think that way. Like that's sick, man. That's crazy.
You have to have a reason.
Yeah, that's what he said. Just because there are no records doesn't mean it didn't happen. Yeah. So basically, the whole documentary was about a man. Yeah, it was. He was the dude. Oh shit, that just came in. Yep. They got the title right there, Cosmo, the untold story of Pata Seca, forced to breed over 200 black slave children. That's how much children he had. He had so much children till it created his own city.
That same dude that said that shit, I want him to rescind his license, and when his ass get pulled over by the police, say just because it ain't in the system don't mean I ain't got one. I want to try that shit, see how.
Oh shit!
Or when the IRS call his ass. when the IRS call his ass, say you ain't filed your taxes in the last 3 years. Just because y'all ain't got no record of it don't mean
Don't mean I ain't filed it.
Shit.
You
Boy,
do it
you
again.
crazy.
Just because a
Oh,
bank
you
account say I have
crazy.
$0 don't mean I don't have no money in that bank. Look again.
What you
gonna
mean
find
insufficient funds? Just because you don't see it don't mean it ain't there.
Don't mean it ain't there. Look again.
Ain't
Look
there.
again.
Damn.
Oh my goodness. We got a lot of work to do, man.
We do.
We,
Because common sense ain't
Preaching
common.
and satisfying.
it ain't common.
Like, what?
I heard that when I was young, but I never really understood what that meant
It's
until now.
not common. Yeah, it's like, what you say? Okay, yeah. You stupid. That's what you just say that and just look off. Like, if I look at him anymore, I feel brain cells dying.
That's why when people
like-
say stuff out like that, I'd be like, well, what does it mean then? Like if the
Just like he
records
kept
don't
saying
exist,
he was forced to have unprotected sex with 200 women.
niggas had rubbers back then.
You idiot.
Rubbers and birth control. He just chose not to put one on. That's crazy.
And they had 200 women just scattered ass everywhere. And he can go from woman to woman impregnating them. He the only nigga in the camp. Shut up.
And he did it against his will.
Yes.
He ain't like how none of it felt. He just no, I don't want to do this.
I don't want to do it.
Then turn around, look at her husband. Well, the slave master said we got to do it, sis. So come on. Oh man.
We get it right, and they was all and they said the slave master's wives was the one deciding who was gonna keep getting. They wanted them to keep getting pregnant. I was like she telling somebody ovaries what to do. She don't control nothing. This little lily white thing walking around here with a horse whip. First of all, they always make it seem like it's just about 3 people that's running the whole place.
And niggas just didn't like fight back. They just sat there and they took it. He got more kids than overseers. Yo, kid, you ain't had not one kid like Dragon Canoe? Not one?
Not one.
Not one? Not one of them wanted to fight back.
Not one of them.
That's crazy.
Not a nan, nada. Not a nan, nada.
Nada.
But they did say, though, he did sign the contract.
What kind of contract? I missed that part.
He signed the contract after he got picked. They say he signed the contract and he was rewarded and shit, like,
I would like to hear Pan-Africans' thoughts on that. Because they believe this shit.
Yeah, before we hear their thoughts on that, they have to show me their thoughts on this right here. They have to explain this.
Existed in many different forms throughout history. The reduction of another human being to the status of property, used for labor at the command of another, has been a feature of almost every society on Earth until the 19th century or so. No system of slavery has attracted more attention than the transatlantic slave trade, established by Europeans to provide slave labor for their American colonies. Around 12 million souls were taken from Africa, forced onto perilous journeys across the Atlantic, where they and their descendants were condemned to a life of servitude. However, retellings of the horrors of Atlantic slavery too often turn into stories of how Europeans alone determined the course of that history. In reality, Africans were not just passive victims. Millions of them were slaves, but many others profited from, produced, and protected that slave trade. In this video, we look at the untold story of the African slave trade. Stick around until the end to learn how some of Africa's greatest kingdoms were built on the profits of slavery, and how Africans fought tooth and nail
Yeah, and they're gonna show how they also conducted. Hey, Cosmo, no, they say that motherfucker taught his children how to read and write. Shit, Patrick was off the chain.
To protect it from the abolitionist
Shit, when did he
European
have time?
empires.
Between that and his dry foot, I don't
Yeah,
know.
when did he
Slavery
have
has
time?
existed in Africa for as long as recorded history. Ancient Egypt had slaves.
Yeah, this nigga was riding in one room and teaching through the wall in the next.
That nigga drinking. He had a pencil in one hand and coconut water in the other.
And the other, like, God damn. How the hell he taught his kids them, but they don't have no remembrance. Nobody is no remembrance. If he taught his kids them, that will last. But yet, y'all want to tell me y'all came way over here from Africa, skip Brazil, skip the Caribbean islands, came way over to South Carolina, Charleston, and y'all remember that y'all are African tribe? Y'all are only people in America that held on to the African culture. These Gullah Geechee that they call the Gullah Geechee, taking people's name and shit. They the only ones. How did y'all manage to keep y'all African culture?
That's a good question.
But nobody else did. And I mean, they went to Brazil, all of that first. They just tell you, 600,000 went to Brazil by itself. So-called. Let's keep it so-called now. You know, look. We repeating their
And
words.
that lady, it's an older lady that was, she said that whatever that language was, it was African. I'm like, did she realize she's speaking English? I understood everything she said.
That's gonna be next. Watch they fuck around. They're gonna find traces of English being started in Africa. Watch now. Watch.
Toiling away in its fields and on its monuments. Ancient Carthage trafficked in slaves across the Mediterranean, and the Ethiopian kings of Aksum wrote proudly of the slaves they took in war. Slaves were also exported from Africa for centuries before Europeans arrived. The trans-Saharan slave trade lasted for over 1,000 years and dragged about 10 million people across the desert to be slaves in the Islamic world. The Indian Ocean also had a similarly long-lasting ocean-going slave trade, with about 5 million ending up in slave ships, bound and branded for use in foreign lands. These slaves ended up as laborers, domestic servants, soldiers, or more. Male slaves in the Islamic world were typically castrated, which meant that slaves had to be brought. We'll focus on Western Africa, where the Atlantic slave trade was centered. West Africa was removed from the Indian Ocean trade and mostly secure from Islamic slave raids, but slavery was still a feature of life there long before the Atlantic slave trade began. A succession of powerful empires occupied the region, which all rested on complex slave systems. The Ghanaian Empire from the 3rd to the 13th century began a tradition of powerful West African imperial states and built much of its wealth through trans-Saharan trading of slaves or goods acquired through slave labor. The salt, copper, and gold that made the Mali Empire and Mansa Musa fabulously wealthy were all extracted with slave labor. Domestic slavery was also common, and Mali was known to import female slaves from the Mediterranean to act as domestic servants in the households of the elites.
Now, if Mansa Musa was a real person, I don't want y'all to talk about this motherfucker no more, because he traded y'all ass too.
Most of the slaves were acquired through conquest of neighboring kingdoms, or tribal groups who were too weak to defend themselves from the organized imperial militaries. Successor empires like the Songhay, Jollof, and Kabu inherited the social and economic structures of slavery and continued to acquire slaves as they scrambled to establish their own territories.
Better futures start now with the Ninja Trader mobile app, with the power to customize how you trade on the go.
Okay, here's a question, Sword. Here's another question for you and Girly Girl. Now, we're seeing that they're being conquered by Muslim people, European people, or whatever like this. Now, plus they own West African, the Ghana people. So if they was taught already in these languages, why would they come over here speaking the African language? Wouldn't they be speaking Islam or something like that? Or either they matter of fact, they damn sure will already come religious, right? They will either come either Christian or either goddamn Islam, right? These slaves. This is an Islamic state.
Makes sense to me.
Yeah. But I think if they had
So who really was the fucking missionaries? So who really was these missionaries?
There's no way we could have come over
They
here.
try to throw it on the whites. They try to throw it on the whites, but we know that these so-called Africans, some of them was free. A lot of them came across this bitch free on these boats too. What Christopher them boy had, but not North America, but with Christopher them boy, people them, and with the French and them boy, they came across free. Indentured servitude. Now, don't it sound better that they were seeing somebody that may have closer to our complexion to be missionaries rather than somebody who we would look at and be like, man, who the fuck is you with this old pale ass skin? Now I'm wondering who the fuck the real missionaries are.
Well, I'm trying to figure out, they praise Mansa Musa, but he had trafficking women. I mean, yeah.
If it's real.
Well, I'm gonna let them have their story. They just gotta add that part in there. I hope they're proud of that too.
And if if his brother left with 200 ships, matter of fact, his successor before him supposedly left with 200 ships and never came back. That's how he became in the power. Now, the story also says that his brother left with 200 or something ships and supposedly came to America and never came back.
The same route. And I think he's of like 2000. That nigga said, fuck you, Atlantic. You took my brother out. I'm coming to get you.
Oh,
yeah,
man.
Good luck.
Hey, X Lewis, you crazy as hell. I'm an African, Australian, black, Negro, color American. Y'all can't tell me nothing.
I am that I am.
I am what I am. Word. Yeah.
Girly girl, you about to say something? Oh, okay.
You got it.
All right. Let me know if y'all can hear this.
These empires used slaves as a status symbol. An ownership.
Y'all can hear that?
Yeah.
That nigga said we use slaves as a status symbol. That's my slave right there. Y'all see my slave? That bitch a stallion, boy. That's my slave.
And they supposed to be Islamic, but look at the cross right here on this damn chair. Right up underneath his elbow. See, symbolism is a mug. You know what I'm talking about?
One?
Right here, that's sitting in the chair. Look at the cross right
Talking
there.
about that cross?
On the arm of the chair. Okay. But these is Islamic clothing.
I see it.
Well, you know the slave is what made him a high value man. You know
that's how he got so rich. That's how he got so rich.
Yeah, he was making 10 grand a month. Yeah, and they had LinkedIn. So.
Let's go. Let's see what's going on.
Slaves came to represent someone's wealth and power. Slavery took many different forms in West Africa. Some worked the land or the mines. Others served as soldiers or even political advisors. In some places, slaves were permitted to own land that they cultivated in their free time and might earn enough from this land to buy their own freedom. In other places, the lot of slaves was more miserable. In Benin, for example, slaves were regularly sacrificed to mark important occasions like the anniversary of a king's death. All of this is to say that when Europeans arrived,
and I'm getting reports that this shit is still happening today in some parts of Africa. So let's go.
they did not find an empty land of scattered peoples ripe for enslavement, but complex societies and slave-holding empires whose roots were even older than those of the Europeans themselves. The Atlantic slave trade was started by the Portuguese in the mid-15th century. Originally, slaves were taken to Europe, but this changed in 1526, when the first Portuguese ships carried slaves across the Atlantic to their new American colonies. However, the vision of Europeans landing on an African shore, frightening a tribe of natives into submission, and dragging them in chains to their ship is
Oh, y'all see that? Hold on. Did they just show? What is that? Is that the tribe of natives? Yup. They got the parrot in their hand. Look at the elephants. Look at the fucking elephants. Look at this. Look how this man dressed, yo.
But look at the red, white, and blue. You can see that too.
Right. Look how this man dressed. Look at these people at the bottom. Are these? Hold on, let me rewind this. Let me make sure I heard what I heard. Because for one, I was just about to stop and say, well, damn.
Look like
They say the first slaves were back to Europe, but the shit, they ain't say where they was taking them from, that they was taking their ass from the islands. I missed that part. I walked
The
off.
people
Let
at
me
the
see
bottom
something.
Look like he got feathers on his head too.
They all look healthy with pretty skin. These people at the bottom look dry and dusty. Do you see this?
Right. We're about to see.
Portuguese in the mid-15th century. Originally, slaves were taken to Europe, but this changed in 1526, when the first Portuguese ships carried slaves across the Atlantic to their new American colonies. However,
Okay, my fault. This is the Portuguese, not the Spanish. Okay, all right.
the vision of Europeans landing on an African shore, frightening a tribe of natives into submission, and dragging them in chains to
Okay, so they're saying that this is Africa right here. Landing on an African shore and frightening slaves. Okay, this is Africa. They got palm trees. They got a fucking, look like a fucking eagle or a parrot.
What is that back there? Is
Man,
that a gorilla?
that's a damn peacock. Look at how long that motherfucker tail is. That's a peacock bird.
No, keep going. What is that thing back there?
Oh, man. Huh?
It's not even. What is that thing back there? Is it a leg?
Where at? Back here?
What by the tree? What is that?
Right here? That's a tree. That's an elephant husk. That's his trunk.
Oh.
That's the elephant right there. See his eyes in his trunk?
Now I see.
Yeah. At first, I didn't know what the hell that was neither. I ain't lying.
I was like, oh my God. It's a Yeti.
I ain't lying. That motherfucker looked like an ape. Like that could be his damn head and that can be his arm. I was like, boy, what kind of
I
sloth
thought they had
ape is
drawn
this
an ape
shit?
in here to make it be more like Africa.
No, but they saying this is Africa. Am I not mistaken, Sword? That's what they saying?
They ain't got no feathers, and they can't offer nobody nothing to eat when they show up. That's not them.
Let me rewind this again because because they said that after they showed them coming to Brazil. So let me see this again. I just want to make sure.
Atlantic slave trade was started by the Portuguese in the mid-15th century. Originally, slaves were taken to Europe, but this changed in 1526, when the first Portuguese ships carried slaves across the Atlantic to their new American colonies. However, the vision of Europeans landing on an African shore, frightening a tribe of natives into submission, and dragging them in chains to their ship is not representative of what happened for most slaves. Some slaves were indeed taken in European slave raids, but the vast majority were sold to the Europeans by other Africans. The European arrival in West Africa came at the same time as the collapse of the Mali Empire. Various splinter states scrambled over each other to seize territory for themselves. The Europeans, with their firearms, offered these competing rulers a potential advantage over their enemies. In turn, the huge amounts of captives that these kingdoms acquired in their wars were useful currency to trade with the Europeans. Additionally, the other goods like cloth and ceramics that the Europeans brought were status symbols that the new African elite could use to showcase their wealth and power. Different peoples responded in different ways to the opportunities of European slave trading. The Kingdom of Congo made contact with Portuguese explorers in 1483 and traded thousands of slaves every year. The slaving relationship between the two powers was sophisticated and mutually beneficial. For example, Congolese King Alfonso I saw the Portuguese as a useful outlet for the excess slaves he acquired during his expansionary wars, and he was an eager participant in slave trading.
Bro, did
However,
y'all
he
catch
also
his name?
asserted his own power over it in 1526 by forcing Portugal to submit to
Did y'all catch his name?
What you say, Bubba?
What about his name?
An African king named Alfonso I.
Shut up.
An African king named Alfonso I. Boy, I done heard it all, boy.
Oh man, you know what? All I'm missing right now is fucking Cosmo. Cosmo, come on up, man. Yeah, OTK, man. I'm trying to take man. This ain't. Come on up, Cosmo. That's all I'm missing right now. Come chill for a little while, man. I got about an hour left, man.
I ain't never
I know we
met
got
African
peacocks
named
here, man. I know we got peacocks here. But Cosmo said the top was America, was Brazil, and the bottom of that picture that I had up there, that was that would be Africa.
Africa. Okay.
Okay. Oh man, it's been a fun day. I ain't gonna lie to you, man.
Y'all ever met an African named Alfonso?
Never.
No. Shit. Unless he was a white African king, European, I mean a Spanish, or Portuguese motherfucking king
His
of
name
Africa.
was Alfonso. No.
I know.
I have never even known a Mexican named
Oh,
Alfonso.
look, they say Alfonso Roberto III, and this motherfucker got another goddamn Spanish name. See, we know when the Spanish and the Portuguese get hold of something because they add an O or A on it. They tell you whether or not it's feminine or masculine.
Alfonso.
Alfonso.
All that is Robert.
That's it.
Robert with a damn O. That's all it is. Hey, Alfonso ain't nothing but Fonzarelli with an O and an L in the front. He had the Fonz, man. You know, I mean, he might have been a white boy on TV, but shit, Fonz been on, you know.
He was black in real life.
Hey, man, listen.
That nigga was African. His name was Roberto. Oh no. Hey man, hey, if I don't let's find out that the real African names is Alfonso and Roberto and Juan.
Yeah.
Man, I'm gonna cook you niggas.
What's going on, guys?
Hey,
Man, what's going on, Swizzle?
I got to bring this
What
back.
the hell what in the foo is going on around here? What the hell?
Hey, but hold up.
Grandma
Let's go.
Foo-Foo, by the
Hey,
way.
this going right along with Grandma Foo-Foo. They say shout out to Grandma Foo-Foo. Good for Jesus. She's the one that sold you. My group went to the store and got you.
That's the crazy part, OTK. That's what they overlooking. These niggas sold themselves to the European.
Right. But
y'all
y'all will go
worried
back.
about us, worried about
But they
y'all
wanna go back.
reparations. Y'all better worry about y'all reparations.
Nigga, this the thing. If they sold your ass, what the fuck they want you to come back for? If you wasn't good enough to stay there, you damn sure ain't good enough to stay now.
He forgot his
If
wallet.
anything, motherfucker need to be going back with some rifles to look for the motherfuckers who sold you.
He forgot his wallet.
Always forget his wallet.
You see homeboy sitting down right here on the left side. He's sitting down next to the barrel, next to the dresser. They got dressers over there too.
Yeah, he writing shit down and all. He got his feather, got a chart that say A through Z. So he got a crate full of goddamn shit. He got 2 bottles of liquor with a goddamn shotgun. What's crazy though? Look at the Raiders. Look at the Raiders got their guns. And he telling them like, yo, you got to go get me some more. Here go the chest.
And the other one got his ass out.
Yeah, look at this motherfucker counting. How much you need? 2 more?
So
I got 2 more cats.
He speaks
I got
English.
2 more cats.
Exactly. Look at him. He talking and counting.
I got 2 camps in 2 days. You know what I mean? Shit, what's up?
Why the strongest nigga sitting there taking this?
You see how
Crazy shit. These
Yeah,
motherfuckers, they
short
look rather small. They look rather small to the motherfucker they capturing it.
Yeah.
Not only that, what's even crazier than that, just 100 years before this, and even during this time, the white male is the man being speculated and looked at and sold.
Yeah, and the Trans-Saharan. Yes. And when the boy been snatching up all them European women. Hey, them boys crazy, man. Hey, listen. I got some people. I got a story, an interesting story about that for you, cause I got to put you on. Oh man, that's crazy, man. With all those different stories happening, man, we gonna bring them all together, dog. This will be like holy shit. Word.
But
Let me hear about this big Alfonso. I want. Go ahead.
The other crazy part about this picture is if you look at homie on the left, who's sitting down, got his taco meat out. Don't he look like somebody from like the 60s? How they used to dress back then, but he dressed like this in the 1600s, the 1500s?
Yeah.
Nigga, that's the Castilian style. You dig what I'm talking about? That's the Castile. Taco meat out. All he missing is a couple little ropes.
The chains,
little gold rope.
Yeah. Ain't no shit.
That's crazy, man.
Then they trying to play them boys like Africans. Then that's the thing. I that's crazy. They trying to play the
that white boy got a turban on.
Yeah, on the right.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah. Berbers.
No, them the Afri. Those are the Afri coming back to get their cousin them.
Boy, you fucking stupid.
They were listening to Bun. They got the drink, they got the smoke. They was out there listening to Bun B.
Yeah.
Nigga, they selling pistols.
Yeah, man, it's crazy though, man, how they try to play them boys though, man. They trying to play them boys though. They got them boys with shoes on and got the African like they don't have no, like they didn't have no shoes and shit. That's crazy to me, man. Like how they be trying to portray shit like them boys didn't have advanced technology. Maybe not in all parts of Africa, but some parts of Africa was well advanced. Now we can't take that.
And look, the white boy with the turban on, he ain't got no shoes on.
He ain't got no fucking shoe on, so that lets you know who he is.
He got on some seersuckers.
Man, he got on them zoot suit pants, and he got them zoot suit pants on, and that button down reversible collar. He got that butterfly collar on. That nigga killing it.
He got some crazy ass skin too, with all them damn lines. Is that representing how hairy?
Just think of how thick that clothing is. Them niggas didn't shower but once a month.
They didn't know nothing about showering. Or brushing their teeth or none of that. They learned that. But I'm gonna leave that alone.
Why they making all the black men look feminine? All of them.
Yeah, man. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying now, you know. But let's see this Alfonso do real quick.
With status symbols that the new African elite could use to showcase their wealth and power. different peoples responded in different ways to the opportunities of
Wait,
European
go
slave
back
trading.
again,
The
OTK.
Kingdom of Congo made contact with Portuguese explorers in 1483.
Okay, and this Congo look nice as a motherfucker to say it's a jungle. But go ahead.
Hey, can you go back to that picture? The one where you spotted the cross? There was a name right above his head.
Press J. Press
Oh,
J. It'll jump it back 10 seconds, OTK, if you press J.
The other goods like cloth and ceramic.
Oh, my computer don't got no J, I only got a Y. I got one of them old.
South Carolina.
My J ain't get invented yet. Nah. Hey, my J ain't get invented yet.
OTK got an Israelite keyboard.
Yeah.
Hey, your laptop came with the Hebrew.
I got a Hebrew keyboard, man. I don't got no J. And the spot of the J, it said don't come out until 23rd century. Let me stop, man. Shout out to my Hebrew brother Apostle, man. Let me stop, man. Apostle already told you he got a bullet with your name on it, man.
Oh man, I ain't fucking with Apostle, man. That nigga gonna shoot shit out me. Hey, as soon as he get a chance.
Apostle full of gun, Apostle. Yeah.
I
got this for you.
Hey man, that nigga gonna shoot the shit out me, man.
I said, oh shit.
Oh man. Better have my life insurance together, fucking with Apostle.
Ain't no shit. Nigga gonna have a bad day. Nigga have a bad day.
Man, I hate to do it to Apostle. he must have known me in there.
Come on, man. Let me see.
Boy, y'all too silly, man.
Yeah.
Hey man, hold on.
Get up there giggling with OTK ass, man. This nigga retarded. Oh man.
Makes that the Europeans were status symbols that the new African elite could use to showcase their wealth.
What'd that say?
Okay.
Don Alvarez.
Don Alvarez Rex Rongo. So no, that's Congo. So Don Alvarez of Congo.
Of Congo?
Lord
yeah,
have
that's
mercy.
okay.
King, it say Rex. It say Rex Congo, King of Congo. That's what Rex means.
Of Congo.
That's actually
Don.
But
so
the
Don
part is that's
Alvarez
Greek.
King. Hold on. Don Alvarez. See the Don, right? That's definitely Italian. You know the Don. Don means the head of the family. You know what I mean? The Godfather.
Yeah. Don Alvarez.
Don Alvarez, Rex Congo.
King of Congo. That's what Rex means.
Congo.
I ain't know they had kings out there named Alvarez.
They did say when the
you gonna take the shit, you go spend a block on a nigga and just post up in his crib. You the king
it's
now.
Gonna look like the African who they was put in enslavement though. So that's why they say the newly appointed.
That don't look like no Bantu nigga from the Congo to me.
Look like he look. This could be a Moor. He in Muslim outfit with a cross.
Well, look at
He
that.
look like a
Look at the one
European
on
to me.
Look at the nose. The second one on the left. Look at his nose.
Yeah, right there. I swear to God, all them boys got a Popeye boy. I swear to God, look like Pinocchio, like a mother.
I guess what they mean by that diverse DNA over there.
Yeah, I'm the king of the Congo.
And you know they got your boy Conor McGregor. They got your boy Conor McGregor playing in the new Popeye remake.
He looked just like that nigga.
Oh shit.
Power.
Yeah,
Different peoples responded in different ways to the opportunities of European currency to trade with the Europeans. Additionally, the other goods like cloth and ceramics that the Europeans brought were status symbols that the new African elite could use to showcase their wealth and power. Different peoples responded in different ways to the opportunities of European slave trading. The Kingdom of Congo made contact with Portuguese explorers in 1483 and traded thousands of slaves every year. The slaving relationship between the two powers was sophisticated and mutually beneficial.
So he got a big ass cross on his damn chest, and it's supposed to be a Congo king.
No, that's your missionary right there. That's your missionary. Look at his face. Who really?
Yeah, but
now the crazy
he like a
part
king or
is-
something.
No, he got the cross on. He got the cross
I
on.
know.
That's your priest right here. But my thing is, if we supposed to be in Africa, who's these white dudes over here to the right?
That's what they said. Those the Europeans that came, that made first contact with the Congo. These are the people
If
of
they made
Congo.
first contact, who's their home? This their homeboy right here.
This their security. This the king. Like y'all couldn't hear the story. Y'all couldn't hear it when I brought it back.
Yeah,
So
we
it's
heard
all
it.
talking about the new powers. They talking about the new powers that's got put in place inside Africa. Check.
Okay, their wealth and power. Different peoples responded in different ways to the opportunities of European slave trading. The Kingdom of Congo made contact with explorers in 1483 and traded thousands of slaves every year. The slaving relationship between the two powers was sophisticated and mutually beneficial. For example, Congolese King Alfonso I saw the Portuguese as a useful outlet for the excess slaves
I told you, Cosmon, that's who motherfucker Swole was talking about. King Alfonso. So they put a Portuguese in place.
Nah, he
But
African. He African. He let him have him. He African.
No, he African.
So he
but
took
he
a
converted.
Christian name when he got baptized. Yeah, when he converted.
Yeah, that's his Christian name, Alfonso.
Okay.
That's his Christian name. That's his conversion name. Alfonso.
Yeah, he
Right,
the Christianity,
right.
got
When
a
he
Christian name.
converted.
Yeah, that's why he got the cross and all that stuff on.
So these motherfuckers converted from Islam to this when they converting from Islam to Christianity now.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, that's when he was the first person that said
acquired during his
take the wheel.
expansionary wars, and he was an eager participant in slave trading. However,
Nah, you can go ahead.
Say that again, Sword.
Nah, go ahead.
Bad, bro. Say that again.
Nah, it's all good. Go ahead.
Okay, bet. Nah, hell no. Go ahead and say what you gotta say, man. You know what I mean? Don't never hold no thoughts back.
Nah, I was just being funny. The moment passed, so that's why.
Oh man, no boy, you all right, man.
However, he also asserted his own power over it in 1526 by forcing Portugal to submit to his legal framework for slavery, which governed how exactly someone might be enslaved and provided protections for those who were not legitimately enslaved, mostly his own subjects taken by criminal raiders or opportunists. A similar enthusiasm was seen among the various Akan peoples of modern Nigeria. They occupied an area known as the Gold Coast and were similarly prolific as both sellers and purchasers of slave labor. The gold mines that made the Akan so wealthy in the 16th, 17th, and 18th centuries were filled by slaves they purchased from both African and European merchants. As many as a third of the population of the various Akan states were enslaved people. In almost every case, these slaves were from non-Akan ethnic groups. Any sense of African solidarity in the face of European slave trading was almost non-existent.
Bag drop.
Welcome to Flatiron School. This is where you learn how the future works, where the whole point of education is to
They would put a commercial in here.
That's a death blow to the whole idea of Pan-Africanism. Africans don't even believe in
Changed by
Pan-Africanism.
the arrival of
Say it again, Cosmo.
I said that's a
Yeah,
death
if you
blow to
wasn't a part,
Pan-Africanism.
yeah, right. So if
That's
you
a
was
death blow to
born,
Pan-Africanism, being the fact that Africans didn't even practice a oneness or harmony between themselves. It's a death blow to Pan-Africanism. Y'all sold
yeah,
selves into slavery.
yes, that, and also if the people that got took into the Ivory Coast or the slave coast to get sold into the slave trade wasn't from the Ivory Coast or the slave coast, how y'all claiming those names of those tribes from that place when y'all really would never be able to trace y'all tribe now? This right here is proof. Y'all would never find y'all tribe now.
And then it's people like today, like you know who Brother Garfield is? Garfield tell you that he a con, right?
Right.
That means you the sellout, nigga. You the coon. You dig what I'm talking about? You was doing this to your own people, whether you thought it was your own ethnic group or not. That's your ignorance. Look what it done done to your people for you selling out to some pale faces. That's what they not looking at. The tribes over there now are the sellouts. Yo, Igbo, sellout. Akan, sellout. Yo, Ifa, you a sellout. The only reason you was at Joloff with any of them, whatever. You dig what I'm talking about? The reason that you exist today is because your people sold out then. It is what it is. You dig what I'm talking about? But it is what it is.
That's facts.
Talk me about no old African ass, one love, Mother Africa. Mother Africa ain't never loved you.
They ain't even get to the the so-called the Atlantic slave trade yet.
No, they ain't even got there yet.
They just call it the Atlantic slave trade, not the transatlantic. It's just the Atlantic slave trade right now. They ain't even get into
taking them back into Europe.
All they did was Brazil. Yeah. I want to see how this shit turned out. Go ahead, Kyle. I want to see how this shit turned out.
No, go ahead, bro. Go ahead. Keep running. Let it run.
Okay. You know, at any moment in time, all y'all got to do is say something. We got 11 minutes left.
Of foreigners on their shores. There was, of course, resistance. Many European slave ships were attacked by coastal raiders, but these reactions were rare and relatively ineffective. Most of the time, these were small-scale attacks by small tribes, or villages near where the Europeans dropped anchor. It was these tiny, disconnected groups who were most vulnerable to slavery, and their shows of defiance rarely saved them in the end. One state that did turn against European slaving was the Kingdom of Benin. The Kingdom of Benin was not the Benin we know today, but a small territory in modern-day Nigeria. Initially a partner in slave trading, by the mid-16th century, the kingdom was facing a serious drain on population, especially among its men. Two rulers, Oba Esigie and Oba Orhobuga, are credited with ending Benin's participation in Atlantic slave trading and closed Benin's ports to European traders. Slavery was not abolished in the country. In fact, the Kingdom of Benin would fight to uphold domestic slavery against Britain in the late 19th century. But this kingdom shows that Africans responded in many different ways to slavery. Each kingdom and ethnic group assessed their own situations and reacted accordingly, whether that was to sell slaves or prohibit it as they saw fit. Of all the slaving states of Africa, none is more infamous than Dahomey. First emerging around 1600 along the southern coast of modern-day Nigeria, Dahomey soared to prominence under the warrior warrior king Agaja in the early 18th century. Dahomey's ace in the hole was a well-trained 50,000 men or more at its height, which Agaja used to conquer the kingdoms of Alada and Wida in the 1720s. Alada and Wida were prolific slave trading kingdoms, with tens of thousands of slaves passing through their ports. Dahomey's consolidated control of so many slave ports made it one of the most formidable slaving powers in history. The colossal army pushed Dahomey towards slavery for two additional reasons. Firstly, its military culture discouraged men from non-military careers, meaning that slaves were needed to carry out other jobs like agriculture. Secondly, a standing army had to be kept occupied or else it might grow restless and rebel. So Dahomey was constantly attacking other neighboring powers or sending out slave raids to bring back captives. The result was a colossal slave population. According to some estimates, by the 19th century, 2/3 of the kingdom's population were enslaved people. Slavery was so endemic to Dahomeyan society that one scholar remarked it's difficult to determine whether Dahomey was a slaving gang turned into a state or a state that existed purely for the sake of slaving. Slaves weren't just laborers and domestic servants in Dahomey, but became woven into the political fabric of the society. Ownership of slaves became a status symbol for Dahomeyan elites, as it did for others in West Africa. This led to tension between the king and the elites who fought for control over the slave trade. Although it is often characterized as a royal monopoly, even the absolute power of the monarch was not enough to rein in elites who established power bases of their own thanks to their trading of slaves. Slaves also became a part of Dahomeyan religion. The annual customs of Dahomey were a day of rituals and public celebration involving military parades, political debates, and human sacrifice of slaves to appease the spirits and protect the kingdom for another year. Hundreds of slaves were killed, usually with decapitation, and in some years, as many as 4,000 people were sacrificed.
They sure left this shit out in the movie Woman King. They sure ain't talk about no vast woman army neither. I thought I seen one just now. I thought this was a woman. I thought this was a woman army right here.
Did you, hey OTK? Did you see that?
That's all
that knife
men.
that she holding?
That's all men. Who that?
You see that knife that she holding? That's an Arabic knife. That's Islamic. So who was they really? Who you praying to?
Oh yeah, that half moon
This ain't
damn
no
sure is.
African
That's
spirituality. This ain't no African spirituality. This is what they call hoodoo. And in Islam, look, the other nigga behind them already holding a head.
Yeah, and look at his knife. He got that half crescent. Yeah, he got the half crescent knife too.
Yup. So these are Islamic traders. These the Dahomey. These is not your homies. You dig what I'm talking about? And what they practicing is called hoodoo. If you not with the Islamic shit, you dig what I'm talking about? Bro, they can do anything they want to do to you. And the act of that being done to you is called hoodoo.
But the crazy shit is, why would you do this in front of a European? Look at a European back here just looking.
Buck breaking.
So they making a spectacle for him.
Yeah. And to lay down the law where they at. Look, this is what you gonna get.
And hey.
But understand, okay, this is the story that they tell us about us in America.
Yeah, about the Mayans, right?
No shit, about niggas in the 1800s.
Yeah.
The same shit was happening to us. But bro, it's not. That's these people. That's they story. And then wait till they find out that these all see the dude just getting his head chopped off was really a white guy. This is the story they hiding. They hiding that redneck history. They hiding that Mountain Johnny history. You dig what I'm talking about? That hillbilly history. They hiding that shit.
Mm-hmm.
The white boy, the reason he even
hide it from
called that.
OTK though. From OTK though. OTK already got it. OTK already got it. They can't hide it from me though, man. I'm gonna show it, but I'm gonna show it coming from a place where they don't even think that it would be in.
That's where, see, they can't hide it all. They done told so many lies, you forget you told a lie. You can't erase it all.
Mm-hmm. All right, bet. Let's see what they say.
Usually with decapitation, and in some years, 4,000 people were sacrificed on a single day. A similar display of mass sacrifice was required for the funeral of a king, and might occur on a smaller scale for any number of other rituals or social events. Dahomey remained committed to slavery even as the European powers began their crusade against it. In 1818, King Gezo was forced to make concessions to the British, including the abolition of slave sacrifices, and by the 1840s, Gezo was being pressured to end the slave trade altogether. But he refused. The slave trade is the ruling principle of my people, Gezo told the British. It is the source and glory of their wealth. The mother lulls the child to sleep with notes of triumph over an enemy reduced to slavery. When the British managed to force a treaty on Gezo that ended slave trading from Dahomey's
Become the master of the air, the thunder of the seas, or a tank fury in the epic multiplayer action game War Thunder.
ports, it was a source of bitter resentment. The Dahomeyans subverted it by selling slaves overland to be sold through ports not bound by the treaty's terms. Eventually, the resentment caused a total breakdown of relations, and Dahomey abandoned the treaty entirely by the late 1850s. They pivoted towards an alliance with France, who were less zealous in their anti-slavery attitudes, but the collapse of the slave trade would soon bring down the kingdom. As the kingdom's main source of wealth failed, it was forced into desperate raiding and conquest that antagonized the French. After attacking a French allied town in 1889, France waged 2 wars against Dahomey, citing its penchant for slavery as a legitimizing moral cause, and toppled the kingdom in 1894. A common misconception about European imperialism in Africa is that colonization and slavery always worked hand in hand. The Europeans set down their claims in Africa to furnish their endless desire for slaves. This was true at certain times. Portugal's colonies, such as those in Angola, were an important source of slaves. By the late 1700s, Portugal's thirst for able-bodied male slaves to work their American plantations meant that Angolan women outnumbered men in their homeland by at least 2 to 1. However, the vast majority of European colonization in Africa occurred after the abolition of slavery. It would be more accurate to say that anti-slavery motivated European colonization. We have already seen how France conquered Dahomey in part to end its slave trading. A similarly hard line against slavery was taken by the British. For example, in 1851, the Royal Navy lay siege to the Nigerian city of Lagos and its king Costco because the king refused to end the slave trade. After a furious naval bombardment, the British compelled Lagos to abolish the trade, forcibly freed every slave in Lagos's territory, and expelled all slave traders from their land. The British later imposed abolition on all of Nigeria. Some historians have noted that while Britain was quick to abolish trading, domestic slavery took a lot longer to root out in Nigeria. The British were concerned that moving too quickly to end slavery there would provoke unrest and resistance from the Nigerians themselves. Abolitionism was similarly evident in the British conquest of Benin in 1897. After the massacre of a British merchant expedition in January of that year, the British launched a punitive military strike against Benin City. slavery was once again among the justifying causes of the attack and subsequent colonization of the kingdom. According to eyewitness accounts, the king of Benin sacrificed hundreds of his slaves in hopes of acquiring divine protections against the approaching British. The British repopulated the decimated city with freed slaves and offered total emancipation and resettlement to any slave who escaped to their territory. Benin's elites were slow to embrace the change, and British authorities were still trying to stamp out native slavery there into the 1920s. That is not to say that there weren't African abolitionists. There certainly were, not least of all the slaves themselves. But there were many in Africa willing to fight and die to uphold the ancient institution. No discussion of slavery should ever gloss over the fact that millions of Africans suffered unspeakable cruelty across the Atlantic, Indian Ocean, the Sahara, or in Africa itself. The scale of the deportations from Africa deserves unique attention, but that suffering was not solely the product of foreigners imposing themselves on a passive continent. Africans were active in their own history and helped to create, expand, and uphold the systems of slavery that shackled other Africans. The story of Africa's support for slavery is as much a part of its history as it's being a victim of it. While the experiences of millions of African slaves deserves all the attention it gets, that doesn't mean we should pretend that other Africans were not traders, raiders, and rulers who facilitated the enslavement of others on their continent. Africa was not uniquely guilty or innocent of slavery, but part of a shared human story of suffering, exploitation, and eventually abolition. Telling that history gets us closer to the truth and puts African history in its rightful place in world history, as a continent full of people who are as complicated and flawed as anyone else. If you appreciated this dive into the untold parts of African slavery, don't forget to like this video and subscribe for more historical content like this.
What y'all think, man? What y'all think? What y'all think? Mic check, 1, 2, mic check.
Ain't nothing to think, OTK. It's nothing to think about. It's objective. You dig what I'm saying? Truth just is. You know, it's just about can you deal with what you now you just learned. You dig what I'm talking about? And if you can't deal with it, understand that feeling that you are going through at that time is called cognitive dissonance. You dig what I'm saying? These things are objective. They can't be argued.
Facts. And it's
You
crazy.
know what I mean? So, you know,
that's crazy because they didn't even really touch on the Atlantic slave trade like that. Really. They just talked about the Portuguese really going to damn Brazil. They was really talk about African trade within Africa. That's crazy.
Yeah. You know what I mean? And not by some outside Arabs or you know a different people group. You know what I mean? And understand that many of these things can be seen through the lens of religion. You dig what I'm talking about? The reason why the homie would have not seen, you know, pick who's and ever as they people is because they would have had different cultural and religious practices, even though they could have been, you know, brother cultures. You know what I mean? Had the same dialect or anything, but they would have, like, if they was one was Islam and one was Christianity, they would see each other as different people. You know what I mean? So you can't take the lens of the inspiration because When you come with that cross, you come in with some ass kicking. You take it. You dig what I'm talking about? You know, in the end of whatever you putting out with that cross, you dig what I'm talking about? In that Bible, it's gonna be some dead people in its wake. So, you know, we gotta remember, you dig what I'm talking about? Something is inspiring these people to do this. They just not just coming up with it on their own. You know what I mean? I don't even think most of these people are that smart to think up chattel slavery. I think you got to be to a level of evil to think up a thing like chattel slavery. How dark, what pit of darkness, you did what I'm talking about, in somebody's soul did the idea of chattel slavery come from? Bro, that couldn't have came from the mind of no man. That's some evil beyond evil. You know what I mean?
And Richard Neal Bay. I remember seeing a movie or something called Mandingo. Oh, that's a people. A Mandingo was a people that came from the Mandinka people. Remember, that's hold on. Let me see something real quick.
Kunta Kinte was supposed to be Mandinka. He said, I'm a Mandinka warrior. OJ said, not hardly.
Hold up, Richard Neal Bay. Yeah, you're right. Mandingo with the Mandinka. I remember hearing that. Word, I remember hearing that.
Shout out to my brother Richard Neal Bay too.
Yep. That's why I remember hearing it at Richard Neal Bay for the first time.
I am a Mandingo warrior. Well, I do thank you, Mandingo warrior. Not yet. Well, I'm in manhood training to become a Mandingo warrior, and I've been assigned to... You were assigned to speak to your elders without first giving your name.
Do you really want to be a CEO?
OTK? What did he say to me?
Huh? That nigga OJ was fast as shit. That nigga OJ was a fucking blur in the camera, dog.
Look how big OJ is compared to the.
Check
you
him
ran
out.
up on dog. You look like a giant next to him.
I am a Mandingo warrior. Well, I do thank you, Mandingo warrior. Not yet. Well, I'm in manhood training to become a Mandingo warrior, and I've been assigned to... You were assigned to speak to your elders without first giving your name.
Do you really want to be a CEO?
Yeah, Mandingo warrior. I am a Mandingo warrior.
I gotta go back and watch Roots, man. I gotta go back and watch it. I haven't watched it since like 80. Remember when they played it in 86? I know it was 86 for a fact. They came out in the 70s, but I was too young. But in 86, I remember they played it. And it was, I'm gonna tell you like this, it was a bunch of white boys that got beat up that next day. If you remember, it was like a week-long series. They played that Roots. It was like a week long. And boy, it was some white boys getting thrashed. Niggas was coming to school upset.
Ain't no shit.
One of my
Ain't
best
no
friends
shit.
today.
Check this out though, Cosmo.
about that shit.
This gonna be the last one I'm gonna drop for the night, man. This gonna be some more fire. I can drop some fire for the day, man. This gonna be the last one right here. Check this out.
In our previous videos, we discussed various slave trades and how they evolved, operated, and eventually died out over time. However, most people only think of the transatlantic slave trade conducted by the major European powers from the late 15th to the early 19th centuries. Institutionalized slavery has always been a part of culture and societies, but over time the practice died due to social, religious pressures, or even the development of technology rendering the practice irrelevant. But the European slave trade paled in comparison to that of the Muslims in both numbers and those enslaved and the longevity of the practice. How did both slave trades begin? Which slave trade lasted the longest? Which slave trade enslaved the most people? Which was the most widespread? And which ended last? Hello, I'm Colin Heaton, military veteran, historian, author, and welcome to this episode of Forgotten History. In 1415, Prince Henry the Navigator and his father, King John I of Portugal, and his older brothers led an attack on Ceuta, Morocco, which became a Portuguese province. Henry later sponsored Nuno Tristal's exploration of the African coast and Antão Gonçalves' hunting expedition to Africa in 1441. Both men captured several Africans and brought them back to Portugal, one being a chief, who in a business deal returned to Africa, promising in exchange to provide the Portuguese with more Africans, which started the slave trade. These expeditions brought back gold, ivory, and slaves, enriching the Portuguese economy and helping fund further expeditions which started their empire. The creation of better and more accurate maps would aid future imperial slave traders. These efforts saw the Portuguese becoming the first to round the Cape of Good Hope off South Africa, reach the African east coast, then India by Vasco da Gama, and even reaching Japan. Once the Portuguese sailor Pedro Alvarez Cabral landed in Brazil in 1500, the region was colonized by the 1530s, and with its agricultural requirements, black slavery exploded. Brazil became the most important colony in the Portuguese Empire and was, at one time or another, the world's leading producer of sugar, diamonds, and tobacco, all due to the slave trade. Soon, the Spanish followed suit and began their slave trade to their South American colonies, and with the Treaty of Tordesillas in 1494 being in effect, Spain and Portugal divided the New World between them. The growth of these empires saw the English, French, and Dutch launch their own slave trades with their New World colonies in North America and the Caribbean, as all had their growing empires and the need for free labor. But times and the mindsets of the Western nations began to be influenced by what became known as the Age of Reason and the Enlightenment, where men such as Edmund Burke, Voltaire, Rousseau, and other philosophers forced societies to examine their consciences and morality on many subjects, slavery included. These movements resonated with many influential people. The first step was when the United States, under President Thomas Jefferson, proposed to ban the importation of slaves from Africa in 1804, which took effect in 1808, although not abolishing the practice within the United States. As stated, in 1778, he, Jefferson, drafted a Virginia law that prohibited the importation of enslaved Africans. In 1784, he proposed an ordinance that would ban slavery in the Northwest Territories. But Jefferson always maintained that the decision to emancipate slaves would have to be a part of a democratic process. Abolition would be stymied until slave owners consented to free their human property together in a large-scale act of emancipation. In 1787, the Society for the Abolition of the Slave Trade was founded in Britain by Granville Sharp and Thomas Clarkson, and in 1792, Denmark banned the slave trade into its West Indian colonies, going into effect in 1803, but owning slaves only ended in 1848. Spain then abolished the slave trade from Africa in 1811, but Cuba ignored the law and continued the trade, while Sweden made it illegal in 1814, the Netherlands in 1817, as did France, but it did not go into effect throughout their empire until 1826, but slaves in their colonies were not freed until 1851. Great Britain and Spain signed a treaty prohibiting the slave trade in 1819, but Portugal only agreed to abolish the slave trade north of the equator, which kind of made no sense, but finally ended ownership in its empire in 1858, and Brazil proper had ended slavery in total in 1888. The British joined in 1807 through the efforts of William Wilberforce, and the Slave Trade Act passed, which made it illegal to purchase slaves directly from Africa, although slavery remained widespread and legal in the British Caribbean. The European slave trade from Africa effectively ended by the 1830s, with exception to Spain and Portugal. In 1833, due to pressure from Quakers, Anglican, and anti-slavery society members, Parliament ended slavery in the British Empire, taking effect the next year. The United States banned slavery in the country in 1865, and Cuba abolished slavery in 1886. While the Royal Navy's West African Squadron still enforced a law between 1808 and 1860 and freed 150,000 Africans, often capturing Spanish and Portuguese slave ships. In 1926, the League of Nations Slavery Convention abolished slavery globally. In 1948, the United Nations General Assembly adopted the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, stating, "No one shall be held in slavery or servitude. Slavery and the slave trade shall be prohibited in all their forms." Effectively, slavery in the Western Christian world was over after an estimated 13 million human beings had been transported from Africa, with around 6 million going to Brazil alone, 4 million going to Spanish colonies, and up to about 400,000 brought to the English colonies over a 250-year period. The Spanish and Portuguese were undoubtedly the most active slave traders. However, as we stated in previous videos, the Christian transatlantic slave trade lasting 400 years paled in comparison to the trade practiced by the Muslims within their various empires, and not just in Africa, but Europe and Asia also. Long before the Prophet Muhammad began his conquest, slavery existed, and he ensured to incorporate the practice within the Quran, following upon that religious creation, combining many of the teachings of both Judaism and Christianity. As Islam spread across the Arabian Peninsula, North Africa, Europe, and into Asia, slavery was a part of the process. Under Islam, slavery existed as a legitimate business from the late 6th century until the last Muslim nation officially banned slavery in the late 20th century. Slavery exploded under the early Abbasid Caliphate from around 750 to 950 AD, but not all slavery was equal in the Islamic world. Slaves from many ethnic and religious groups worked in building irrigation systems, various types of mining, animal husbandry, but also they served as conscripts, as soldiers, guards, domestic workers, and sex slaves. Most slaves came from non-Muslim regions, as enslaving fellow Muslims violated Islamic law. The Umayyads raided the Byzantine Empire and flooded the slave market with Greek, Serb, and Eastern European slaves, especially Slavs and Russians and Ukrainians. Using Slavs for hard physical labor led to a few slave revolts, such as the Zanj Rebellion of 1869 to 1883, and the massive uprising of Bantu slaves captured in East Africa, which was so violent and impacting, it led to an end of that practice under the Abbasids. Another example comes from the Arab historian Al-Utbi, who chronicled that after the Battle of Peshawar in the year 1001, Muslim armies in the midst of the land of the Hindustan had captured some 100,000 youths. Muslim slavers also scoured the Indian Ocean, hitting Indonesia and other island regions, taking millions of slaves over the centuries and converting them to Islam. Many rulers also used slaves in the military and administration to such an extent that slaves could seize power, as did the Mamelukes in Egypt. Over time, they became a powerful military caste, often defeating the Crusaders, and on more than one occasion, they seized power for themselves, for example, ruling Egypt in the Mamluk Sultanate from 1250 to 1517. The Ottomans also greatly expanded slavery with their incursions into Central Europe during the Middle Ages through the late 16th century. White European slaves were the most sought after, especially women.
In the roast of Tom
So
Brady.
many. I'd like to say that the proceeds from tonight's
This was also part of the North African white slave trade, and see our video on that subject, where Berbers and Moors raided Europe, even reaching Ireland, Iceland, and the coastal regions of England and Norway to kidnap slaves. It is estimated that over 1 million Europeans were taken over the centuries. Likewise, Russia and Ukraine were favorite hunting grounds for Muslim slavers, and untold millions of people fell into that life of enforced servitude. But by the 14th century and beyond, the bulk of Muslim slaves came from sub-Saharan Africa due to massive European military victories over the Ottomans, in particular from the 16th century onward. And although the Quran does not condone racial prejudice, the Arab slave traders often did, and the blacks were treated far worse than slaves from Ethiopia, Somalia, and other regions, especially the Europeans, a practice openly condemned by many Islamic leaders to their credit, especially among the Ottomans. Many will argue wrongly that Muslim slavery was not chattel slavery, and I will preempt that argument by saying that in some cases it actually was. Although many slaves, especially under the Ottomans, had the opportunity for upward social mobility, so did black slaves in the United States who received emancipation from their owners. Freedom from slavery being granted was almost unique to the United States, as such a practice was nearly unheard of in the Spanish Portuguese colonies, even in the British Empire. Slaves in the U.S. were considered valuable property, but not so in the Muslim world in many cases. Children in the Islamic slave markets were in high demand, far exceeding the Christian method, even in the U.S. Many black Muslim slaves lived in appalling conditions, suffering abuse, malnutrition, and disease, with very low life expectancies and an astronomical infant mortality rate. As late as the 19th century, Western travelers in North Africa and Egypt noted the high death rate among imported black slaves. Of great interest, European political leaders in the Berlin Conference of 1884-85, where they wanted to carve Africa up for their own purposes, cited the slave trades in Africa as the prime reason for their respective colonial presences in Africa. But, in fairness, it should also be stated that this proposal for colonial expansion was also due in large part for the need to have their respective populations accept the individual national interests of creating new colonies. Southeast Africa and the Indian Ocean continued to be an important region for the Oriental slave trade up until the 19th century, and David Livingstone and Henry Morton Stanley were the first Europeans to reach the interior of the Congo River Basin, and they discovered that massive slave trade. In fact, the Arab trader Tibu Tip was the greatest of these slave traders, and please see our video on him. Therefore, Islamic slavery was brutal, expansive, long-lived, and very slow to end in the Muslim world, having lasted over 1,400 years as a legal and religious practice where religion and law, Sharia law, were one and the same. For example, here is a list of the Islamic nations and when they ended legal slavery. This will be of interest. Zanzibar ended slavery in 1909. Morocco ended slavery in 1922. Turkey, the post-Ottoman Empire, in 1924. Iran and Jordan ended slavery in 1929. Bahrain ended slavery in 1937. Kuwait in 1949. Qatar in 1952. Yemen and Saudi Arabia in 1962, while Oman followed with abolishing, so became the last nation to abolish slavery in 1981, and in 1990, the Cairo Declaration on Human Rights in Islam declared that no one has the right to enslave another human being. Slavery in the Muslim world did not end due to a comparable age of reason or enlightenment period pushing moral, religious, and social pressures, as had happened in Europe. Open legal slavery only ended because the Western industrialized nations would not do business with them in many cases, and these nations found that being a pariah state was not conducive to good international relations, let alone business. Also, all of these nations listed were at some point in time former colonial possessions or mandates of the major European powers, especially the former possessions of the Ottoman Empire until after World War I, and their influence was critical to achieving freedom for tens of millions as condition for the possession being granted independence. But believe it or not, even today there is still a thriving slave trade in Libya and Sudan, where government control does not exist and there is no international action or condemnation. Today, ISIS and other Islamic groups still take slaves, usually operating in lawless regions where no central governments exist, or if it does, it operates in name only. And they are not Christians. Just saying. Thanks for watching today's episode of Forgotten History. If you like this episode, please consider becoming a channel member or joining our Patreon page.
Yeah, man. I hope y'all like that, man. I hope y'all appreciate that, man. Man, I just want to say, man, shouts out to my dog, Big Dog OG. One more again. You know what I mean? Damn. That's all I want to say right now. You know what I mean? I'll let you do it, but this for you, bro.
Shout out to the Mama Chief. Yeah, you be quiet when Big Mama speak. What she gave us is a part of me. It flows through my arteries. Even on that journey, that love grows how the garden be. The first to teach us when we sick, the first to heal us. Mama's boy, yeah, you know, her pride and joy. Soul food, yeah, you know, I'm an enjoy. Calm you down just by the sound of her voice. There isn't another feeling inside when they cheering you on at your game and you feeling the pride. You and your siblings fighting, she gon' make you put them feelings aside. She can't lead you down the road, but she can give you the guide. Where you think I get that blissful look in my eyes? I need a side of ice cream with Bim's apple pie. You know for sure for Mama Chief, you know I'ma ride. Cause we all need our Mama Chiefs. Yeah, we all love our Mama Chiefs. The greatness, the patience, the foundation, the knowledge passed down so many generations, our motivation. I just wanna thank you for my creation. Cause we all love our Mama Chiefs. Yeah, we all need our Mama Chiefs. Yeah, we all ride for Mama Chief. The dedication, I seen your tears at my graduation. Now look, Ma, your boy that made it. You the reason I'm one of the greatest. Yeah, cause we all need our Mama Chiefs. Yeah, we all love our Mama Chiefs. Yeah, we all ride for Mama Chief. Now be quiet, let Big Mama speak.
Shouts out to all the Mama Chiefs out there, man. Grandmama Chiefs. Shouts out to Mama Chief Powhatan, man. Shouts out to Drake Hobbs, man, with the fire music, man. But y'all know it wouldn't be right if I didn't play this. After all of that slave talk, oh, shit.
Father Ray, Reed Youngin. Come on, man. Fuck a Pan-African, fuck a Pan-African, fuck a Pan-African, fuck a Pan-African. Hey, them niggas trash like some ooh. Try to get back to them slave hoes. Hey, hey. Try to get back to them slave hoes. Hey, hey. Fucking slave narrative, they phony. I had this nigga named Toby and he owe me. When the plot crop and the stock drop on top, them niggas going. Sold to the bitter cotton pickers, them my niggas. I'ma come down, feed them chitlins and them gizzards. Nigga, I'm the mister, I whip ya, I kill you. In the big house, go down with your sister. Send it back to you, then I send for your mother. Y'all niggas look out, I'ma work it like no other. Make you pick cotton till the sun come and touch you. Till your damn hands and feet, your foot all bust up. Look me in my eyes, I'ma backhand the buck up. Nah. Shout out to Grandma Foo. Why your man came, she the one that sold you. My crew swam to the show and got you. Good shit, Jesus, man, that nigga came through. Hey, fuck a Pan-African, fuck a Pan-African, fuck a Pan-African, fuck a Pan-African. Hey, them niggas trash like some ooh. Trying to get back to them slave hoes. Hey, trying to get back to them slave hoes. Fuck off it, fuck Lennon, fuck Jeffries, ayy. Fuck off it, fuck Ben, fuck Jeffries, ayy. Fuck off it, fuck Lennon, fuck Jeffries, ayy. Ayy. Play with this shit, dude. Begin. Yo, so PC, the acrobatic. Fuck a Pan-African, fuck a Pan-African, fuck a Pan-African.
Man, shout out to my dog Bellioso, man, out there on the grind, getting it on. You know what I'm talking about? Man, by the close out, I was trying to, let me see, I might, you know how I like to leave y'all, like, you know how I like to leave y'all with a, you know how I like to leave. I usually want to leave y'all with a documentary on, but let me see. I don't want to do too much, man, because I'm going to save some of it. I'll save that, man, but yeah, I'm going to save that. Save that. But I'm going to go ahead and, let me see. Guess I can do this, man. So I can let it ride on out with this, man. Let's go ahead and end it on out. Really nice show, man. Bunch of info. All right, man. Once again, man, appreciate all of y'all boys coming out, man, kicking it. Yep. We're gonna rock it on out, man. You know what I mean? And my little, you know, packing it up for the ride to the crib. Early morning in the morning. Damn. Damn, it's 1 o'clock. Boy, I tell you, boy, that goddamn 6:30 comes so quick. Well, I swear to God. Damn, I'm glad I own my own business, man. I'm trying to check. But here we go, man. I'm gonna just let this ride right here, man. Shouts out. Rest in peace to my dog out Poco the Don. Man, Greenville, South Carolina.
We sit sideways. You can catch me sitting sideways. It's something pretty with the ratchet on me. I stay strapped because I always keep a package on me. Dirty, you get serious niggas die here. Y'all niggas had it up to now. This is my year. I'm dirty, moving coke through the turnpike. These niggas call me Michael Jackson cause they know the dawn turned white. I live the goon's life and move with the moonlight. 100 bricks in the dark to turn the room white. Greenville, we grinding around here, sitting sideways with guns aside the diamonds hotels. Step your swag up, I only move with smart dudes. And my trap pump more than your heart do. Fish scale, yeah, I'm scarred for life. Slanking the bricks in the jungle, I got a Tarzan price. Plus the money longer than the vines he swing on. While y'all niggas breaking buds, we cutting bells with the chainsaw. Dirty, that's the clip when the cop man carbon 15 got more drums than a rock band. Riding the drop man, I got plenty raw. White on white being the same color as some dinner floss. Fuck bad fish, scale boo the big fish. I'm so ready, you can call my money fish sticks. You can catch me sitting sideways and something pretty with the ratchet on me. I stay strapped because I always keep a package on me. Dirty, you get serious niggas die here. Y'all niggas had it up to now. This is my year. Okay. I'm dirty and my eyes sitting real low. And the coupe doors up like I just kicked the field goal. And hop off in the Tahoe. I blow so much color purple, you can call me Hypo. Y'all niggas can't get close to the dawn. Y'all got more straps than your mom stole to the dogs. Bloody dollar make you fatal, homie. If I kill you, only way they find you is they gotta cut a couple gators open. I've been gangster since I've been born. And these pussies niggas phonier than a 3-cent coin. I'm up in the game. I blow your fucking head off. Chopper so big that I can pull my fucking leg off. Sitting sideways. I gotta kill the track. I swear to God, I got my white the opposite of black. This game been mine, and y'all trying to get it back. And plus, I love all y'all haters shit. Opposite of track, and I got a red flag, and I got a red hoe, and I'm grinding off in China, so I'm getting red dough. Fuck a little beaner, gotta whip a red roll, in the inside Rudolph, outside red nose. I keep talking money, you heard, I'm dead rich. They mean I got more fish and bread than Jesus fed with. You can catch me sitting sideways. It's something pretty with the ratchet on me. I stay strapped. I always keep a package on me. Dirty, you get serious niggas die here. Y'all niggas had it up to now. This is my year. Okay, homie. Dirty. Now shit's about to get wicked. And bullets jumping out the chopper like some motherfucking crickets. Greenville, that's my home, nigga. Dirty Hill. Ain't nothing for a nigga to get murdered here. I'm moving quick fast for this quick cash and keep a package on me like a nigga with a shit bag. Fresh out of jail, so the Don joined the Conway. Hit the runway and holler fam off in Conway. This the Don way, matter of fact the Don day. And I only move 2 blocks like a pawn play. This my day off and don't feel like touching nothing. But I got some cocaine that's jumping like she double dutching. You can catch me sitting sideways. Something pretty with the ratchet on me. I stay strapped, so I always keep a package on me. Every day, they get serious niggas die here. Y'all niggas had it up to now. This is my year.
Yeah. Check him out.
Somebody put me on that smile and happy blessing. Get me a giggling. Grown man.
Niggas, introduce yourself first. Introduce yourself.
I already know who it is. Niggas don't know me. They don't know me. Goddamn, by the time you finish, listen to this, I'm gonna be a baby. Favorite rapper.
Done that. Hood news.
Like, goddamn. Lord, I want to talk to you one time. Lord, you know you my nigga, right? They say you don't gotta come to you with no fancy prayers and all that shit. You know what's on my heart? Shit, I'm gonna tell you what's on my heart. Can you talk back to me? I'm just saying, man, please be all right with me. Cause this is my life. There's something wrong with how I'm living. Hey, BK, watch how I kill this bitch. Lord, I don't know why. Please, if I'm wrong, then Lord, forgive me. You said this right here, okay? Now this is my life, and why the fuck you worried about it? I ain't worrying about it. Why the fuck y'all worrying about it? I'm living. My destiny's what a cash is. Destiny's like a play, gotta be played to the last act. Matter of fact, survival was my forte. The name of the game is aggression. Fuck what the world say. My life is real. Cat luck, I gotta die 9 times to live. Lord, please forgive my fuck continuous girl. Blowing purple, taking trips to the end of the world. Lord have mercy on my soul. I roll with an army, blowing purple blunt so fat they thought I was smoking Barney. Damu. I love it to death. That is a pit bull. Riding around serving straight raw like a skint bull. I'm a hustler, but I leave you all dead. Mr. Clean Streets, cleaner than Mr. Clean Ball here. Plus I'm all red, blooded than a motherfucker. Married to the game, so I know the streets love me. Lord, when you judge, I know my jail is hell. I'm going down to Satan with my blow drove and scales. Me and Satan gonna sniff. I'm gonna blow the drove with my thug homies. We don't need no lighter. We in here, homie. Pull on it. Something wrong with how I'm living. Lord, I don't know why. Please, if I'm wrong, then Lord, forgive me. Lord, can you talk to me one time? Check this out right here, though. Check this out. Now, Father, who art in heaven, please save your son. Bless me, Father, for I thank you. I ain't trying to burn. Son, you give your soul to me. You have eternal life. No more worried about the struggle. You will finally see the light. Lord, I prayed every day, but the pain don't end. Prayed before I went to court and wound up in the pen. My beloved child, faith is how the blessing come in. You gotta believe in your heart. I sent my son to die for your sin. I don't know. I don't get it, Lord. Talk to me. How can I have faith in something I just can't see? This is a small example, son. Listen very closely. You can't see oxygen, but you believe you can breathe. Help me, God. See my situation I'm facing, got me encasing, embracing. In hell is where you gonna place me. I give you blessing and lesson. You take my message for granted. Disrespecting my essence. I can't have you in heaven. Lord, you say you forgive for everything, and I know you don't lie. If you forgive them, we still go to hell when we die. That's a good one, Ranger, because I do forgive for everything. But if you keep doing the same, then I'm forgiving in vain. My life. And I know I'm doing dirt, Lord. Only got a couple bricks. Forgive me while I get them off. Forgive you for that hair run. Forgive you for that little charge. Forgive you for that hair run. I knew you'd be a dope boy. I believe, man. Thank you one more time. I had to give you a piece of my mind. If I'm wrong, then Lord, forgive me. Yo, this is my life. Just talk to the Lord one time. I'm on some grown man shit. You know what I'm saying?
Recordings just got better. Hey, it's Dana from StreamYard. I'm so excited to announce that local.
Hood news.
This bitch trying to tell me to leave the streets, homie. But I love this little horny hooker here. All right. You keep asking me to get up out these streets and leave this game alone forever. I keep telling you, all right, I'm married to this game. And I'm gonna love my bitch forever. You Got to be crazy. Think I'm living the game when the streets what made me. I shed blood and plenty tears in these streets, and you telling me to lead and how the fuck you gon' eat? Love you to death. I fucked the street before I met you. Fuck both of y'all at once. The game needs sex too. I'm only being real, and mama, that's all I know. I'm gripping wood, daughter moving a lot of snow. I'm talking a lot of coke, move through banana boats, blowing on the cutie, your fruity tasting like cantaloupe. Upstate got them cupcakes. I got them wired in them 10th grade things, call them duct tape. That are forever real. Y'all niggas stuck fake. I'm a blind man, don't gotta see the touch weight. 864 got 8 bricks 4, 15 a piece. Give me 120 and gold. The rim, the scope. Plenty of holes and plenty of coats. Pop pills, dump real, plenty of smoke. The game, my wife, that's my reason, homie. The streets fucking everybody, but I don't care if she cheating on me. Keep asking me to get up out these streets and leave this game alone forever. But I keep telling you, alright, I'm married to this game and I'm gonna love my bitch forever. Okay, they say I changed on them, didn't keep it real on them. Fuck changed out $100 bill on them. Cop the pretty coupe and put some big wheels on it. Pretty doors up like my car got big ears on it. It's real, homie, it's gutter, I hope you listen. Remember time when daughter didn't have no pot to piss in. Apoko Dawn got a mission for strictly flipping the rest of my Pyrex and they told me to turn my wrist in. I'm talking numbers, pure cash, man. My trap bumped like a done dry shave on some bad skin. Daughter on everything, plus I'm getting plenty mail. All y'all can say that damn daughter hell when he will. Caramel coupe, candy sweating, raisin sand, chocolate seats and wood grain. The side look like Raisin Bran. I play the game, lawyer stay high like Raisin Hands. Play the streets with my music, so now I'm raising grands. I got a blazing plan, I'm stupid with Asian bands. I made the am to see cocaine really made my hands. Amazing man, Mr. Dun Dada Dada I am. Apoko Dun Dun Dada hotter than desert sand. I switched the paint and painted the pattern feathers. And set that bitch on my 30s and I ghost framed the Chinese letters. Keep asking me to get up out these streets and leave this game alone forever. I keep telling you, alright, I'm married to this game and I'm gonna love my bitch forever. Somebody better grab me, but they gonna let me loose. Been up 6 days straight hustling, smelling like a moose. When I came back through, I copied your fruity coupe. Wiggle my dick in the bitches mouth like a losing tooth. Y'all see me pushing through, kissing on that cushion goose, dropping birds in the water and call it chicken noodle soup. That ain't your usual. Partner, my swag is beautiful. Blowing like a trumpet, the reaper smelling like poodle poo. Chevy sitting pitiful. 30s on my vehicle, drop black and white with the stripes. I call it Beetlejuice. Homie, if I beat with you, know what the heater do. Better go to church, I leave you holier than a preacher suit. Y'all niggas faking. $1,000 a full goon. I'm leaning off that cushion high as a full moon. I'm getting crazy paper for moving this crazy pile. In the club with more bottles than 30 baby showers. I got so much money, I'm buying money. I got $1 million in my homie, I'm crying money. Hey, your girl started liking the dog. I had her ass bent over like she hiking the ball. Don't like me at all. Hustler, my teenager. You give me 4 winner, baby, I whip into a teenager like you. Keep asking me, you know what I mean? Get yourself together. Out these streets. I'm fucking with y'all, man.
It was a dream to return to the world of Dune, getting to see Denis bring his full vision to life.
Man, this life that I'm living right here, man. It's so crazy, man. It's like I messed around and ran across this old badass bitch, man. You know what I mean? This ain't nothing but a little, you know what I mean? This a little outro, intro, whatever you want to call it, you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna tell you about this badass bitch I met, man. All y'all know her, all y'all done fucked the bitch. Y'all probably act like y'all didn't, but this how it go right here. Check this out right here. I'm living that street life. I'm living life off in that street life. And we gotta pay the price, please, Lord. I'm too far gone off in this street life. And I can't turn back, no, 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 no. no. I'm too far gone off in these wicked streets. Check this out. It first started when I was young, just a little baby boy. She told me to run with her. She told me to put down the toy. Introduced me to the gang, gave me a pack, told me to slang. Even told me to sip some cane after she sucked my little thing. She had sex with my dad. She even diked my mom. Had them both sprung on dope. Where the hell you come from? Had my mama stealing out the house and food off the table. Dad kind of lost the job, studied fighting the neighbors. Had my family fucked up. What that pussy that good? Matter of fact, you were fucking everybody from hood to hood. I finally hit the pussy raw. I couldn't turn back. You good pussy acting bitch. You had my mind off track. Was off the chain since the first sniff of the game. Couldn't let her go, even though she caught me some pain. Set me up, nasty bitch. She gave me my first beer. Call home, same thing. Now she boning my friends. When I touched down, that was the first bitch I seen. She wouldn't write a visit, even no money for canteen. I couldn't get rid of the hoe through race in the snow. She had me enticed by material things I couldn't let go. Now I'm back fucking no girl and things getting good. Lil' mama getting it now. She gave me soft heart in the wood. I'm pumping now. I got a house and causing no hood. She didn't give a fuck about the little broads I had. Long as I fucked her real good, I always flip my cash. I was on her 24/7, niggas grabbing their mask. Stuck me up for 36, but she gave it all back. Feds can catch her cause she always stayed low key. She wouldn't touch a piece of dope, she always gave it to me. Whole time I was fucked up, I just couldn't see. Now I realize I'm really trying to let her go. She got me caught up with the police and damn near caught foe. And the funny thing about it, y'all all know this broad. Only way you can get rid of her is go to the Lord. She caused me a lot of trouble, a lot of hurting, even caused me a lot of beef. I finally asked the bitch name. She said her name was Streets. Street life. I'm living life off in that street life. I can't turn back, no, 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 no. Too far gone off in these wicked streets. I'm gonna close out for y'all like that right there. If you ever run across this bitch, don't stand in the street, cross that bitch. Get to the other side and keep on moving. Yeah, I mean, street life. This is what it is, homie. I mean, I don't know how y'all live y'all life, but at the same time, I live my life. Like, these streets like so much embedded in me, homie. You know what I mean? It's like, this is all I know. And this is all I know. Sometimes I just want y'all let y'all feel how I feel. Y'all to feel my pain. You know what I'm saying? So this is all I know right here. Real shit, you know what I mean? This is all I know, homie. Hey, yo. Now, this is all I know. This is all I know, homie. This is all I know. This is all I know, homie. This is all I know. This is all I know. I dip my pen in plasma, write my rhyme in blood. Immortal thug with a grudge, show the world on love. I put my gang face on and hit the battlefield. Tattoo under my eye from gun busting shit is real. Promise my people. Yeah, soldier when it's time to ride. Stay in gutter, I love the hustle, ain't no need to lie. Daughter a real nigga. I grew up to be a gorilla. Head busting, staying thugging at the food full of Strilla. My mama told me I get killed if I ain't slow my roll. Well, mommy, if I slow my roll, then I slow my dough. I been a big dog, I graduated from the poach. No soft ass, just hard head till my casket closed. Hell no, don't want my head bust, no, don't wanna die. I don't know what's up there in that great big old sky. I don't want to go to hell cause I don't want to fry for the rest of my life. An eternal fire. Yeah, I get my dicks up. Yeah, I like them big bucks, ride with big wheels, big grills. wheels on big trucks. If I didn't love this life, probably leave it alone. Probably get a wife and job and have a happy home. Since I ain't married or working, guess I keep moving on. Glock in a pocket full of stone. Cell phone on wrong. Staying humble, moving bundles till my work all gone. She is all I know. This is all I know. This is all I know, homie. This is all I know. This is all I know. I gave my life to this game. This game is changing.
Hold on, I ain't through yet. I got a couple of more minutes, man. It started raining. I'm about to see how long this rain gonna last. Cause if it's gonna keep raining, ain't no work tomorrow, man. That's gonna kill my day. I got you, Lashandra. I ain't stop. Let me find this other one. But I got some more, man. You know, I've been saluting my dog out all this month. I mean, we're Greenville. Rest in peace, man. You know, I'm talking about Al Poco the Don. All right. Yeah, Urban, you know, you got Western Carolina, like the bottom part of Carolina, Western Carolina. So before Georgia was Georgia, Carolina butted up into what is now today Alabama and all that. So that's a whole other accent going out towards that way. And shit, you know what I mean? You got to think all of them like Carolina accents. Don't forget, shit. Well, you say the Piedmont, so that would be the North Carolina accent. Shit, them boys in Myrtle Beach got a different accent going towards Fayetteville, towards North Carolina that way. Thing about South Carolina, man, the way that is, how long it is on the state line. It's a long state line that can hit 2-3 states. You know what I mean? So damn near every part, you could go into. You know what I mean? I can go straight up the coast and come straight into Fayetteville and all that. I could come like towards the middle, come into Charlotte, then I could go to the outskirts and take, you know, like Asheville to come into Asheville, North Carolina, then into Tennessee, or I could go Greenville and come up into that side over there. Then as I go into Tennessee, then if I go to the left side from where I'm at from the Atlantic Ocean, shit, I could go straight into like parts of Georgia or straight into Alabama. This shit crazy now. We got a long ass coast. The way our state is shaped, you know what I mean? But the way they broke it off and shaped it to where it is today from what it was, you know what I mean? It's crazy. And Urban, when you get time, man, I got a map to show you too. You gonna like this one. Trust me. Well, man, let me keep rocking out with my dog Al Poco, man. Let me see what's up. Come on. Yeah. All right, I'm gonna play this one, but where did it take me at? All right.
Lord, please, Lord, help me. Bless my soul off in these streets. I got in my paper. That you just guide me. As I pull back up and breathe. Lord, please, Lord, help me. Bless my soul off in these streets. I got in my paper, dog. I'm gonna ride until the end. Steady stacking Benjamins. I gotta get my paper, dog. And I'm gonna haul until the fall. Crush this game and take it all. I gotta get my paper, dog. The king is back. While these niggas screaming murder, I'm streaming stacks. Got a logo for the peso, cuckoo for the cocoa. Fish scale my logo, so fish scale when I move slow. This right here this year, money gonna keep on piling. I'm playing with more faces than 1,000 photo albums. You smell that? I'm the shit. This is the game we play. I want 100 bricks. The game mine, y'all know it. I'ma keep caking. The phantom dripping wet candy. California raisin. I heard it through the grapevine. Keep working, hand. And I got more white than the Ku Klux Klan. And I'm too much, man. Stay fly than a blimp. 87 down, white ones with a limp. Move work like a fat man. Walking with a barbell. Yeah, I'm serving fish straight raw like a shark sail. Lord, help me, please. Bless my soul off in these streets. I got to get my paper, dog. I'm gonna ride until the end. Steady stacking Benjamins. I gotta get my paper, dog. I'm gonna ball until I fall. I'ma crush this game and take it all. I gotta get my paper, dog. Shit, I'm on the paper chase. I'm going hard pushing, making discussion with Russians and still whipping cooking. I'm talking plenty better, you ready, get set to go. Watch for the fed in the sled, they knocking down doors. I'm moving blow slow, police and watch for jackals. I keep that order, that border, that orange red and barker. 26 is on it, the Chevy is hard to handle. I got it dripping slime, candy, purple salamander. No tip, blowing bubble gum, getting hella bit. 6 television, the interior jellyfish. Ride with bricks on the beers, collecting plenty loot. So many birds in my car, call it a chicken coop. Not said I'm bulletproof, but they trying to catch no cases. Only thing I'm trying to catch is stacks of paper faces. Niggas claiming that they making more paper than me. How's that? When I'm making more paper than trees. Me and Scoop hopping out of 2 coops and 2 suits with more O's than 2 bowls of Fruit Loops. Lord help me. Bless my soul off in these streets. I got get my paper, dog. I'm riding till the end. Steady stacking Benjamins. I got get my paper, dog.
Hold up. Y'all know I always give a song to God, you know what I'm saying? So tonight, you know what I'm saying, tonight I feel like giving God a little praise, but you know, my music be on that gangster shit at the same time, so don't think, you know what I mean, that I'm trying to mix gangster with God. It's just, I'm just mixing myself in with what I got going on with God, you know what I'm saying? That's my main man. I left, that's my nigga. Put him before in it and everything. I need you to hold me down, 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 oh, down, 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 oh, down. I I need you to hold me down for the love, for the money, for the love, for the game. I still gotta maintain, do my thing until then. I'ma be alright through the days and nights, but Lord, I need you to hold me down. I done played the game with boss hogs and lost my dogs. See the perish from the gun smoke and cell bars. Dodging these prisons, using my wisdom to shake the system. Playing the game from a distance, making money my mission. Keeping my head to the sky, not trying to fall down. Lord, I know you hear me. Need you to hold me down in the long run. Show me what my purpose is. My road been rough and rugged. Can you smooth it for my kids? The rule of what it takes with trail alone, including violence. If I said I didn't love this game, Lord, I'm probably lying. I'm telling the truth and ain't no if, ands, or buts about it. Material things seem the closest thing to stick by us. They have my name on the street at the top supplying. Only feedback I get is when I'm whipping powder. What bothers me is how the world need a nigga straight. Lost in the game with ambition, praying for better days. On my knees, talking to God for better ways. Rapidly, tragically, casually kissing purple haze. I tried to shake the pain myself. Lord, help me now. Can't do it by myself. Need you to hold me down for the love, for the money, for the love, for the game. Still gotta maintain, do my thing until then. I'ma be alright through the days and nights, but Lord, I need you to hold me down like you did Noah's Ark in the rainstorm. Save me a place in heaven, Lord, don't leave me here to burn. Utilizing a hustle with muscle to shake the struggle. See money double, see kitchen watching the pots bubble. I'm steady cooking cookies, counting cash coming quick. Block for block, break it back and bump the whole brick. Shit, waffle stick niggas, they cricket grinders. They break you off and call them type of niggas sidewinders. Grant me serenity to maintain with 7 cents. Niggas is weighing dealt against a loss of disrespect. Feeling no pities, I'm feeling making the killer pronto. A vigilante, you gave me the killer, kill segundo. Hold me so close, I hear the spirit heartbeat. Or not this life that I live in these wicked streets. I said that to say this as I close and bow. I'm praying to you, Lord. Need you to hold me down, 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 Lord, down. I need you to hold me down. Never let me go. Let me know am I wrong or right. Right or wrong for making a wrong right. That's right for life. Putting progress in process and making progression precious. Been blessed with blessings. This blessed manifested from heaven. Maintaining the game, Lord. I know you looking down. I'm doing that, but Lord, need you to hold me down. I need you to hold me down. Love for the money, for the love, for the game. I still gotta maintain, do my thing until then. I'ma be alright through the days and nights, but Lord, I need you to hold me down.
Now, I got some real shit on my chest. Lord, first I want to give a shout out to my nigga Big Gate. Jamel Gaines, homie. Lord. But this song, I mean for a couple people though. Murder B. If I love you, then I love you. Would you ride for me? Yeah, I ride on any level. You fall, we fall together. Would you die for me? Stupid question, we partners. They bury you, they bury me right beside. Would you lie for me? Even in front of the judge, sorry, your water is there. That's just the way it's gonna be. You're my nigga, and I love you just like a brother. Ain't nothing gonna come between us. Ride for me. Yeah, I ride on any level. You fall, we fall together. Would you die for me? Stupid question, we partners. They bury you, they bury me right beside you. Lie for me. Even in front of the judge, sorry, your water is there. That's just the way it's gonna be. You my nigga, and I love you just like a brother. Ain't nothing gonna come between us. Don't think I'm getting soft on your dog if I tell you I love you. It's kinda funny when it's coming from a nigga to study. Can you dig it with something from the same titty? Drink the same milk. We together on the boat. They sank the whole ship. We break on bread together. Shake fares together. Pop dead and pop X and getting head together. Whatever the weather, rain, sleet, or snow, Satan to Jesus. If we in the lake of fire, getting blessed from heaven, I'm right there with you, believe that. Know you real, so you gon' give me some feedback. Alright, your pain, my trouble, your trouble, you struggle, I struggle, I bubble, you bubble. You my brother from a different mother. Tighter than coochie cutters, tighter than dick and rubbers, tighter than Serena and Venus in the doubles. Take love for you. And front of the judge, I lie for you. I ain't there when you fall, I ride for you, cry for you. Keep your family straight. Treat your seed like they mine and make sure they live great. It's death before dishonor. It's how it's gonna be. Know you're real, but would you do the same thing for me? You ride for me. Yeah, I ride on any level. You fall, we fall together. You die for me. Stupid question, partners, they bury you, they bury me right beside you. You lie for me. Even in front of the judge, sorry, your water is death before the way it's gonna be. You're my nigga, and I love you just like a brother. Ain't nothing gonna come between us. Ride for me. Yeah, I ride on any level. You fall, we fall together. I just want y'all to slow down and listen to the end. They bury you, they bury me right beside. I ride with you like the seats in an LX coupe. On me, I love you like a brother next to God, heaven truth. Hold the fort down for you, chief a whole pound for you. Nigga, ever disrespect, I blow the 4 pound for you. I'm 10 toes down with you on some real shit. Put you out the way to take the bullet for you. Like you was the president. Ever since you taught me how to read a nigga Dutch, I respect you with a respect that's respect that dictate we touch. We fuck the same hoes, wore the same clothes. Till you got a little bigger, now we whipping on the same stove. And if I ever catch a charge, nigga, I won't budge. Fuck panel lawyer, big homie, I buy my own judge, nigga would. That ain't real, then real don't exist. I'm closer to you than some nuts hanging with a dick. We know we ain't gonna be in this world forever, but if we go to hell, we beating Satan ass together. If we have to go to heaven when we die, I'ma holler let her live, and you screaming left die, we gonna still ride. Hey, listen. All I ask you is to ride for me, die for me. I lie for you, and you cry for we. Would you ride for me? Yeah, I ride on any level. You fall, we fall together. Ride for me. Stupid question, partner. They bury you, they bury me right beside you. Die for me. Even in front of the judge, sorry, your water is death. That's the way it's gonna be. You're my nigga, and I love you. They say, brother, ain't nothing gonna come between us. Only way two people can keep a secret if one is dead. You gotta think about that, homie. What y'all niggas eat don't make me shit. When it's time to be honest, and it's death before dishonor, and it's my partner, and it's my team. Free town, man. Hate the street. Kid Fire Entertainment, man. Kid Fire Entertainment, man. I had to say that shit 2 times. Cause you know what I mean? I got to be the hardest nigga alive. Would you ride for me? Yeah, I ride on any level. You fall, we fall together. You die for me. Stupid question, partner. They bury you, they bury me right beside you. Die for me. Even in front of the judge, sorry, your water is death. That's the way it's gonna be. You're my nigga, and I love you just like a brother. Ain't nothing gonna come between us. Yeah, man. Bees, y'all.
Whoa, how do you get studio quality vocals like that? Is it the microphone?
No, Mars.
Is it the interface?
No, Mars.
Is it the soundproof room?
No, Mars.
Then what is it?
Isn't it obvious? It's Soundtrap. Soundtrap has so many tools for singers and musicians. I used it to record my song that's on Spotify right now. The entire thing was from Soundtrap. I used the high quality.
And they say this is how we are gonna die. Oh, 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 ooh. I'm counting blessings as I make it through the week.
with the help of my heat. I'm gonna survive in these streets. No mercy never given for the niggas that I beat with. So I eat with and sleep with the same pistol that I creep with. Now that's some deep shit. Cause around my way you gotta keep at least 3 clips. Niggas wanna see me gone, they wanna see me in my grave. They ain't gonna never catch me slipping in my last days. Don't wanna die, and Lord knows I don't wanna come up missing. So I take my safety out my pistol when I start tripping. Even got my granny thinking gangster when she mentioned me. I'm 5'5" with evil wise male artillery. And they claim these streets will take our lives. And they claim this is how we are gonna die. Oh, oh, ooh, 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 ooh. Oh, 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 ooh, ooh. My adversaries get tossed, tell the story of a faded glory. Blood pouring when you mourn me if I just spell my journey. My automatics in pitch black that make me lethal. Tell my people we equal if they don't get my sequel. Rebound and touch grounds on the Broadway. Bakerly passing pumps, pushing y'all all pay. Will I get murked? It'll hurt you more than it hurt me. I'll be closer to my dead homies, let me rest in peace. My your business is in the wishing gave me thug life, love life. My game tight, cause I'm living trife. Get a sensation for penetration with pistols blazing. Caught cages on car cages when the bullets laid him. It might have needed my heart bleeding, better feel my pain. Resurrected from a gorilla pops in my veins. Fake faggot, feminine phony, fuck you come and get me. If I die, y'all cow will die, so y'all coming with me. They claim that these streets will take our lives. And they claim this is how we are gonna die. Oh, ooh, I'm counting blessings as I make it through the week with the help of my heat. I'm about to take y'all on the place. These niggas don't even do this music like this no more for real life. Now watch how my mind float, yo. Check this out. This is the state versus Mr. Red Drinkers Young on the previous charges of 2 accounts of armed robbery, assault and battery with intent to kill, and last but not least, kidnapping. Mr. Young, are you aware of your charges? Yes, sir. All right then, Mr. Young, how do you plead? Not guilty. Raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, nothing but the truth will help you, God? Yes, sir. All right then, Mr. Young. Is there anything you want to say in your defense? Yes, sir. First off, I never had shit to begin with. So I started selling dope and making the big leagues. Grew up in the crack house. I was God for life. Wake up seeing different niggas almost every night. Ask my mom who they is, but she don't even know. She looking on the floor, pets a bottle filled with smoke. Went to school for food to do work. Must be crazy. Teaching never taught me shit. It's these streets that raised me. Started selling a little bro to keep some money at home. Stick up and busting heads, that's what turned me on. Drilling rush from big decks, couple bags, and ski masks. Get cash quick, fast, move on. It's pitch black. Pardon my language, your honor. Get a nut off fast money. Fuck the game real good and lay down. They crash up. I know I'm facing 25 to life. I can handle mine. I'm letting you in the jury know that I'm straight solidified. All right there, Mr. Young. From what I just heard, you sound like you're admitting to these charges. But you stood in front of my courtroom pleading not guilty. Hell no, don't think I'm guilty for stacking this bread. But I can chill and have a nice place to lay my head. Came from the slum, a gutter nigga raised by the streets. OGs taught me well and told me to play for keeps. I'm stunning wild like a gangster, talk like a gangster. Make cheese and breathe, I can't believe I'm a gangster. I'm a natural born hustler, you hear me? Nigga move wrong, then I know I'm in the trunk of the Chevy. Mr. Young, you trying to say you throw your victims in the trunk? Damn right, I throw them in the trunk. Fuck that punk. Take this robbing and this kidnapping to the full of your stick. Take it out of civilians is where it left the government. It's a spoon in my mouth that's something I never had. That's why I said don't kidnap, stick up and beat the police hand. All right then, Mr. Young. I don't think we want to hear no more of that gangster talk. We done came up with the verdict. We sentenced you to 25 years in the Department of Corrections. Yeah, my nigga. Thank you, Your Honor. And fuck you. Boop, 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 boop. Y'all need to check me out on this one. These niggas done gave me 25. Somebody better answer this phone on me. Hello? This is Correctional Institution with a collect call for Dundalk. If you'll accept, please press 3. You want to accept? Hang up. But dog, they just hit me with a fresh quarter. Probably be 45 next time I touch my daughter. Damn, now, daughter, thinking you can handle that shit? Damn right, I'm gonna lay you down and go to shape this little bit. I'm gonna keep it real for you, make sure you stay right. Take care of my kid, watch all my granny, keep my coop on tight. Gave my lollies all that money, but they didn't do jack. Word, my dad, my nigga, we gonna get that back sometime. Laugh, my nigga, just to keep from crying. Feel happy, matter of fact, thank God you ain't dying. Really, though. They could have given me the whole elbow. Hell no, I couldn't stand to see it gone forever, yo. Dropped a lot of them cases. Even them home invaders, bitches didn't know about that or when I robbed them Haitians. Damn, daughter, I gotta say you got all good. Oh, they goddamn talking. I knew damn well I should have. You only have 15 seconds till the phone hang up. Daughter, I'm gonna see you by the grass when let the sun come up. Always keep your soul in the road. Remember my love, they gave me fresh quarter. Niggas better get on that level right there. Get on that gate shit like that. Deep, I tell the story.
No, Fat Boy did. Damn, Big who did it? He did that shit, nigga. Yeah, he talked. Big put that shit out there. No, Fat Boy did. Damn, Big who did it? He did that shit, nigga. Yeah, he talked. No, he ain't put it on YouTube, but you put it on. What you put it on? Yeah. Yeah. YouTube made it. It is. Yeah, YouTube made it. Look, what you recording? For real, man. Yeah. I want the new shit. I want the old shit. Oh, I want that guy. Everybody want I even with anything come to my food gonna goddamn be gangster. Yeah. No, Sean don't count. I know, right? No, I was just reading off the line. He was like pretty much. Hey, David, and that nigga got a nickel, nigga. And that nigga got a nickel. Looking for me. I think that's like Wonder Woman. I said the game done change. Hey, ain't the same. That's that shit right there. We are moving fast now. Turn up. All my niggas. And Lord, I love this game. And I can't complain. That's what we do around here, homie. One time, we'll do it. Cause we ride high, blow kush, leaning. Bitch, I'm self-made. Hey, yo. I approach the game with my game face on. Face the game, face the face, I'm holding death in my palm. I'm the gun, all right? Logos of cake in the bar, all right? I done changed the game on y'all. Nigga, I'm major. I don't fish for fish no more. I fish for gator. Doing big things. Switch lane and move cane to the world from a bird's eye view with big planes, all right? $1,000 a rich nigga. Diamonds shine like stars. My chest, the big dipper. I'm young with old money. Keep enhanced. 10-5 for them things. I got more bricks than a mansion. Y'all can't stand me. Sometimes I hate myself. I'm a self-made nigga. I made myself with a Pokemon Chevy. I call it Pikachu, and the candy green like the same color as some pimple juice. Oh, you look like wait, ain't none thanks. Hey, you know what we do? Cause we ride high, blow kush, leaning. Bitch, I'm self-made. yo, let me see that scale right quick, big homie. Check this out. Hey, yo, nigga passed me that scale and coke and shit here dead off the boat, and I ain't playing with it. That's why I got the whole boatload. Money probably like the junkyard, the junk cars. I'm Lord. I won't get on the block and move dumb hard country boy. City slicker, I make you sick. Check the slick, slippery shit. I'm slicker than owl shit. Plug with work like an outfit. Play with my fatty, I get on your ass like a new outfit. Burgundy and black, Carolina Gamecock, Chevy box of red, sample face in the paint, interior red box. I'm rolling, it can't stop. Money from every angle. I'm a burst in the whole world holding up middle finger. Better step your rap game up. I ain't joking. I'm like crack to a fiend. I'm the best thing smoke.
That nigga saying I'm the best thing to crack. Oh, you rap?
Lord, Lord, Lord. Lord, Lord, Lord. Lord, Lord, Lord. I need you to help me, Lord. The only day and I'm riding now, Lord. Trying to get in touch with my mind, Lord. It's been hard for the done, y'all, Lord. Trying to stay up on the grind, Lord. Many nights no sleep, Lord. I'm moving word through the streets, Lord. Staying undercover from undercovers. Who be watching me, Lord? All I wanted was to find a thing, Lord. I couldn't get out of life, Lord. You see, to me, right was wrong, Lord. Yeah, and wrong was right, Lord. Lord, I need you. I'm trying to get up out of this game, Lord. I'm so tired of the struggle, Lord. And I'm so tired of the pain, now, Lord. Lord, 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 Lord. Lord, 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 Lord. Lord, 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 Lord. I need you to help me, Lord. Now, most people think 'cause I got a left on my wrist, that I don't got no problem, but let me tell y'all this, Lord. I done been up, y'all, and I done been down, I done been through some tribulations, and I done been through some trials, I done seen death face to face, almost 1,000 times, but the Lord wasn't ready for me, so he kept me around. I gotta keep it real, y'all. No need to telling y'all lies. Just to keep it 100, y'all. My life been a hell of a ride. Now, Lord, I need you. I'm trying to get up out this game. I'm so tired of the struggle, and I'm so tired of the pain. Now, Lord. Lord, 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 Lord. I need you to help me, Lord. Help me. I need you to help me, Lord. I need you to help me, Lord.
The practice you are about to learn is almost never just.
I came here to tell y'all a little story tonight about what's going on in my life. But you know what? Mama said you're gonna be somebody, what she told you. I done been through hell and back to tell the story. And I said 3 weeks ago I wouldn't smoke no more. When I turn back around, my eyes is closed. Lord, I'm right back. Knock, knock, knocking on the heaven's door. I'm right back. Knock, knock, knocking on the heaven's door. Knock, knock, knocking on the heaven's door. Lord, I'm right back. Knock, knock, knocking on the heaven's door.
This shit I'm smoking, homie, it got me feeling right. But I hate smoking this perp, it got me scared of heights. El Poco done, hell yeah, I'm high as hell. But hell ain't high, so hot in the hell, and my high as hell. I guess I'm hot right now, at least that's what the world told me. I'm the best part of waking up just like some Folgers. Plus all my bridges burnt, partner. And the last couple I got, they laying over troubled waters. I'm in Freetown and I'm cooking up cake. You ain't living on the edge, then you taking up space. Mama said you're gonna be somebody's what she told. I done been through hell and back to tell the story. And I said 3 weeks ago I wouldn't smoke no more. When I turn back around, my eyes is low. Lord, I'm right back. Knock, knock, knocking on the heaven's door. I'm right back. Knock, knock, knocking on the heaven's door. Knock, knock, knocking on the heaven's door. Lord, I'm right back. Knock, knock, knocking on the heaven's door. Now can you picture my life? I see it blowing through the airways. Bullet spray, these kids die in these past days. Gotta eat off fees, my dream for this fast money. I'm crying tears of blood, and you know this task hurt me. When the streets hold me down, I guess they try to break me. Police harassing and blasting, I guess they try to shake me. Prison bound, done been down at least 6 times. See, it didn't do me no good, I guess I love crime. I'm a legend of trouble, you know I love to hustle. Burning rubber, low down and dirty, fucking horny hookers. Mama crying, look in my eyes, all she sees thug. Done lost a baby to the streets, my dirt done turned to mud. On January the 5th, I was born a devil bread. Lord, why you let me live? Why daddy didn't get no head? It's killing me deep inside, it really hurt bad. Lord, I'm right by. When I turn back around, my eyes is low. Lord, I'm right back. I done been through hell and back to tell the story. And I said 3 weeks ago I wouldn't smoke no more. Lord, I'm right back. When I turn back around, my eyes is low. Lord, I'm right back. Knock, knock, knocking on my heaven's door. I'm right back. Knock, knock, knocking on my heaven's door. Knock, knock, knocking on the heaven's door. Lord, I'm right back. Knock, knock, knocking on the heaven's door.
Spend quality time with your friends on Philo. With 70 plus channels for $25 a month, you can catch up with the friends who become family. And the family who become friends. The friends you love to fight with, and the ones who always fight for you. Philo's the best way to hang out with all your TV BFFs at a great price. Sign up today and start your 7-day free trial.
Rest in peace to all my homeboy. Oh, wow. And nobody knows it. A lot of my homies done died. I cried. And I'm just thinking about the good times we had. I'm missing you. And nobody knows it but me. I love my homies. A lot of my homies done died. I cried. And I'm just thinking about the good times we had. I'm missing you. And nobody knows it but me. I love my homie. Big Goolie, I miss you. But I know you in heaven. Ain't gonna lie, I really love you. And I miss your presence, don't got to worry, you're an angel. And God can hold you, the realest nigga ever live. When I like a soldier, every time I get a picture, I'ma pour out some liquor. So much trouble in this world, sometimes I wish I was with you. Tell your kids to keep their head up, daddy's living a good life. Watch you grow every day, it's gonna be all right. So come free to give you shit, put you down to the ground. It was time to pound, you broke your neck, you helped the fake clowns. I give all respect to that nigga, man. He kept it thorough in your life. He was true to the game. He played a major part of your funeral. On a big boy level, we drank and smoked, plenty blunts. I'ma mourn you forever. I say, a lot of my homies done died. I cried. And I'm just thinking about the good times we had. I'm missing you. And nobody knows it but me. I love my homie. Not trying to send a threat, but y'all niggas gonna feel it. Killed my homie, me, Cole, y'all niggas gotta get it. Now, Letha Irvin was my granny. She was like my homie, could go to her anytime. When I got lonely, I'ma keep my head up, stay strong and also stay tall. I was face to face with Ace, damn, I miss football. Nat, K, and Big J, I love you dearly. Drinking teddy bear died at the club, I know, you feel me? Shine real, bless your heart. Ain't nothing but love. You got caught in the crossfire by two desperate thugs. Twin got hit by a slug, I heard when I was locked up. Brother gonna hold it down, cause baby boy, you tough. You started quarterback for 25 of Mission, Mike Hill. One of the West Greenville finest. You kept it real, my nigga, what? Nigga, Putt, I remember you, dog. Remember how we smoked blunts, never found the lounge, man, rat pill. Yeah, I called you pickle with like a brother, and I love you, Lord knows that I miss you. Even though the seals killed him and out the dwell, I wouldn't piss on them back. I see the bird of the hell. World is so cricket. Baby, we on the ride solo with Go Dolo. Ain't forgot about you, yo, but even Dee Dee, she lost her life in the funky. The Lord is with you, baby. Don't you ever think you're lonely. A lot of my homies done died. I cried. And I'm just thinking about the good times we had. I'm missing you. And nobody knows it but me. I love my homie. Niggas playing for keeps. Another soldier getting done. Cause the soldier wanna eat. Traffic Oakview. You know I list you. Come on, bring me back. Yeah, because I'm trying to put a new verse in it. I'm coming out the head. All right. And nobody knows it but me. I love my homie. You know I miss you. I never thought you would go. You one of the chosen few. My nigga Quinn, no. I hate you had to go. I picture you balling in heaven dancing on gold roads. Till pile of my nickel. You kept me on top. Even if you were still alive, I'll be pushing 2 drops. About to get mad props. Lord, Lord, stay loud. Not why Trina had to go. She was a nice young lady. She was fun, funky, free. I know Mel went crazy. When they put salt in the dirt, I almost went berserk. Still got love for Tat Tat, cause she was down in the earth. R.I.P. the Moo Moo, you know I represent. Say when Boo Man got killed, it was an accident. Why I try to stay low. The Cheek Man Dank. Missing a lot of y'all cats, I can't forget about Tank. Really shocked with this time. My brother Eric died. The only word for my mom is, please don't cry. Really hit me hard when they said trailer seats. Shiro from Washington Street. Lord, know it can't be. Really love baby girl, man, she rest in peace. Even my little Woody album from the JGC. Damn G hard, baby. I cut you in it. You was a minute. See, we had a lot of business to finish. Be low in heaven, oh, you see the bell today. Up there with the Father, living the bell the way. If I didn't let you, God bless you anyway. But the song goes out to my homies that passed away. I say, a lot of my homies done died. I cried. And I'm just thinking about the good times we had. I'm missing you. And nobody knows it but me. I love my homie. My nights are lonely, my days are gone dry. And I'm just thinking about the good times we had. And I'm dying inside. And nobody knows it but me. I love my homies.
Lonely nights I cry. Yeah, me. And I'm just thinking about the good times we had. I'm missing you. And nobody knows it but me. Love my homie. My nights are lonely, my days are gone dry. And I'm just thinking about the good times we had, and I'm dying inside. And nobody knows it but me. I love my homie.
Waiting upon my blessing, constantly stressing, wondering if I chose the right direction. Nobody told me pain would leave an everlasting impression, so I go on my clip, that's my best protection. Coming up about this struggle, ain't nothing ever been beautiful under these coats of pain. I just make it look good to you, keeping my feelings inside cause I don't wanna hurt nobody. So I suck up my pride, I don't wanna hurt nobody. Hearing voices of grandma telling me to come down, so much of what you bought, don't let your family down. With this load up on my shoulder, that trip done became a border. Thought it would change when I was older, baby, I'm a soldier. We came a long way to bathrooms, we never had them. Throw that shit up in the woods of country flushing. Thanks to this game, cause it got me living better. They try to stop my blessings, but I will never let them. I'm hustling and I'm grinding. I'm making moves with my money on my mind, and I can't fall short. No, always keep it 1,000. Slow mo. Say I'm hustling and I'm grinding. I'm making moves with my money on my mind, and I can't fall short. No, always keep it 1,000. Slow mo.
Shout out to the mama chief. Yeah, you be quiet when Big Mama speak. What she gave us is a part of me. It flows through my arteries. Even on that journey, that love grows how the garden be. The first to teach us when we sick, the first to heal us. Mama's boy, yeah, you know, her pride and joy. Soul food, yeah, you know, I'm an enjoy. Calm you down just by the sound of her voice. There isn't another feeling inside when they cheering you on at your game and you feeling the pride. You and your siblings fighting, she gon' make you put them feelings aside. She can't lead you down the road, but she can give you the guide. Where you think I get that blissful look in my eyes? I need a side of ice cream with Bim's apple pie. You know for sure for Mama Chief, you know I'ma ride. Cause we all need our Mama Chiefs. Yeah, we all love our Mama Chiefs. The greatness, the patience, the foundation, the knowledge passed down so many generations, our motivation. I just wanna thank you for my creation. Cause we all love our Mama Chiefs. Yeah, we all need our Mama Chiefs. Yeah, we all ride for Mama Chief. The dedication, I seen your tears at my graduation. Now look, Ma, your boy that made it. You the reason I'm one of the greatest. Yeah, cause we all need our Mama Chiefs. Yeah, we all love our Mama Chiefs. Yeah, we all ride for Mama Chief. Now be quiet, let Big Mama speak.
What it look like, man?
Let's see what it
Real,
is.
man. I feel the same way you feel about
Word.
Word. I just don't want
I
to
can't
rush, man. I just want to take it one day at a time.
Me too.
That way we can reach the highest point of friendship.
What's the highest point? Let me know.
Then whether you know how far to take this flight.
That's what I'm talking
Word.
about.
You don't just jump in the plane and fly and don't know where you're going
Why
first.
not?
Just chill, baby. I got you.
We don't have to run, baby, we can chill. Just keep patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life, but come on, let me show you. We don't have to run, baby, we can chill. Let's just keep patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life, but come on, let me show you.
See, you don't have to rush. Baby girl, be patient. Anticipation of love making. Got your legs shaking. See, every time I'm next to you, I feel your heart beat faster. But yet you try to hide behind your smile and your laughter. See, money's what I'm after, so all I do is chill. I'm out here on the grind. I'm trying to see a meal. You never seen this good life, well come on, let me show you. You never had a real hug, well come on, let me hold you. This life I lead is troublesome. You win some, you lose some. You lost one, then gain one. You want some, come get some. See, everything you want, you need, I got you. Even though you don't know me, I don't know you, baby, I got you. That's just how it's supposed to be. Rather have you next to me, never in front or back of me. You look good beside me, so we take it there. It's some things you need to know. We don't have to rush, baby, we can take it slow.
We don't have to run, baby, we can chill. Just keep patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you.
me is what you want. I ain't about games, I'm trying to front. See something that you want, then get it. Ice cream man always deliver, never late. I come on time. Tell me, girl, what's your room size? Sitting here, watch you visualize. I can't lie, see it in your eyes. Fantasize of me and you all day, all night. Let me strap your seatbelt on before we take this flight. You know I'm helicopter high. Baby, you know I'm on a wide, baby, we can vibe. And that's just how it is. El Blizzo keep it realer than all the rest is. And don't compare me to them other dudes. I act a fool, with my tool, lock it down, just for you. You got a man, you can keep him too. I don't want him, I want you. Got a couple friends, but I got a couple too. Just let me know, girl, what you wanna do. And we can keep it on the low, long as you know, baby, just take it.
We don't have to run, baby, we can chill. Just be patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life, come on, let me show you. We don't have to run, baby, we can chill. Let's just be patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life, come on, let me show you.
Man, y'all already know, man. It's your boy OTK, man. Make sure y'all tell somebody out there that y'all love them. Somebody, someone, or something. Because they need it. For real, for real. Shouts out to all my American Indians. Shouts out to my indigenous. Shouts out to my aboriginals. Another day, another dollar. You know what I'm talking about, man. It's been a good one. Appreciate y'all. Appreciate y'all for coming through. All of y'all for coming through. Especially y'all, the chat fam. Oh, man. Appreciate y'all, man. Definitely appreciate y'all. Hope today goes good for y'all. It's the beginning of Friday, the last day of the work week. For some today was, you know. Shouts out to my dog, big dog OG, man, Philly OG, one more again. It's the reason why I'm saying that, but you know what I mean, I let him be the one to say it. That's all, man. Peace and love, y'all. I'm out.